office also felt the tremors. Pallab Bagla, take us through exactly your location and if you could feel the tremors while you were home this morning.
The tremors were felt. These kind of tremors, whenever earthquakes have happened, I have felt them several times. It's very hard to say whether they were stronger than earlier or lower in strength by earlier magnitude. It all depends on where the center of the earthquake was, the seismic center, and what is the depth of the earthquake. But yes, the entire northern Indian region is very prone to earthquakes because we have a big Himalayan fault right north of Delhi, and that Himalayan fault can cause very large earthquakes. So fortunately, this did not seem to be one of those big earthquakes which the northern Indian region has been waiting for. But we are still await details from the Center for Seismology of India, which would have monitored, and they would be giving out the details very soon.
Right. We also have our colleague Anushka joining us to get us the very latest. Anushka, from what we're hearing is 4.1 on the Richter scale is the kind of earthquake that hit not just Delhi and the NCR region, but the many parts of northern India as well. Take us through how strong, because we did feel it. It felt extremely powerful. It did feel like it was a long earthquake because one could feel it for quite a few seconds, to be precise. Anushka, what details do you have for us?
That's right, Divya. Strong tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR, and what we are learning by now is that it was on the scale of 4.1. Now, this is not the first time that such strong tremors have been felt in Delhi-NCR. We are seeing that quite often we see such kind of tremors. On Richter scale also, we are seeing that this was a tremor that jolted the entire Delhi-NCR area. And now, because we do know that this is an office going hour and there are a lot of people who are in fact on their way to office. So we do see by now that a lot of commotion can be seen outside the offices. A lot of people have in fact left their buildings because of the tremors that were felt in Delhi-NCR. It has been, said, by the IMD, the initial details that are coming are indicating that it was a 4.1 on Richter scale and strong tremors. In fact, three, tremors were felt. One earthquake, when the earthquake happened, one was the earthquake, tremors, and the other was after the earthquake that usually come, in mere seconds after the earthquake, happens in some regions. Over to you.
Right, Anushka, let's just also get in Pallab Bagla, who has been getting us all the very latest on this. Pallab, details have started to emerge, and we're talking about a 4.1 earthquake, on the Richter scale. As far as this earthquake is concerned, it hit Delhi and the NCR region at 9:04 a.m. this morning. And of course, this is in regard to, it really lasted quite a few seconds like we've been discussing. Take us through, what does it really mean when we talk about a 4.1 on the Richter scale? How powerful was this earthquake?
As of now, I have no confirmation. I always get the message from the Institute for Seismology. If it was a 4.1 magnitude earthquake, then I can safely say that it would not cause too much damage, because usually damage occurs when earthquakes are of 6 and higher magnitude. So a 4.1 magnitude earthquake should be a wake-up call for cities in the northern Indian region who need to be more and more secure and be less vulnerable to earthquakes. But a 4.1 magnitude earthquake, I'm presuming if it is that, then it would not cause too much damage in most places, because this is not a very high magnitude earthquake. If it is 4.1, I still don't have confirmation of that. I'm awaiting the details, and also depends on what is the center for the earthquake. If it's very close to Delhi, then one can expect some damage. But if it's farther, like normally it happens in somewhere of...
Right. No damage has been reported yet, but it's very, very initial. We're talking about just 10 minutes ago is when this earthquake that struck Delhi. And from reports that we have at the moment, Anushka joining us to get us the very latest. Anushka, we just heard Pallab Bagla say that this could not have been a very powerful earthquake if it was 4.1 on the Richter scale. Take us through, the latest that you have and the areas of concern, particularly where did it originate from, if you have any information, the areas that it has impacted, particularly in the northern part of the country. Pallab Bagla there will also be, getting us details Pallav, when we talk about 4.1, you said could perhaps not have been that powerful, but if it was very close to Delhi, if the epicenter was very, very close to Delhi, does it really matter what the reading on the Richter scale is?
It does matter if it is close to Delhi. 4.1 can cause some damage to buildings. But usually a magnitude 4 earthquake would not cause the kind of widespread damage or loss of life. But these are very, very early times, and we still need to get the final readings from the Center for Seismology, which is the key monitoring body of India's earthquake. And we need to know where the center for the earthquake was. That would, the epicenter of the earthquake was. That would decide whether there would be any damage in that close area, because a 4.1 magnitude earthquake will not cause damage in areas which are far away from the epicenter. So if it was very close to Delhi...
these are unconfirmed reports that we have at this point in time that perhaps the epicenter of the earthquake could have been in Haryana, which is very, very close to Delhi. It could have perhaps been in Jhajjar of Haryana, and that really means that the epicenter was rather close to Delhi, and it took place at a depth of about 14 kilometers. Now, these are unconfirmed information that we have for you at this particular point in time. So details emerging in regard to this, and Arjun also joining us to get us the very latest. Arjun, take us through the details that we have in regard to this 4.1 magnitude of earthquake that struck Delhi and adjoining areas, and not just the NCR region but the northern part of the country at 9:04 a.m. this morning.
That's absolutely correct. The prelim reports that we're in fact getting are that a 4.1 magnitude earthquake has struck in Haryana's Jhajjar, where the epicenter is purportedly, and the tremors were felt as far as 100 kilometers. Standing here at the NDTV headquarters in Noida, my entire team, in fact, including me, we could feel the tremors. We are picking up more information, but one thing is very clear, that the tremors have been felt more than 100 kilometers away from the epicenter, which is right now purportedly Haryana's Jhajjar. It's very, very close to Millennium City, Gurgaon. For our viewers just joining in, for perspective, we started getting reports of this purported earthquake around 9:04 a.m. The epicenter is purportedly Haryana's Jhajjar, which is very close, in fact, to Millennium City, Gurgaon, and even Delhi. And let me underline once more, the tremors of this earthquake, this purported earthquake, were felt as far as Noida and even farther in other areas of North India. Back to you.
The latest update, it was a 4.8 magnitude on the Richter scale as far as the earthquake that struck. Let's just get you details. This was an epicenter of the earthquake. The epicenter was about 4 kilometers northeast of Jhajjar, like you mentioned, in Haryana, and it took place perhaps at a depth of 14 kilometers. 4.4 is the magnitude of that earthquake. Revised figure coming in of 4.4 magnitude on the Richter scale. We also have Anushka Rajan, who is joining us at the moment. Anushka, Anushka Garg, take us through the details that we have. 4.4 now, it's been revised as far as the figure is concerned on the Richter scale. Pallav Bagla there talking about, on the Richter scale, whether it's 4.1 or 4.4, couldn't be that powerful and couldn't have been that damaging. But considering that the epicenter was very, very close to Delhi, because we're talking about the epicenter being in Haryana, in Jhajjar of Haryana, that means that it was very close to Delhi. And of course, we all felt the tremors, like Arjun was mentioning here at the NDTV office in Noida. Anushka, get us through the details.
That's right, Divya. What we are understanding by now, that it was a 4.4, a measuring earthquake on the Richter scale. The strong tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR. 3 tremors were felt, in fact, and those were quite strong tremors that were felt in Delhi-NCR. A lot of office-going people were, in fact, on their way to office, and after the tremors were felt, Delhi kind of came on a standstill. But what we are learning by now, and from the IMD, it has been cleared that the epicenter was near Jhajjar, 4 kilometers from Jhajjar, and the earthquake was measured 4.4 on the Richter scale, and that is why, because the epicenter was quite close to Delhi-NCR, that is why such strong tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR. Over to you.
That struck the Delhi-NCR region and other parts of North India as well, with the epicenter being very, very close to Delhi in Haryana, in Jhajjar. Anushka, when we talk about, Haryana is literally bordering Delhi, which basically means that the epicenter was almost, at the outskirts, literally on the outskirts of Delhi.
That's right, where the epicenter was quite close to Delhi-NCR, Jhajjar in Haryana. In fact, 4 kilometers from Jhajjar is where the epicenter is, and that is from where the earthquake has happened, and the tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR. Right now, I'm at central Delhi, and because we do know by now is that since last night only heavy rainfalls have is happening in Delhi-NCR, and right now strong earthquake tremors has also been felt. So people in Delhi-NCR, the office-going people are quite impacted. We are seeing the traffic that has come to standstill, but also because of the strong tremors that have been felt. The IMD has stated that the intensity of earthquake has been measured as 4.4 on the Richter scale. 3 strong tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR, and by now what we do understand is that there were aftershocks as well once the earthquake came, and because it was quite close to Delhi-NCR, strong tremors were felt not just in Delhi-NCR, in Gurgaon, in Noida. From everywhere we are seeing reactions coming, and some people have also in fact shared their experience on social media about the strong tremors that they have felt in Delhi-NCR. Over to you.
Media saying that it felt like the longest earthquake that they've ever felt, because Anushka, it did feel very, very long, and like Pallab Bagla was mentioning that he felt 3 tremors. So of course we felt those tremors, and it felt very continuous at that. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. And let's just get you details regarding the earthquake that hit the Delhi-NCR region. We're talking about the northern part of the country, with the epicenter being as close as the outskirts of Delhi. This is the NCR region. We're talking about, in fact, Haryana, and it is in Jhajjar where that earthquake originated from. The epicenter was in fact Jhajjar. Anushka back with us to get us more details. Anushka, when people are taking to social media talking about the earthquake and how it felt extremely powerful, perhaps because it was very, very close to Delhi, and the fact also perhaps in regard to the timing of it, it just felt very, very long.
That's right, Divya. 3 strong tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR. The epicenter was quite close to Delhi, which is Jhajjar in Haryana. And, people in Gurugram have, in fact, also shared in social media that strong tremors were felt. And because we do know that Delhi is quite sensitive on the Richter scale, earthquakes are felt here more than often. If we talk about past experience as well, strong tremors were felt in Delhi-NCR, not just, only a few months, ago. A similar strong tremor was felt in Delhi-NCR. Now, once again, we are seeing that the epicenter was in Gurgaon, in Jhajjar, in Haryana, and we are also seeing that a lot of reactions have come in social media, not just from Delhi, but from from Noida, from Gurgaon. A lot of people have felt the strong tremors because we are seeing that the rain is happening. It's pouring not just in Delhi-NCR, but also in other states as well. Heavy rainfall it can be in fact seen. That is why we are also seeing that the traffic has come to standstill. But people are in fact also who have experienced the earthquake right now have in fact come out and shared their experience of the earthquake. We are seeing that several of the incidents have in fact taken place right now, and people are in fact coming out on social media sharing their experience of the earthquake. Over to you.
That were felt particularly when we talk about the Delhi-NCR region, not just here in Delhi and Noida. Noida is where the NDTV office is, and we could feel the tremors for a very, very long time, but also impact being felt in Ghaziabad, in Gurugram, in Faridabad, and those are reports that are emerging. Of course, when we talk about Anushka, the epicenter as far as the earthquake that struck at about 9:04 this morning, precisely 4 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning. The epicenter, like we have been discussing, was very close to Delhi, about 60 kilometers away from the national capital. Anushka.
That's right, Divya. 60 kilometers away from the national capital, strong tremors were felt. The epicenter is Jhajjar, and by now we know not just in Delhi, but in Noida, in Gurugram, in Faridabad, in Ghaziabad, everywhere people felt strong tremors. Not just one, but 3 strong tremors were felt early in the morning today, around 9:04 in the morning, where it's a peak hour, peak traffic hour. People are leaving for their offices. Most of the people who are yet to reach office have in fact shared their experience about the earthquake, about how the building, the fan and all of the things in the ceiling started shaking after the earthquake has just was just felt. And Delhi is quite sensitive on the Richter scale about the earthquake. It is a seismic zone. It comes on under zone 4, and that is why it is prone to earthquake. And this is not the first time that such strong tremors have been felt in Delhi NCR. A few months ago as well, we saw such strong tremors that took place in Delhi NCR. It was quite it was quite jarring, the experience. But we are also seeing that once again now we are seeing the earthquake that has in fact shaken Delhi NCR. The entire area has in fact felt the strong tremors in Delhi NCR. The epicenter is Jhajjar, 60 kilometers from the national capital, and we are seeing reactions on social media that are coming regarding this earthquake. Over to you.
Right, Rishka, earthquakes come without a warning. In order to know what is it that one should really do during an earthquake, we have Arjun with us, our colleague. Arjun, the do's and don'ts when it comes to an earthquake. What one really does remember is that the safest place is to stand, under a frame of a door, and that perhaps is the strongest part of, a room that you can be in.
Well, that's absolutely right. In fact, I'll put it into structure and perspective here. What should one do during such an event like we witnessed in the past 20 minutes? So first of all, everyone needs to stay calm and not panic. Second of all, for people who are inside a building at a height, they should immediately drop under a table and cover their heads under a solid structure or a beam that is running through the building, because beams are the places where the construction is joint, and they are one of the strongest places to take refuge or to take cover when one is inside a building. Of course, if one is unable to do that, they should immediately try and run out of the building, but they should remember that lifts, in this case, lifts or escalators, are not safe to use. Once they're outside, they should get away, as far away as from the building as possible, and search for an open area perhaps. And for people who might be driving in vehicles, be on the road at the time an earthquake strikes, they should get out of the vehicles and again search for an open piece or swath of land. Now, what to do after an earthquake strikes? In the aftermath of an earthquake, people should avoid entering damaged buildings and construction sites as well, followed by, if in case they are trapped in the rubble, they should not and absolutely not light a matchstick. They should cover their mouth with a cloth, because there's a lot of debris after such an event takes place, such an incident takes place. They should also again use the stairs and not use the lifts or escalators if they do indeed plan to go back into the rubble to search for their loved and dear ones. Back to you.
Right, Arjun, once somebody is outdoors, stay away from trees because that could be tricky as well. But if you're indoors, you need to stay away from windows, because that can also face the brunt and the impact of the earthquake. Anushka with us as well. Anushka, take us through the details of this earthquake that originated, the epicenter that lies in Jhajjar of Haryana, just 60 kilometers away from the national capital. Tremors that have been felt in the Delhi-NCR region. We're talking about Noida, Ghaziabad, Gurugram, Faridabad, all the areas that have felt the tremors of this very strong, very powerful earthquake, perhaps because it was very close to Delhi, though as far as the magnitude is concerned, it was 4.4 on the Richter scale. But we're talking about how long it felt, and that is something, this is not the first time that we felt an earthquake in Delhi, but what really set this earthquake apart was that it felt like it was extremely long.
That's right. This is not the first time that people have felt strong earthquake tremors in Delhi NCR. Delhi is quite sensitive on the seismic zone, and not just once, but we have felt more than once that strong tremors have in fact been felt in Delhi NCR. Today also there were 3 aftershock, in this earthquake. It was measured 4.4 on the Richter scale, and that is why we are seeing that a strong jolt was felt in not just Delhi but in Ghaziabad, Gurugram, Noida, Faridabad, everywhere the tremors was felt, because it was mere 60 kilometers from the national capital. A lot of office-going people have felt about this earthquake, and it was quite long, and of course, because people who are on the road, didn't quite feel the earthquake tremors. But people who were inside felt a strong tremor, and it was quite long because there were 3 aftershocks that came after this earthquake. People are sharing, their experience regarding this, earthquake on social media. A lot of, people have in fact also said that it was quite long and it felt like the tremors wouldn't stop, and that is why people were quite scared. People were quite jarred about this experience. Regarding this whole earthquake, it has been measured 4.4 on the Richter scale, and it was quite close. In fact, 60 kilometers from Delhi NCR, and that is why it felt a bit long. And people who are living in the national capital and surrounding areas have felt that there were quite multiple terrors, and it was felt for a long time. Over to you.
Right. In fact, it's not just India, but the impact has been felt in Pakistan as well, is what we're hearing as far as this earthquake that hit literally 4 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning, just about 25 minutes ago. And the impact that was being felt, Arjun joining us in order to take us through the do's and don'ts. Arjun, we've been discussing that, you need to run out or into an open space, and that is your safest bet. But in case you can't get out and, you basically should hide under a table, you should perhaps get inside the frame of a door, and that is extremely safe. But stay away from windows and stay away from trees, stay away from, particularly don't try and take shelter under a shutter or under a tin roof, because all those places could be very, very unsafe.
That's absolutely correct. Well, the structural joints are the strongest part of any construction. One, if people are not actually able to get out of the building altogether, they should, in fact, the first place they can in fact take cover is under tables, and specifically they can hide their heads where the under the table's joints or the beams and the connecting beams and girders inside the building, wherever they might be. Of course, if they have the opportunity or even the time to get out of the building, that's what they should be focusing on. A very important point here: they should not, under any circumstance and in any case whatsoever, take lifts or escalators or other electronic mediums of making their way out of the building. Now, once out of the building, as you correctly mentioned and pointed out, they should look for a clean patch of land and stay away from trees, electric poles, big hoardings and other banners as well. And once the earthquake passes, in the aftermath of the earthquake, people should definitely not try and get into damaged building as soon as the tremors in fact end, because the structure could still be damaged. They should also definitely not make use of lifts or escalators while re-entering the building, because those also could very well be damaged. And in fact, this is not the first time an earthquake has struck around the same area. Just in February, on the February of 17th, in fact, we had another earthquake measuring around 4.4 on the Richter scale, which jolted the region, and its epicenter was in South Delhi. Back to you.
Right, so this is a 4.4, as far as the magnitude of the earthquake is concerned, with its epicenter just 3 kilometers from Haryana, literally 4 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning. In case you're tuning in now, it has impacted adjoining countries as well. And we're talking about Pakistan, China and India that have been impacted. Initial reports are suggesting the impact has been felt in the northern part of the country. We're talking about particularly the Delhi-NCR region, whether it's Noida, Gurugram, Faridabad, as well as parts of Ghaziabad. Aishwarya joining us to get us the very latest. Aishwarya, here in the NDTV studio in Noida, we did feel the tremors in fact, and it went on for a very long time. It might have been seconds as far as the timing is concerned, but it really is an earthquake that felt extremely long. Perhaps, if you could get us information in regard to the aftershocks of this earthquake, because that is something that is usually expected.
But till now, there are no aftershocks that are reported, and the seismic zone, which and the people who were living just near by this region clearly had felt the impact, because it has been stated, and we are reporting from just few kilometers away from the Supreme Court, and people are here working in the high-rise buildings as well. They felt the impact. The reason behind that particularly is that the depth of this earthquake was, and the center was just 10 kilometers beneath the land, and therefore the reason perhaps the impact was high. Yes, the impact was felt in the Delhi-NCR regions and the nearby states as well. In fact, as you mentioned, in the nearby countries, in Pakistan as well, the impact was felt, but it was much higher. Till now, no, after shocks had been recorded as far as this magnitude of earthquake is concerned. But right now, where I am here, just near the Supreme Court, people have at that point in time when the earthquake struck came out of the buildings, but now they are back in because it's a slight rainfall which can be seen here in the Delhi region as well. So people are back to their usual business, but yes, people out here had felt the impact of the earthquake.
Right, Aishwarya, the impact was being felt. People were seen, they rushed out of their homes. People have taken to social media talking about how they felt during the earthquake, calling it one of the longest earthquakes that they've ever felt. But also, in terms of the impact it's had, because this is the epicenter that we're talking about in Jhajjar of Haryana, about 60 kilometers from the national capital. But the impact was not felt just here, but also in the western part of Uttar Pradesh, about 200 kilometers away from the epicenter.
Well, entire North India had felt this impact of the earthquake. In fact, we have been told that from Uttar Pradesh to Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Rajasthan and the northeastern parts of the country as well. There as well, the impact was felt, but there was no loss of any such property, which has still now been reported in both Haryana and Delhi region. But it was a longer period of time that people have told and were expressing that how they have felt the earthquake impact. In fact, the people living in the high-rise buildings or the people working in such high-rise buildings just near me, this particular building where people have joined in to work. It's a usual working day, but they came outside of their buildings as soon as they felt this impact, and now they have returned to their usual work. But certainly, because it is just 60 kilometers away, Jhajjar, where the epicenter has been recorded, and the depth was just 10 kilometers beneath the land, it is such a high impact that the people have felt, and they are certainly, now realizing that how impactful it was.
When we talk about Delhi, this is an area, this is categorized as high damage risk zone, because this really comes under the seismic zone 4 category. If you can describe for us, what does this really mean when it comes to earthquakes? Because this is not the first earthquake we've seen in Delhi. There was one in February of this year, which was again 4 on the Richter scale. This has been 4.4. Pallab Bagla, our science editor, was earlier speaking with me, telling us that 4 on the Richter scale doesn't mean it's very powerful, but we are talking about an earthquake which is the impacts of which are being felt even in adjoining countries. Forget adjoining states and adjoining areas. The impact that's being felt not just in Haryana, going across from Haryana to Delhi, going across from Delhi to Uttar Pradesh, so crossing states, and the impact being felt across the northern part of the country, also in Pakistan, and some reports suggesting perhaps also in China.
Well, that's right. In Pakistan, China, northern part of the country, the impact was huge. Although the Richter scale is not so powerful, 4.4 is not that huge what we have seen in comparison to the island countries like Thailand and Indonesia, Japan, where most usually the magnitude goes up to 6.9 or 7.1. But because it is Delhi and the adjoining areas of Uttar Pradesh and the entire line that draws, it comes under the red zone. It is of course the impact that is much.
पहली बार देखा।
सर क्या नाम है आपका?
मैं पवन सिंह एडवोकेट।
आज भूकंप आया सर, केंद्र भी झज्जर है, तो किस तरह का रिएक्शन है आपका?
हाँ, एकदम अचानक महसूस हुआ। ऑफिस में काम कर रहा था तो सारा सिस्टम, मेज और पंखा हिलने लग गया, तो बड़ा डरावना था एकदम। जल्दी से भाग के बाहर आया, परिवार को देखा तो नीचे ही थे, लेकिन था बहुत डरावना था, खतरनाक। और अभी पता लगा है कि उसका एपिसेंटर भी झज्जर में है। पहले तो बताया रोहतक, लेकिन अब झज्जर बता रहे हैं। तो डर है कि अगले 2-3-4 घंटे में कुछ कहीं दोबारा ना आ जाए, आफ्टर शॉक जो होते हैं।
इससे पहले कभी ऐसा देखा है?
नहीं, इससे पहले मैंने कभी इतना तेज झटका कभी महसूस नहीं किया। आज से पहले कई बार महसूस हुआ है, लेकिन इतना तेज झटका आज तक नहीं महसूस हुआ था कभी।
तो कह सकते हैं दिस इज ए बैड एक्सपीरियंस।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, टोटली सब कुछ अंदर तक 2-3 मिनट नॉर्मल होने में लग गए कि ये क्या था, बड़ा।
ठीक है, क्या कहेंगे अंकल जी, क्योंकि आपकी उम्र भी थोड़ी ज्यादा है, इससे पहले ऐसा भूकंप देखा है?
भूकंप तो खूब देखे पर इतना तेज नहीं देखा। मैं तो बेड पर बैठा था, बेड टीवी सब कमे लिया, खड़ा हुआ भाग भी नहीं सकता। फिर जो है टीवी दोबारा चला तो बोल रहे 4-4 था इसका, मतलब जो
केंद्र भी झज्जर ही है।
केंद्र उन्होंने तो रोहतक बताया अब तक, तो अब देखो।
अब झज्जर बताया सर।
हाँ।
तो क्या कहेंगे आप?
इसका मैं क्या कहेंगे, ये जो धरती का वो है, क्या पड़ जाएगा मकान उसमें दब जाएगा, मर जाएगा, और क्या कहा।
ठीक है अंकल जी,
हुक्म चंद जी,
किस तरह का एक्सपीरियंस रहा जैसे भूकंप आया?
देखो जी, एकदम मैं अंदर बैठा था नीचे ही पार्किंग में, तो एकदम से गड़गड़ की आवाज आके, और इतना लंबा हमने भूकंप कभी नहीं देखा, इतनी उम्र होली, इतना लंबा, और सारी बिल्डिंग भी नहीं इस तरह हली, बेड भी हल गया एकदम से, हमने तो ऐसा देखा नहीं जी।
आस पड़ोस में कैसा रिएक्शन था?
आस पड़ोस में भी ऐसा ही था बिल्कुल, और केंद्र भी जो है झज्जर ही लग रहा है हमें।
इससे पहले कभी ऐसा भूकंप देखा?
नहीं जी, वो कभी नहीं देखा, 65 साल की उम्र होली, बिल्कुल।
ठीक है,
इतना झटका हमने महसूस कभी नहीं हुआ जितना आज हुआ है। ठीक है जी।
Absolutely, the tremors were felt for a very, very long time. It did feel like a very long earthquake for some reason. Aishwarya back with us. Aishwarya, we just heard reactions coming in from people, particularly from Jhajjar, the epicenter of the earthquake, saying that they've never ever felt an earthquake this powerful, this strong, even though on the Richter scale it might be to the magnitude of 4.4. According to Pallab Bagla, that's not very strong or very powerful, but it did feel very powerful. I mean, we felt the effects here in Noida at the NDTV studio. One can still feel the jolts of that earthquake because it just felt extremely long. Take us through, the details that you have for us in regard to this particular earthquake, and people raising concerns about perhaps aftershocks that are usually expected after an earthquake.
Well, Delhi falls under seismic zone 4, and that gives the proximity of stronger earthquakes or the aftershocks as well. In February, just last year, we have seen earthquake occurred with a magnitude of 4.1, which was again impactful. But this time at 9:04 this morning, when the earthquake struck, it was people who felt the impact stated that it was over for a minute that they felt the impact. People on the social media now posting the videos of swinging fans or whatever they have said. People coming out from the high-rise buildings which are much located in Noida, Gurgaon, Faridabad region, coming out of their residences and to be at a safer place. Much enough knowledge is available for the public in large as to what has to be done in such situations, and therefore the reason perhaps looking at a possible post earthquake situations, it is these people who had maintained that they will be coming out of their residences or would be hiding at some safer place, and that has been seen this time as well. But because it is just 60 kilometers, the magnitude in Jhajjar, which was 4.4 magnitude, it was just 10 kilometers that the epicenter was, and therefore the reason perhaps the impact was huge. In fact, some people went on to say that they have never ever felt such a long impact. People were coming out from their residence. In fact, in Delhi region as well, where the earthquake was felt, people came out from their residences, from the offices as well, and now they are back to usual work because no such post quake had been reported till now, and because it's a rainy day today, it's been raining since morning, so people have gone back to their residences, but no panic situation out here in the Delhi-NCR region.
After that rain deluge that we saw in the national capital, and waterlogging has been reported from various spots. Now Delhi, that is at high risk. It's a high-risk area when it comes to earthquakes. 4.4 on the Richter scale. Usually the magnitude that we see as far as earthquakes in Delhi are concerned are to the tune of 5 to 6 on the Richter scale. But this felt very powerful. This felt very long. We're going to continue to get you details on the other side. For now, we need to take a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं, वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest when it comes to the Delhi University preparing to roll out its 4-year undergraduate program from August. In line with the NEP, the National Education Policy, students will face a very crucial dilemma. Should they stay on for a research-intensive 4th year or move on after 3? My colleague Tanishka has the details.
Would you rather stay on at your college for an extra 4th year to specialize in research or move on after 3 years? This is a dilemma that many Delhi University students are currently facing as the 4th year undergraduate program is set to begin from August. As per the National Education Policy, the 4th year is research intensive. After first year, a student receives an undergraduate certificate, an undergraduate diploma after 2 years, third year completion grants an undergraduate degree, and the 4th year is an undergraduate degree with a research specialization. After the 4th year, students can complete their masters within a year. While some are choosing to continue, several students have already dropped out of their courses, citing a lack of infrastructure and unclear prospects.
I am in my final year and I have decided to opt out and I'm not going for the 4th year. I will be pursuing my masters from University of Delhi. I think the 2 years master will give me a profound base and profound knowledge and an opportunity to understand my subjects better rather than a added 4th year to the already existing bachelor's degree.
I'm opting out and I'll be doing my master's from Delhi University. NEP, it's applying for the first time in our colleges. So the infrastructure is not that prepared for the additional fourth year, and also faculty support is also very much needed. I don't think everybody is that much, ready to provide it to all students. Many institutes like IITs, JNU, and even DU itself, they have not cleared that what the coursework will look like of a one-year master's program. So many things are not even clear right now. So it's very hard to make a choice.
I'll be continuing with the fourth year only. I think it will give me a better opportunity to study outside abroad if I am planning to study about it. Syllabus has been released, but we are not given the exact guideline what will be done in the syllabus.
Professors of the university also raised similar concerns.
We were not in favor of 4 year because fourth year is another expansion. 3-year UG plus 2-year PG is a more robust degree in our understanding. In 2019, EWS expansion came, which led to 25% expansion of each unit. We have not got any money for grants for infrastructure or for teachers' additional hand. For the fourth year, the government has not given any money for teachers and for infrastructure. So without that kind of support, this cannot be a quality change. That is our understanding. If you look at the output side, the university wants book chapter to be published by this student for the fourth year student, or a patent, or a Scopus Journal indexed Scopus Journal article. Now, I want to say that even in a very good PhD, it is in 2 years, after you have done work for 2 years or 3 years, that you are ready to do a research publication. Okay, and even when you are sure about the research publication, it takes journal 6 months, 8 months to even publish that. To have an output which is completely meaningless is unfortunate, because then you are forcing the institution or the system to fake it.
University officials believe the fourth year is a move aimed at widening access and flexibility.
When national education policy was new, there was a lot of discussion, rumor that national education policy would reduce the teaching load and a lot of teaching positions will be cut down. There won't be any positions in teaching career. Now the discussion is other side. They are saying that there is excessive load. I believe it's not going to change much in terms of load. Once the students take it up and they think, since we are doing it the first time, so it will settle down soon.
Officials also say that a fourth year would enable students to directly pursue a PhD without entering a master's program if students have required credits. There seems to be a lacuna with the introduction of the fourth year. It's the first time that the students will be appearing for a 7th semester. It is a bold push towards global standards. But the question is, can DU deliver? With camera person Sushil Rathi, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Now, after the controversy regarding the Kolhapuri chappals being used at a Prada fashion show, now it is the German sandal brand Birkenstock that has filed a case in Delhi's High Court alleging several sellers and merchandisers in India for selling replicas of their famous flat footwear. Mayank Chaudhary gets us the details.
It's the season of fashion foes. First Prada, then Crocs, and now the German footwear giant Birkenstock has entered the game. Famous for its cork-based strappy sandals, the widely popular shoemakers Birkenstock have decided to file a case in Delhi High Court against a number of factories and sellers, accusing them of producing and selling replicas of the iconic flat footwear. As Indians, we are no strangers to counterfeit luxury products. Here in the capital, one can easily access replicas of designer bags and footwear. Birkenstock has taken legal action to halt the production and sale of fake Birkenstock products, signaling a strong stance against intellectual property infringement. A team of 10 lawyers have been appointed to visit the alleged locations, inspect and seize the products if needed. Birkenstock has accused around 4 factories and traders, as well as 2 unidentified individuals, for manufacturing their trademark products in India, as well as internationally. This comes after Prada has been sent a legal notice by a petitioner in India. Those with the humble income settle for these stunning knockoffs. Global brands see it in 2 ways. One as a sign of market domination, others as a sign of threat. With camera person Ishita Kaur, this is Mayank Chaudhary for NDTV.
Moving on now, India's first astronaut aboard the space station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, is very busy. He shared an in-orbit update on the scientific experiments that he's been doing on his 14-day mission. He highlighted Indian experiments in microgravity, from stem cell therapy to seed growth, and also other such experiments, marking, absolutely a new phase in those experiments and research that is taking place. Let's listen in to what Shukla had to say.
So Shuks, I know you've been very busy with your research that has been brought up from India. Can you tell me about some of the research you've been doing and why it's been particularly interesting and exciting?
Of course. Thank you so much for your question. I would agree. Yes, I have been very busy since the time we have come, doing a lot of research on the station. And I'm very excited, and this mission is actually kind of opening the doors for microgravity or space research for Indian researchers and scientists. And I'm so proud that ISRO has been able to collaborate with national institutions all over the country, and they came up with some fantastic research which I am doing on the station for all the scientists and researchers, and it is exciting. It is a joy to do this, and the research spans various domains, various disciplines, right from doing some stem cell research and to growing some seeds, seeing the effect of microgravity on seeds, also evaluating the cognitive load on astronauts while they are interacting with screens on board the station. So it has been fantastic, and I feel proud to be this kind of bridge between the researchers and the station to conduct this research on behalf of them. One particular research which I am really excited about is the stem cell research, wherein the scientists are trying to explore that whether by adding supplements to the stem cells, is it possible to accelerate the recovery or the growth, or to repair the injury. And it has been great to work in the glove box doing this research for them. And I'm just really excited to be doing this. And I'm extremely proud of all the teams who have worked together to put up this research for us, and just happy to be here doing this for them. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
कहना इस दीवार पे इतने इश्तहार चिपके हैं कि कोई दरार नज़र नहीं आती। मैं उन लोगों में से जो कहता हूँ सारे इश्तहार फाड़ के फेंको, पहले दरार को एड्रेस करो।
ये दरार इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ लेफ्ट कुछ राइट, पर हम उन मुद्दों में आपके साथ जिनसे आपकी फाइट है। डिजिटल से देश समझा, अब टीवी पर समाधान लाना है। आइए मेरे साथ खबरों की कचहरी में सिर्फ NDTV पर।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories.
The Maharashtra Food and Drugs Administration has suspended the license of the caterer which operates the canteen at the Akashvani MLA hostel in Mumbai, where a staffer was assaulted by Shiv Sena legislator Sanjay Gaikwad for allegedly serving stale food. Meanwhile, political action in New Delhi as the Karnataka power play shifts to the capital. The Karnataka Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister are expected to meet the top brass of the Congress today. A young girl has taken to Instagram to flag concerns over an account that has been posting reels of women without their consent as they walk on Church Street and other parts of Bengaluru. A 4.4 magnitude earthquake jolts Delhi-NCR. The epicenter is in Haryana's Jhajjar. Several opposition leaders have lashed out at the BJP after a portion of a bridge in Vadodara's Padra collapsed, killing at least 11 people. The Congress accuses the BJP in Gujarat of taking a pay cut commission from any contractor before they get a work order. US President Donald Trump has launched a multi-front trade assault on Brazil, threatening it with massive new tariffs and demanding the end of criminal charges against his ally, former President Jair Bolsonaro. India and England are to lock horns at Lord's. It's an epic battle at the Mecca of cricket as Bumrah returns. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. A big focus, the Maharashtra Food and Drug Administration has cancelled the license of the canteen whose staffer was assaulted by Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad over the quality of dal served to him. Sanjay Gaikwad pushed the staffer on camera, as we have extensively covered. The incident has sparked a row in the state, questioning the conduct of Sena leaders. The decision to cancel the license comes hours after the Maharashtra FDA collected samples of the food for testing. The MLA, do remember, had alleged that he was served stale food. But NDTV confronted this violent MLA this morning. Sanjay Gaikwad maintains that he regrets nothing. The violent MLA also said he will not apologize.
आकाशवाणी कैंटीन का लाइसेंस सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है और ये सब हुआ जब एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिसमें बुल्ढाना से विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जी एक स्टाफर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मैनेजर, स्टाफर हो या मैनेजर, किसी को भी मारना आपको लगता है कि सही है?
देखो, ये जो शिकायत मैं 2-3 साल से कर रहा था, शिकायत करने के बाद भी नतीजा कुछ निकला नहीं। मेरी अकेले की शिकायत नहीं थी, महाराष्ट्र के कई सारे एमएलएज, उनके पीए, न जाने कितने लोग, हर कोई शिकायत करता था, लेकिन नतीजा कभी बाहर आया नहीं। इसलिए मैं जानता था कि मेरा रास्ता गलत है, लेकिन गलत रास्ते से मैं सही इस पर जगह पे पहुंचा हूं। वो गलत रास्ता अपनाने से आज इस पर कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। और ये जो शेट्टी लोग हैं, ये महाराष्ट्र में आज से इनका ये धंधा नहीं है हमारे लोगों की ज़िंदगी से खेलने का। आज मेरी ज़िंदगी से खेलने का उन्होंने प्रयास किया। पहली बात तो है कि मैं पेट की दर्द से मैं 20 साल से परेशान हूँ। अगर जरा सा भी कुछ कम ज़्यादा होता है तो मुझे बहुत दर्द होता है, इसलिए मेरी जान पहले से जल चुकी थी।
सर, समस्याएं सारी विधायकों की है, लेकिन उन सबका जिम्मा जो है आपने अपने सर ले लिया। अब आप जो है कटघरे में खड़े हैं कि आप ऐसे मारपीट कैसे कर सकते हैं?
देखो, सबके दिल की बात है, सबके दिल को तो लग रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है,
सबको लग रहा है।
बहुत से लोग कल मुझे मिले कि नहीं, ये तो बहुत आपने अच्छा किया, लेकिन सामने कोई आ नहीं रहा था। कई कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी कोई आ नहीं रहा था। मैंने लाखों लोगों का जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको आरोग्य है वो संभालने के लिए मैंने ये कदम उठाया कि कम से कम आने वाले कल में इनकी शरीर आरोग्य को तकलीफ ना हो, इसलिए मैंने ये कदम उठाया।
मारपीट
जो किया वो आपने देखा है।
हमने देखा, लेकिन सर देखा जाए तो आप एक विधायक हैं, आपके पास एक दर्जा है, आप चाहते तो इसको लीगली ले जाकर आप चाहे तो एफडीए के पास आप डायरेक्टली जाते, आप कंप्लेन करते, आप कुछ इनिशिएट करते। इस प्रकार मारपीट करके आपको नहीं लगता आपने कहीं एक गलती कर दी है?
200-400 कंप्लेंट हो चुकी है अभी तक, 200-400। एफडी की तरफ भी हो गए। मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी खुद कल मुझे बताया कि हमने भी उनको बताया। अब इतना कंप्लेंट होने के बाद में ये लोग नहीं अगर करते तो हम लोगों ने क्या करना चाहिए? मानता हूँ मैंने गलत तरीका अपनाया, पर मेरा निशाना सही जगह पे लगा है।
My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has also been tracking the finer developments. She joins us live this morning. Radhika, as our colleague Sujata has confronted the Shiv Sena MLA, he still seems to not have any regrets, and he said that he will not apologize.
That's right. Sanjay Gaikwad there is defiant. He is unapologetic. He says he did the right thing. There have been multiple complaints over food quality and he just took it up, and absolutely no regrets as far as this MLA is concerned over what he did. Now remains to be seen if any action will be taken against Gaikwad. Of course, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, both of them spoke. Both of them condemned this incident and said that action will be taken. But so far, no concrete action has been taken against this man. There is no FIR lodged still, no complaint before any of the police stations, and besides that, no disciplinary action from his party either. So which is why perhaps he's still defiant. He does not want to apologize, and also brings in regional politics there, saying that it is the Shetties who run the restaurant, not Maharashtrians. Shetties are known to be good with hotel business and so on. So yes, he's bringing regional politics here. He is talking about how the food is not of good quality over the last several months, and many complaints have been raised. Despite that, they don't improve the condition of the food or the quality of the food. So therefore he was just doing the right thing is what he continues to say. But we'll really have to see if any action will be taken. But we know that FDA was at the spot at the canteen yesterday. They have suspended the license of the food providers there, of the contractors there. Examination will be carried out. There was initial violations under the Food Safety Act that has been found, which is why the license has been cancelled. So yes, that has been done. But what about action against this MLA? While FD officials have done their bit, the priority should have been to suspend or take action against this person, Sanjay Gaikwad, which has unfortunately not been done.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for taking us through the latest details that have emerged. There are lots of unanswered questions at this point. Why has VIP thug at this point, Sanjay Gaikwad, not been arrested? He's just spoken to NDTV this morning, saying that he has no regrets, he remains defiant. My colleague Saurabh takes us through the 5 big questions on the Sena MLA's thuggery. Listen in to his report.
This remains NDTV's campaign against this kind of bullying, boorish behavior by people in positions of power. And of course, this is what we call against VIP thugs. And of course, there are several big questions on this. And one of the big questions, of course, is the fact that will this MLA be arrested? He's a Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad. Will he be arrested? That's the first question that we're asking on NDTV. And that's important because, look, what has followed is something that's a part of procedure. It could be a part of procedure. If there's a complaint about some food, it could be a part of procedure. And that, of course, brings us to the second question, that will Shiv Sena, the party to which Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad belongs to, will the Shiv Sena allow action against him? Or will it protect him while condemning his behavior? Because really there has to be action against Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad. The third question now is, of course, the action that's followed this whole, behavior by Mr. Gaikwad and the FDA's action. Now, the FDA is supposed to keep track of whether hygienic food is being served or not. But in this case, it begs the question, is this an attempt to intimidate the canteen? Because in the first place, the FDA should have conducted checks earlier. This is a VIP canteen. This is an MLA canteen. What was the reason that, the FDA team woke up to this issue only after this incident of this MLA slapping, brutally, punching someone, throwing him to the ground? So was the FDA really waiting for something like this? And is this an attempt to intimidate? Is the third big question we are asking. The fourth question is, of course, There is also, why did the FDA only wake up after this, VIP thugs violence? Overall, how is the FDA functioning, or does it only act when, somebody indulges in behavior like this? And of course, the last one is, of course, will Maharashtra's VIP thugs be reined in? When will this kind of behavior stop? This is, of course, an ongoing campaign on NDTV India against VIP thugs, and we'll be tracking every detail, every case where there is behavior that is like this, especially people in power.
Meanwhile, what are the charges against Sena leader Sanjay Gaikwad? My colleague Shiv Arur has this report on what the BNS sections that are applicable on the Sena MLA after this complete video, and the episode is now viral. Take a look.
We consulted some lawyers, and I want to list out for you what sections of the Bharat Nyaya Samhita, the penal code, can be slapped on this coward MLA of the Shinde Sena. Number 1, BNS 130, section 130, which is for assault, any act causing fear of criminal force. Then there's BNS 114, which is hurting, bodily pain, disease or infirmity, hurt, that is another section. BNS 115, voluntarily hurt, intentionally causing hurt, which has a penalty of up to 1 year imprisonment or a fine of up to 10,000 rupees or both. Then you've got BNS 128, force, physical power or coercion, move or to stop a person or to hinder them. Then BNS 129, section 129, criminal force, that is force without consent to cause harm or fear. Then there is BNS 351, criminal intimidation, which is a familiar section, threat to harm a person, property or reputation, penalty of up to 2 years and imprisonment or a fine or both. All of these are sections that can be slapped on this MLA, and not a single thing has happened, not even a police complaint has taken place against this VIP thug who says that he will do it again if given the chance.
Let's switch tracks now. A 26-year-old man accused of operating an Instagram account that posted videos and photographs of women in Bengaluru without their consent was arrested following a woman's viral Instagram post. The suspect, identified as Gurdeep Singh, a hotel management graduate currently unemployed, was detained at his residence in Kiarpuram area of Bengaluru. He lives with his brother and is now in police custody after officers took up the case on their own. The account in question had been posting video clips primarily filmed on Church Street, which is a popular commercial and pedestrian area in central Bengaluru. The clips, they featured women walking in public spaces, often appearing unaware or startled when the camera was pointed at them. Several videos actually showed women being followed discreetly as the person behind the lens captured footage under the guise of documenting street chaos. The latest being that one person, a 26-year-old man, accused of operating this account, has now been arrested. My colleague Deepak Bopanna has the latest details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Deepak, what are the details you can disclose to our viewers currently?
This is another case coming to the fore from Bengaluru, a case where a person with his own, voyeuristic needs and, weird pleasures has gone ahead and shot images and videos of women in different parts of Bengaluru, especially on the popular Church Street, and then started to upload it on his social media account, started to gain a lot of traction through that as well. Now let me take you through some of the details. Now, it was very recently that a woman flagged off an issue. She claimed that, after her video without her consent was posted on this, account, multiple people started to send her vulgar messages, and she flagged off concerns and also asked the officials to take note of it and help bring down that particular video. Now, while, she went ahead and reported it to Meta or Instagram as well, they cited, certain concerns about their policies due to which they could not bring it down. Now, another interesting aspect here is that just about a few weeks ago, there was another incident where an individual was taken into custody for posting images of women on the Bengaluru metro. During that time, the police, of course, was keeping a track on similar social media accounts. They had come across this particular account, and FIR was also registered registered a couple of weeks ago. And following this woman's video going viral, the search was intensified for this man, and he has now been taken into custody. He's been identified as a 26-year-old person who has done his hotel management, but was out of a job, and in the evenings he used to go out on the streets and capture these videos and upload them.
Deepak, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest and clarifying the details for us. Breaking news coming in at the moment. The Enforcement Directorate has raided multiple places in Bengaluru. The raids are related to the foreign assets of Karnataka MLA S.N. Subba Reddy and his family members. As per the latest information coming in, the raids at 5 locations in Bengaluru. Under FEMA, searches are being conducted at 5 places, which include the residence of the accused, certain business establishments, and the places of close associates too. Subba Reddy and his family members are accused of investing in foreign bank accounts. But for the latest information, let's go across to Deepak Bopanna, who's tracking the story very closely. Deepak, what details can you disclose regarding these ED raids that are currently on in 5 locations in Bengaluru?
The Enforcement Directorate is trying to investigate the foreign accounts that this particular legislator has. Now, we are also told that he has immovable assets in 3 different countries, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and even Germany. And the officials suspect that there could be more assets in other countries as well. They're also looking into bank accounts in foreign countries, also vehicles that were purchased. These are basically FEMA violations that are being looked at. 5 different locations at this point in time being searched. He is a 3-time MLA. He's currently, of course, a legislator from Bagepalli in Karnataka. So it's going to be interesting how the Congress party respond to this, because more often than not, when you do have agencies conducting searches against, Congress legislators, you see the party allege that this is vendetta politics. But right now, we haven't yet heard from them how much will be unearthed through these raids. That's another aspect to look out for.
Deepak, thanks so much for joining us with the latest regarding this breaking news development. As my colleague Deepak Bopanna is reporting, Subba Reddy and his family members are accused of investing in foreign bank accounts, vehicles and real estate in countries like Malaysia, Hong Kong and Germany. So the Enforcement Directorate is currently investigating their illegal foreign assets. In other news, a couple originally from Kerala has gone missing from Bengaluru after allegedly defrauding hundreds of investors in a multi-crore chit fund scheme. The pair, identified as Tommy and Shiny, were operating A&A Chits and Finance, a firm based in the city's Ramamurthy Nagar, which promised high monthly returns and cultivated trust over more than 2 decades. Victims spoke to NDTV. Listen in, followed by the latest reaction we've lined up from the police for you.
Chit company has been running for the last 22 years, I believe. And we have in front for the last 17 years. Based on the trust he built up, we have been putting FT and also investing in chit, small chit, and accumulating the fund for buying a house or land, something like. But since before last 2 years, he was perfectly paying the interest, returning the chit amount. Even the FD amount, if we did, he will hardly take some 1 month and then giving it. For the known persons, we don't know how he was dealing with the other peoples. But the known circle, he was perfect. So other circle, we have no idea, but people are complaining that he was not paying the interest or chit amount or FD amount on time. And recently, since the last 6 months, he was struggling in returning the fund and all those things.
How much you lost the amount? How much you deposit the amount?
I lost around 60 lakhs rupees.
Sir, actually right now around 390 people have come to the police station, have given the complaint. So we don't know who else are going to come. Seeing all the news channels and in the newspapers, people have come around. So that is on the police station side. And depositing with Tommy was out of trust, everybody. He was one among the church member. So he was one among all of us, like how we are standing now. He was like that, along with everyone. So that was the way he mingled, and everybody invested out of trust.
Sir, how much you lost?
Sir, we have there is so much of we have put in chit and so many stuffs like that. So chit and deposits also we have put. So it has gone so much. We haven't taken the chit also. Again, we took we deposit chit again. In that way, it has gone up, sir.
This is a A&A Chit Funds and Finance Limited office located in Ramurthy Police Station. And this is owned by a couple called Tony and Shami Tony, both husband and wife. So they hail from a place called Alpuza, Kerala. And on 5th, some people came to Ramurthy Police Station. They registered, gave a complaint telling that they had invested in a company, so the A&A company, and now the couple are absconding. So we registered a criminal case under BNS 318 and 317 and Chit Funds Act 1982 and the latest act under BUDS, different sections of BUDS Act. So according to our rough estimate, so far it is 40 crore rupees has been cheated. It should be investigated by special agents according to the existing circulars. So we are contemplating of following the procedure.
Meanwhile, strong tremors were felt in Delhi and other parts of the national capital region as an earthquake struck in Haryana's Jhajjar district. The estimated magnitude of the quake was around 4.4 on the Richter scale, which measures the magnitude of the earthquakes, as you're well aware. The earthquake's depth is being reported at 10 kilometers. But in several areas of Delhi, residents left their homes after fans and other household items swayed after the quake that struck at about 9:04 a.m. The tremors were also felt in office areas in Gurugram and for us in Noida as well, as computer systems shook and some professionals also stepped out of their offices. Tremors, meanwhile, were also felt as far as Meerut and Shamli in western Uttar Pradesh, which is about 200 kilometers from the epicenter, which is Haryana's Jhajjar. We have some crucial reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
उस टाइम में दुकान पर खड़ा हुआ तो दुकान में ऐसा लग रहा था कोई हिला रहा है दुकान को पकड़ के।
भूकंप के झटके तो एनसीआर में आते ही रहते हैं, तो इसके लिए हमें मॉक ड्रिल वगैरह करके रेडी रहना चाहिए कि मतलब कभी ऐसा आए तो हम बचाव कर सकें या अपने आप को बचा सकें।
डर लगा था काफ़ी, ऐसे ऐसे गाड़ी हाली थी।
गाड़ी में आप बैठे?
हाँ, मैं गाड़ी में बैठा था, गाड़ी हिली थी।
तेज झटके महसूस?
हाँ, काफ़ी तेज था।
My colleague Pallav Bavla joins us live at the moment with a quick update. In fact, he was one of the few people who were one of the first ones to flag the fact whether there was an earthquake. Pallav sir, as we have now established, the magnitude of the earthquake was around 4.4 on the Richter scale?
Yes, it was a 4.4 magnitude earthquake with the epicenter of Delhi at Jhajjar, which is in Haryana, at a 10-kilometer depth. This is what the Center for Seismology of India says, and that's the nodal agency which monitors earthquakes for India, and they are very good at doing that. Usually a 4.4 magnitude earthquake would not cause loss of life and damage. I have not seen any reports of damage so far, and I'm not surprised by that because usually damage happens at magnitude 6 and above. But it is a wake-up call that Delhi is vulnerable to earthquakes. Delhi falls in seismic zone 4, which is the highest level, and Delhi should be very prepared for handling larger magnitude earthquakes, and a big one is expected anytime soon. We cannot forecast when it will happen. But there are several do's and don'ts which can be done to prevent loss of life and property during earthquakes. And best is making buildings which are safer and making buildings which are stronger. That is the best, because earthquakes don't kill. It is buildings when they fall which kill people. So building stronger is the best alternative.
Always, sir. Thank you so much for joining us with the lowdown. In other news, the suspense over the Karnataka Chief Minister post has shifted from Bengaluru to Delhi, with both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar in the national capital to meet the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge and senior party leaders and leaders of the opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi. While both Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. Shivkumar have said that Delhi trips are related to state projects, the timing of their proposed meetings with the Congress High Command has raised eyebrows as they follow claims by Karnataka MLAs about a possible leadership change in Bengaluru. Sunil Prabhu has the insider details for us. Listen in.
Well, it's definitely something that the Congress party is very exercised about. They have already ruled out the possibility of a change of chief minister. But be that as it may, I think the focus clearly for the Congress party is to ensure that they work unitedly, work as a united house. There is definitely aspirations of D.K. Shivkumar to take over as chief minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, who's been the chief minister. All of them have to work together. And I think somewhere down the line, Rahul Gandhi will have to use his diplomatic skills as well as his persuasive power to ensure that the Congress remains united in the run-up to the Lok Sabha elections as well as the state elections, which will be due in another 2 years' time. There have been a lot of issues in terms of governance, in terms of how the Congress party has gone about this entire process. And hopefully, Mr. Karge, as well as Rahul Gandhi, as well as Mr. K.C. Venugopal, will find a way forward to ensure that the aspirations of all these leaders are met and they're able to actually deliver on the promises that they've made to the people of Karnataka.
My colleague Deepak Bopanna has also been tracking the suspense for us. He joins us live with a quick update at the moment. Deepak, so the suspense over this Chief Minister post has shifted from Bengaluru to Delhi, as I briefed our viewers. But what's Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. D.K. Shivkumar's plan of action for the day?
They've had multiple rounds of meetings with union ministers. That has concluded. Today, I'm told that they want to meet Rahul Gandhi. Officially, what they maintain is that there are, of course, talks on the finalization of names for the boards and corporations, nominations for the MLCs. All of this, of course, needs to be done and finalized with the High Command, especially with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. During this time, whether there will be any sort of dialogue that will be held about, the unwritten promise that is always spoken about. That is a change after 2.5 years of the chief minister, whether this will come up for discussion, considering the chorus has only been growing over the last couple of weeks in Bengaluru. Mr. Surjewala, of course, was here. He's flying back to Delhi today. He has been taking a lot of inputs from the legislators. Officially, they continue to maintain no talks of leadership right now. But when you look at the statements and the growing chorus, one would have to really look at the timing and why this is happening, and whether the High Command will look at a possibility of intervening right now, and if it is the right option before them.
Deepak, thanks so much as always for joining us with the latest. Meanwhile, several opposition leaders have lashed out at the BJP after a portion of a bridge in Vadodara's Padra collapsed, killing at least 11 people. The Congress accuses the BJP in Gujarat of taking a pay cut commission from any contractor before they get a work order. But after this bridge collapse in Gujarat, the opposition is questioning the Gujarat government on why measures were not taken earlier despite multiple warnings. Vehicles plunged into the Mahisagar River during the morning rush hour due to the collapse of a portion of this bridge in Vadodara. The Shiv Sena UBT faction has called the incident a collapse of the Gujarat model in its mouthpiece Samna. Nearly 3 years ago, officials from the Vadodara division of Gujarat's Roads and Buildings Department were alerted in a letter about unusual vibrations being felt on the Mujpur Gambira bridge and that it was in a dangerous condition. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel ordered an investigation into this collapse as a team of technical experts were also dispatched to the site. Well, let's turn our attention now to a horrific story coming in. In a shocking incident, a man assaulted and attempted to bite a 12-year-old boy inside the lift of a residential building in Maharashtra's Palegaon. The man also threatened the child. In this CCTV camera footage, which has now gone viral on social media, the man can be seen entering the lift and repeatedly slapping the boy as soon as he steps in. The assault takes place in the presence of a woman, as you can see through the visuals playing out on your screens. This woman tries to stop the man. But after the assault, which occurred around 5 p.m. on July 4th, the man is also seen appearing to threaten the child and bite his arm, as you just witnessed. The incident reportedly took place at the Patel Zenon housing project in the Palegaon area. The child's father has now accused the police of inaction, and the child's father has claimed that the accused was being protected. The parents, as you can imagine, are demanding swift justice. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is tracking this horrific story. She joins us over the phone line with a quick update. Radhika, take us through what exactly transpired. This is a shocking assault inside a lift with a 12-year-old boy being slapped repeatedly and also being bitten by this man.
Absolutely. This shocking video has gone viral. A 12-year-old boy was, in fact, brutally attacked in this housing society, which is in Ambernath East. And this incident happened on July 4, around 5 p.m. is when it happened. The boy was, in fact, heading for his tuition classes from the 14th floor. Now, the accused became enraged when the boy, in fact, closed the lift doors at the 9th floor without holding them open. CCTV, of course, going viral. It shows this accused, his name is Kailash. In fact, it shows Kailash entering the lift and slapping the boy repeatedly, even biting his hand and also giving threats to him, including, something along the lines of, "I'll stab you outside." The assault, of course, continuing in the building lobby as well, which is what the eyewitnesses have told the police. Despite intervention by, housekeeping staff there, security guards and other people in the building, this man continued to assault this boy. And later there was obviously an FIR registered following public outrage, but it took 4 days for the police to register a case. We'll really have to confirm if this man has been arrested or if this man was arrested and then later released.
Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. We are yet to confirm whether this man, who has repeatedly thrashed a 12-year-old boy inside a lift and then gone on to attempt to bite him, has been arrested yet. The latest updates and news continues right here on NDTV 24/7. Slipping into a very quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं। ये लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
कहना इस दीवार पे इतने इश्तहार चिपके हैं कि कोई दरार नजर नहीं आती। मैं उन लोगों में से जो कहता हूँ सारे इश्तहार फाड़ के फेंको, पहले दरार को एड्रेस करो।
ये दरार इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ लेफ्ट कुछ राइट, पर हम उन मुद्दों में आपके साथ जिनसे आपकी फाइट है। डिजिटल से देश समझा, अब टीवी पर समाधान लाना है। आइए
A big focus at the moment. Well, India and England are expected to lock horns at Lord's. It's expected to be an epic battle at the Mecca of cricket as Bumrah returns. Let's just go across to my colleague Boria for all the latest updates from the epicenter of all the action.
The anticipation at Lord's is always magical. You get off St. John's Wood Tube Station or you come the other way through Lisson Grove, and you feel that pulse that this is the home of cricket. MCC members with their orange and yellow ties. There is a whole deal of anticipation to a Lord's Test match. As far as the build-up is concerned, Jasprit Bumrah match day -2 bowling full tilt in that session. As I record this particular piece, behind me the Indians training, Shubman Gill, KL Rahul intensely batting. On my left here, Sai Sudarshan batting. So the Indian build-up has been top-notch. They know that they have a chance. They know that they have come back miraculously when people had written them off. And they also know that Lord's, in a sense, could well be the decider. It's a sellout test match. All 4 days are sold out. Last day we know that here you can get tickets. But the first 4 days, chock-a-block here at Lord's. The build-up has been magical. Let's set it up for you.
Having drawn level with England in the series, the body language of the men in blue said much of the attitude they will display over the next 5 days at Lord's. While Shubman Gill has led from the front, his deputy, Rishabh Pant, has given a call to the first-timers on the tour of England to step up and level up.
यही टाइम होता है जब आपको मौका मिलता है स्टेप अप करने का, लेवल अप करने का. ये अपॉर्चुनिटी होता है rather than you see it as a setback कि हमारे मेन बॉलर नहीं है. बुमराह was not playing because of workload management, but still Akashdeep stood up, Siraj stood up, and that is very nice to see. So eventually the team becomes better and better.
Shubman's deputy spoke about the friendships off the field that are translating into better communication and a cohesive approach on the field.
When you have a good camaraderie of the field, I think it eventually shows on the field. Hopefully we can do the same thing with the whole team going forward and just make it one big unit.
In a hugely entertaining press conference a couple of days after making his debut at the Royal Box in Wimbledon, Pant spoke about his constant chatter behind the stumps and while batting as well that has caught real makers' fancy.
अपने लिए as a batsman, I think मैं same चीज़ कर रहा हूँ जो मैं as a kid करता था. Keep telling myself because my coach used to tell me कि keep talking to you. जो मेरे ले श्री तारक सिन्हा सर थे, जो उन्होंने चीज़ें सिखाई हैं, I still try to do the same thing always.
The Indian vice captain says that he is looking forward to the return of England pacer Jofra Archer after 4 years. But what combination will India play with Bumrah coming back?
I think option is still open. I think discussion are still going on. But 3-1 होगा या 3-2 होगा, we'll get to know by tomorrow only. So discussions are going on because what's happening when you see the wicket in 2 days, it's sometimes it changes the color, the moisture become less also. So we have to see eventually take a call how the wicket is going to play.
England skipper Ben Stokes spoke about his side's aim of hitting India hard in Lord's, but Gill & Company has a template that promises to deliver an exciting encounter at the home of cricket. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
Yeah, last time at Lord's, COVID times, who remembers or rather who has forgotten? Virat Kohli's those words, let's give them hell. All of a sudden, all of India backing that team, that last wicket partnership, taking the game beyond England. And then the Indian bowlers coming out, 2 ducks at the top. And finally, as the match was about to get to that climax, that finale, that closure, Virat Kohli's India with full-on intensity, Mohammad Siraj, Jasprit Bumrah running in. All of us remember what Virat Kohli did. That was one classic, absolute classic in the echelons of Indian cricket. India 2-1 up in that series when it was stopped by COVID, and that Lord's victory will forever remain one of the high points. Let's relook at what Virat Kohli and his team achieved at Lord's.
Lord's Test is being billed as the big moment in the series when Jasprit Bumrah returns to action. He picked the new ball at the nets on Tuesday The Indian pacer last bowled on the 24th of June. Having picked 5 wickets in the series opener, Bumrah is expected to up the ante in Lord's.
Inside edge.
On his first visit during the 2021 summer, the pace ace played a key role in India winning a thriller. With the pitch on offer at Lord's, Bumrah will be licking his lips come Thursday.
And wouldn't you know it, it's that man, Bumrah.
Akashdeep to crawl. Way to go.
Akashdeep was all over England with his sensational spell, coming up with a 6-for in Birmingham, swinging the ball deviously and using the cracks in the wicket. He's overall 10 wickets for 187 runs and now the best bowling figures by an Indian in a test in England, surpassing Chetan Sharma's record from 1986. He's expected to continue from where he had left off.
What a delivery from Akashdeep.
He had 9 wickets in the series from 2 outings, 6 of them in the Birmingham Test alone. After Virat Kohli, Mohammad Siraj is perhaps the most expressive of all the Indian cricketers. He's a package of cricket and entertainment. Siraj's relentless energy and aggression and the ability to strike at critical moments will be key in the 3rd Test.
Oh, close and he's not hit it. Finally, the finger goes up.
Holes to work with, but you're batting 9 to now round the wicket.
Ravi Jadeja has moved from a rock star to an elder brother of the team. He has outlasted the troika he rose alongside: Virat Kohli, Ravichandran Ashwin and Rohit Sharma, men who helped define the previous era, who have since moved on. He has delivered with his bat in the series, but big occasions bring out big performances. So watch out for Jadeja the bowler in what could be his last outing at Lord's. The only time Shardul Thakur has played in London was during the last series in 2021. He bowled his best spell of 2 for 22 with an economy of 3.3 in oval. This test will be his maiden outing in Lord's. India will expect him to wipe out the English tail. In New Delhi, Rika Roy for NDTV.
In a test match which is as important and as significant as this one, there has to be matchups. There are battles within battles, right? Absolute battles within battles. Chris Woakes, for example, average of 12 here at Lord's will be a real handful. And for India, KL Rahul will have to defend them. KL Rahul will have to really leave balls outside off. Got 100 last time round in 2021. Will have the confidence against Chris Woakes, but that's battle number 1. For me, battle number 2, if you look at the other side, it's Jasprit Bumrah versus Joe Root. Jasprit Bumrah has already picked up Joe Root 10 times in his career. Can he do it one more time at the home of cricket? That's a real important battle as well. From the other side, the one man England has failed to dislodge right through the series, the Indian captain Shubman Gill. They will unleash Jofra Archer against Shubman Gill. Can Jofra get the better of Shubman Gill? Could well decide the match. And finally, Ravindra Jadeja, that sword dance, but with the ball against Ben Stokes. That's another key battle that sets up the Lord's Test match.
Second 100. My goodness, what a delivery. No, it's that man, Bumrah.
This contest pits Indian skipper and young opening batter Shubman Gill against England's returning pace spearhead Jofra Archer. Archer's pace and ability to extract bounds could test Gill's technique and resolve. But the Indian captain on the hill of runs will come out with the determination to challenge Archer. This is perhaps the box office fixture: Joe Root versus Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah's ability to swing the ball and his variations will test Root's strong defence.
What a shot. An innings of the highest class.
While Root's elegant stroke play will aim to unsettle Bumrah's rhythm, the Indian ace had him in the first innings of the Leeds Test. England's captain Ben Stokes, known as the original Bazballer, will face a stern test against Ravindra Jadeja's left-arm spin. Jadeja has a good record against Stokes in tests, and his ability to tie down one end and pick up crucial wickets will be key for India. Remember, Jadeja and Sundar had him in a spin in the 2 tests. KL Rahul has scored a century and a 50 in the series, but this battle could be decisive in the early stages of India's innings. Rahul versus Wokes. Rahul has had a century in Lords before and will fancy another chance at a big hit, but Wokes' ability to swing the ball and his accuracy could prove challenging. At number 5 is the battle between India's newest pace sensation Akashdeep and the world number 1 test batter Harry Brook, who scored 153 in the first innings in Edgbaston. He was Akashdeep's victim in both innings of the previous test. It'll be round 3 at Lords. In New Delhi, Richter Roy for NDTV.
It's the captain who finishes it. And that's a fitting end.
I've been here for a couple of days now and already the pitch has started to change color. In fact, when we came in on the 8th of July, it was pretty green, very greenish. But on the 9th of July, it was slightly on the browner side, a little bit of green shaved off because the grass was being shaved off, the roller was being used, which tells you that not all that grass will remain. So eventually on match day, but you must also remember the WTC final, first couple of days, real helpful conditions. You've got to remember that. Third day it flattened out and it was Aiden Markram and Temba Bavuma who made merry. So the condition of the pitch, at least at the start, will be greenish and then as the match progresses, will flatten out. The weather, it's warm. Can't you see? I'm wearing a t-shirt, then that's all I need. No jackets, no jumpers, no blazers, nothing. Yes, at Lords, you might just want to wear, which I will, but you don't need it. Temperatures hovering around the 30 mark. That's as warm as it could get in London, 30, 31. On a couple of days, even might touch 32 and the low around 20. No speck of cloud in the sky. No real chance of rain. Absolutely no chance of rain. So hot weather. Warm weather, really hot weather greeting this test match. Will that impact the pitch? Will that impact India? Will that impact England? Will it influence team selection? We've got to see. But the weather, hot and warm, that's what you will get in London.
Breaking news coming in at the moment regarding the Hyderabad betting app case. The Enforcement Directorate has booked 29 celebrities. This is the breaking news information we're tracking on NDTV at the moment. These 29 celebrities that have been booked by the ED is actually citing the fact that these celebrities endorsed the betting apps. So the ED heat is on. Top South stars Vijay Deverakonda, Rana Daggubati, Prakash Raj are all under the lens in the Hyderabad betting app case. The Enforcement Directorate has booked 29 celebrities, including Vijay Deverakonda, Rana Daggubati and Prakash Raj. The Enforcement Directorate's heat is on top South stars as Prakash Raj, Rana Daggubati and Vijay Deverakonda now are under the Enforcement Directorate's lens. For further clarity on the matter, let's go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who has the insider details for us. Uma, we're given to understand that the ED's booked 29 celebrities. Who exactly are these celebrities and what are they being accused of?
So you mentioned three of those prominent names, Vijay Deverakonda, Prakash Raj, Rana Daggubati. There's also Nidhi Agarwal, Pranita Subhash, Manchu Lakshmi, who is also the daughter of actor Mohan Babu and someone who is owner of a huge production house here. And there are also TV hosts that we're talking about and YouTubers as well who are influencers in this space. And what they're accused of is of endorsement of illegal betting apps like Jungle Rummy, A23, G-Twin, Parimatch, Lotus 365 and others, and also that large amount of money has got laundered through these means, and therefore they may be getting summoned soon. The celebrities have said that they had in fact ended their contracts with these agencies following concerns about ethical considerations in these cases, and they have said that they distanced themselves from the apps after knowing about the kind of activity that all does not seem to be above board in these cases. But increasingly, we are seeing, celebrities being questioned for the endorsements that they do. Yesterday, we had reported about Mahesh Babu, who had earlier received an ED summons over his endorsement of a real estate firm. And yesterday, the Consumer Commission had also given him notices for the same reason. So therefore, the responsibility being put on these celebrities as well because of the kind of social profile and influencer status that they have, because of which they need to be doubly careful about what they endorse. That could lead to this kind of concern among the public that they trusted a celebrity and put their money in it only to be cheated later.
Well, Uma, thanks so much for joining us with those details. We're given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate has booked 29 celebrities. They have been booked for endorsing betting apps, as my colleague Uma Sudhir is reporting. The ED heat is on top South stars, including Prakash Raj, Vijay Deverakonda and Rana Daggubati. The Enforcement Directorate has registered an enforcement case information report against 29 celebrities and several social media influencers, as Uma Sudhir is reporting, for allegedly promoting illegal online betting platforms after a businessman filed a complaint accusing the celebrities of promoting betting apps via social media channels. And some of the other celebrities include names like Nidhi Agarwal, Manchu Lakshmi, Pranita Subhash, TV host Srimukhi and Shyamala, and YouTubers as well like Harsha Sai. We have further breaking news coming in at the moment regarding Shashi Tharoor, where he slammed the Congress over emergency. The rift, it seems, between Shashi Tharoor and the Congress is now widening with the latest update coming in. Shashi Tharoor has said emergency was actually a dark chapter. He said India today is not the India of 1975. Aishwarya Jain has the latest on Mr. Tharoor's remarks that seem to indicate that the rift with him and the Congress is widening. Aishwarya, take us through what Shashi Tharoor has just said regarding emergency.
Well, in the recent past, we have seen Dr. Shashi Tharoor being very vocal about the Congress party, and while being abroad for a five-nation visit as well, Shashi Tharoor, in fact, had praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and how the diplomatic engagements went on to prove India's stance very clear. At that point in time as well, the Congress leaders within had attacked Shashi Tharoor, calling him as a super spokesperson. And this time as well, it is Shashi Tharoor who has written an article, an opinion piece in one of the leading magazines. It is Tharoor who had praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the leadership of today. Today it is all about the context of emergency that he wrote, and he has said that India that was of 1975 is not of today, but it is at that point of time, the when the emergency was imposed by then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, the media was muzzled. It was the fundamental rights that were taken away, and also had stated that it was dissent that was brutally suppressed. Tharoor also criticized his own party over emergency of that point of time, that it was not necessary at that point that emergency would be imposed. He went on to say that emergency is a dark chapter of India's history, and that is something that should be remembered. Remember, it is just few weeks ago that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the central government had issued notifications across the state to observe 50 years of emergency, is a dark chapter of India's history. And at that point of time, what has happened during 1975 was portrayed to different cultural programs and others as well. It is Congress party at that point in time called that what has happened in the past should be forgotten. But now their own leader Shashi Tharoor had written an article, and in this opinion piece he also went on to say that 50th anniversary and declaration of emergency was a dark chapter, and it came at a time of deep polarization and challenges to democratic norms of many countries, and it showed that how erosion of freedom often happens at that point. People and leaders of the country had been jailed. They were, articles of constitution were muzzled. They were put behind the bars, and that's how he has criticized their own government of 1975. Clearly, shows how Shashi Tharoor once again had been very vocal and criticizes his own party.
Aishwarya, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Well, further breaking news coming in at the moment. A petition has been filed in the Supreme Court to stall the execution of Keralite nurse Nimisha Priya in Yemen, which is scheduled for the 16th of July. Nimisha Priya, an Indian nurse from Kerala, is actually scheduled to be executed on the 16th of July in Yemen after she was convicted in the murder of a Yemeni national. Her case has been closely monitored by India's Ministry of External Affairs. She was sentenced to death by a Yemeni trial court in 2020. We are now being told that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court to stall the execution of Nimisha Priya in Yemen. My colleague Nupur Dogra has been tracking the finer developments. She joins us live with a quick update regarding the matter. Nupur, we're given to understand that the execution, though, is planned on Friday. The Supreme Court has now agreed to hear this urgent plea tomorrow.
Well, yes, her execution is scheduled for 16th of July. An urgent intervention from the top court was sought by an organization named by Save Nimisha Priya organization, and the top court was urged today to intervene and ask the center to help negotiate the blood money that is required under Sharia if the family of the deceased person agrees to forgive her and that blood money is paid, she can be let go of and she can be saved from the execution. Now the Supreme Court has agreed to list the petition tomorrow. It is a very important case. The woman has been stuck in Yemen and she claims to be innocent. However, she is accused of for a death of a person who she was said to be giving sedatives and injections as she was working as a nurse there. So it is a very important case, and tomorrow the Supreme Court is likely to take it up for hearing.
Nupur, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the details. As always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping to a very quick commercial break for now.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है, जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है, बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर।
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU. This is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture.
Yeah. 2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door.
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they
ED heat on top Southern Stars. This includes Vijay Deverakonda as well as Rana Daggubati, and 29 celebrities in all have been booked for endorsing betting apps. Celebrities deny any sort of wrongdoing. Is Shashi Tharoor and Congress's rift wide open? Well, it is Shashi Tharoor who's gone on to criticize Congress over emergency. Emergency, a dark chapter, is what Shashi Tharoor has gone on to say. In the Kerala news on the death row, it is the Supreme Court to hear the plea. Well, the top court agrees to hearing that urgent plea, a plea seeking top court's intervention from her execution. NDTV confronts Sanjay Gaikwad, the MLA who thrashed that canteen staffer. He remains defiant, says his ways might have been wrong but doesn't regret targeting the canteen staffer. This after no action has been taken against the man. However, the food police has gone ahead and cancelled Maharashtra's canteen license. And after a woman's viral Instagram post flagging women being filmed without their consent, a 26-year-old man has now been arrested. These were women walking down the street of Churchgate without their consent. They were being photographed, they were being videoed. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Enforcement Directorate that's registered an enforcement case information report. And this includes 29 celebrities. We're talking about actors such as Vijay Deverakonda as well as Rana Daggubati and Prakash Raj and several other social media influencers as well for allegedly promoting illegal online betting. These are platforms after a businessman filed a complaint accusing the celebrities of promoting those betting apps via social media, pop-up ads and other channels as well. And we've spoken about, the actors, but it also includes Nidhi Agarwal as well as others. There are YouTubers involved as well, including Harsh Sai. And in order to know more on this, we have my colleague Uma Sudhir joining us to get us the very latest. So, Uma, take us through what's really happening here and what is the case that's being made against these celebrities.
So this was in a complaint by an individual called Fanindra Sharma, on the basis of which, this case, ECIR as it is called, enforcement case information report has been booked against 29 celebrities is what I'm given to understand. But I do know that there are police cases against these same celebrities in the same case with regard to not just in Miapur, in Hyderabad, in Visakhapatnam and elsewhere as well. There are cases that have been booked against them for endorsing certain illegal betting apps that were operating online and that is said to have caused economic losses to people. And the argument of those who have filed the complaint is that they trusted a celebrity and the kind of a social status that they have and the influencer kind of a position that they hold of a kind of a trust that people have in their profile, and therefore they believe that it was wrong on the part of these celebrities to endorse these brands. The celebrities on their part have in the past as well, when in fact the complaint had initially come up, they had also said that they had distanced themselves from these betting apps and ended their contracts because of these kind of ethical considerations that seem to border on illegality and defrauding of large numbers of people. And therefore these celebrities now explaining, saying that they had done it in good faith and that now they have ended their contracts and therefore they should not be held liable for the actions of these betting app organizers. Back to you.
Right, Uma, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Moving on now to more news, and this is in regard to Shashi Tharoor and slamming the Congress over emergency. Shashi Tharoor and the Congress party's rift is now wide open, and this is while describing the role of Sanjay Gandhi as far as emergency is concerned. He's gone on to say that this is not just a dark chapter, but lessons that need to be learned. He's spoken about India of 1975 and the dissent that was brutally suppressed, Tharoor criticizing his own party over emergency. And my colleague Aishwarya joining us to get us the very latest on this. Aishwarya, take us through what is it that Shashi Tharoor has said. And, he's targeting his own, party here, recalling the role of Sanjay Gandhi during emergency while taking on the Congress party.
Well, that's right. And Dr. Shashi Tharoor, in the past has been very vocal, criticizing his own party and, clearly being vocal about how the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi have taken India forward. Remember, it was Dr. Shashi Tharoor who was sent as a, delegation head for 5 countries during after Operation Sindoor, and at that point in time as well, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and how India's stance was made very clear in front of different countries. At that point in time as well, the Congress party attacked Dr. Shashi Tharoor, calling him as a super spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Today, we are witnessing this article of Dr. Shashi Tharoor on emergency, where he had slammed his own party of 1975, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who imposed emergency, and stated that today's India is not of the India of 1975. Things have changed. India is on a development path, but whatever has happened during that time, during the emergency, had clearly, put the leaders at that point of time behind the bars, muzzled the media, and it was not the right thing, according to Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Right. Well, also Shashi Tharoor has gone on to say that democracy is something that shouldn't be taken lightly. Shashi Tharoor has gone on to say that it's a precious legacy that must be constantly nurtured and preserved, and really hitting out at the Congress party and mentioning and highlighting basically Sanjay Gandhi's role during emergency.
Well, that's right. In fact, in this long opinion piece that Dr. Shashi Tharoor had written, he also went on to say that fundamental rights were suspended during that time. The press was muzzled. The political dispensation was put behind the bar. The world's largest democracy held its breath. And he also went on to say that how there was erosion of freedom, which often happens, and the role of Sanjay Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, and how there was imposition of certain policies that regards to family planning. That is all the dark history of and the dark chapter of India's history, and that is something that in this opinion piece he has written. Remember, it was Bharatiya Janata Party and the central government, Bharatiya Janata Party led state governments, and the central government also issued recently the notification of observing 50 years of the emergency, in which there were display of how the rights of every Indian was muzzled, and that's what he has also portrayed in his article, clearly attacking their own party. How Congress party now reacts to Shashi Tharoor's opinion piece, something that remains to be seen.
Of course, the reaction of the party needs to be seen, but this really is going out of hand, so to speak, as far as Shashi Tharoor is concerned, and the Congress party is at the end of the road here, is the big question, Aishwarya.
Well, that had been left to the High Command. We have often seen how there have been differences between Dr. Shashi Tharoor and their own Congress party, the policy makings, the decisions that the Congress party have taken. And when it was Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, who went on to say that it is only because of the language and the excellency that Dr. Shashi Tharoor has, he has been involved in the CWC. That garnered a lot of attention and was and the High Command was criticized as well. That is it the only qualification for a member to be a part of the CWC of the Congress party? It is, of course, in different ways how the Bharatiya Janata Party in fact have used Shashi Tharoor's attack on Congress party as the widening gap between the Congress leadership and Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and whether there were many who also stated that Shashi Tharoor probably in the next year or a half will go to some other party, or he can incline towards the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Reacting to that, Shashi Tharoor earlier stated that he has been a loyalist of the Congress party for the last 16 years, and the ideology that he follows of the Congress party remains intact within him, and he on that point of time cleared all air on him dissenting towards BJP, but he time and again being writing and being very vocal about criticizing his own party or maintaining a stance that how Prime Minister's Modi's leadership had been one of that India is going forward. And in this particular article as well, when he had written that India today is not of what India was of 1975, clearly criticizing his own government, garnering a lot of attention, how the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, or the Congress party will react to Shashi Tharoor is something that remains to be seen, but a wide dissent can be clearly seen that is open between Shashi Tharoor once again with his own party.
The rift wide open between Shashi Tharoor and the Congress party. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for breaking it down for us. Switching tracks now, it is Nimisha Priya, the Indian nurse from Kerala, who is to be executed on the 16th of July in Yemen after she was convicted in the murder of a Yemeni national. Her case has been closely monitored by India's Ministry of External Affairs, and now from what we are hearing as the very latest is that the Supreme Court has agreed to hear an urgent plea, a plea that is seeking top court's intervention as far as the execution of the nurse from Kerala is concerned. Do remember that the execution is planned for the 16th. Nimisha Priya, who has been convicted in that case. Nupur joining us to get us the very latest. Nupur, what options are available given the fact that the time is ticking, the clock is ticking, 16th of July is not too far. We're talking about, literally a few days from now, a week from now perhaps. What kind of options are available as far as this case is concerned?
First of all, today, for now, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear this petition that is seeking a direction to the center to negotiate the blood money that can actually save her from execution. Now, under the Sharia law, today the council appearing for the organization that has moved the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing in this case told the court that under the Sharia law, if blood money is negotiated by the government through Nimisha Priya's family, they are ready to pay the blood money, and if the family there agrees to accept it and agrees for her execution to be not done, then she can be saved. So for this, the organization has primarily approached the top court. Top court today initially asked them that what she is exactly accused of. Now, remember, Nimisha's case is that she had went to Yemen as a nurse, but she was in 2017 sentenced for death of a person named Talal Abdo Mahadi. Now, this person she had claimed had abused and tortured her, and she had kept her passport with himself, and she is accused of giving him sedatives to retrieve her passport. Now it is said that in the meanwhile, the person was killed from that sedatives. She is accused of killing the person by giving him sedatives. For
Right,
now, her execution is scheduled for 16th of July. The top court is likely to take up the hearing tomorrow or on Monday, as an urgent hearing has been sought by the organization.
Thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking that story and getting you more on that. Moving on now, NDTV confronts a violent Shiv Sena MLA. Well, it is NDTV confronting Sanjay Gaikwad after he assaulted that canteen staffer. Well, he remains defiant, says he has no regrets, while he has gone on to say that he might have retorted to wrong means and wrong ways, but this was for what he says is completely justified. He hasn't apologized. In fact, he's gone on to say that there could be an FIR in the case if that is going to be issued. He is even prepared for such an eventuality. While on the other side, the canteen, as far as the MLA guest house is concerned, Akashwani, the canteen has now, they have gone ahead and cancelled the license of the caterer at that particular canteen, and that is what the Maharashtra Food FDA has gone ahead and taken the action against the canteen, the caterer of that canteen at the Akashwani, the MLA guest house in Mumbai. So here we have, of course, the action being taken on one side, but on the other side, Sanjay Gaikwad being completely brazen about what went down inside that guest house in Mumbai. Let's listen in to Sanjay Gaikwad.
आकाशवाणी कैंटीन का लाइसेंस सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है और ये सब हुआ जब एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिसमें बुल्ढाना से विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जी एक स्टाफर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मैनेजर, स्टाफर हो या मैनेजर, किसी को भी मारना आपको लगता है कि सही है?
देखो, ये जो शिकायत मैं 2-3 साल से कर रहा था, शिकायत करने के बाद भी नतीजा कुछ निकला नहीं। मेरी अकेले की शिकायत नहीं थी, महाराष्ट्र के कई सारे एमएलएज, उनके पीए, न जाने कितने लोग, हर कोई शिकायत करता था, लेकिन नतीजा कभी बाहर आया नहीं। इसलिए मैं जानता था कि मेरा रास्ता गलत है, लेकिन गलत रास्ते से मैं सही इस पर जगह पे पहुंचा हूं। वो गलत रास्ता अपनाने से आज इस पर कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। और ये जो शेट्टी लोग हैं, ये महाराष्ट्र में आज से इनका ये धंधा नहीं है हम लोगों की ज़िंदगी से खेलने का। आज मेरी ज़िंदगी से खेलने का उन्होंने प्रयास किया। पहली बात तो है कि मेरा पेट के दर्द से मैं 20 साल से परेशान हूँ। अगर जरा सा भी कुछ कम ज़्यादा होता है तो मुझे बहुत दर्द होता है, इसलिए मेरी जान पहले से जल चुकी थी।
सर, समस्याएं सारी विधायकों की है, लेकिन उन सबका जिम्मा जो है आपने अपने सर ले लिया। अब आप जो है कटघरे में खड़े हैं कि आप ऐसे मारपीट कैसे कर सकते हैं?
देखो, सबके दिल की बात है, सबके दिल को तो लग रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है,
सबको लग रहा है।
बहुत से लोग कल मुझे मिले कि नहीं, ये तो बहुत आपने अच्छा किया, लेकिन सामने कोई आ नहीं रहा था। कई कंप्लेंट होने के बाद में कोई आ नहीं रहा था। मैंने लाखों लोगों का जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको आरोग्य है वो संभालने के लिए मैंने ये कदम उठाया कि कम से कम आने वाले कल में इनकी शरीर आरोग्य को तकलीफ ना हो, इसलिए मैंने कदम उठाया।
मारपीट कर
जो किया वो आपने देखा है,
हमने देखा। लेकिन सर, देखा जाए तो आप एक विधायक हैं, आपके पास एक दर्जा है, आप चाहते तो इसको लीगली ले जाकर आप चाहे तो एफडीए के पास आप डायरेक्टली जाते, आप कंप्लेन करते, आप कुछ इनिशिएट करते। इस प्रकार मारपीट करके आपको नहीं लगता आपने कहीं एक गलती कर दी है?
200-400 कंप्लेंट हो चुकी है अभी तक, 200-400। एफडी की तरफ भी हो गए। मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी खुद कल मुझे बताया कि हमने भी उनको बताया। अब इतना कंप्लेंट होने के बाद में ये लोग नहीं अगर करते तो हम लोगों ने क्या करना चाहिए? मानता हूँ मैंने गलत तरीका अपनाया, पर मेरा निशाना सही जगह पे लगा है।
Far from feeling apologetic about publicly assaulting a canteen staffer over the food quality, now Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad, speaking to NDTV Sujata, has said he has no regrets. In fact, we just heard him justifying his actions. And Saurabh, my colleague Saurabh Gupta, joining us in order to get us the very latest as in regard to what kind of action can be taken against this man. I mean, we've heard Devendra Fadnavis say that this is completely unacceptable and it doesn't really, put out the right messaging when it comes to legislators. But why has no action been taken so far against the man? Saurabh.
This remains NDTV's campaign against this kind of bullying, boorish behavior by people in positions of power. And of course, this is what we call India against VIP thugs. And of course, there are several big questions on this. And one of the big questions, of course, is the fact that will this MLA be arrested? He's a Shiv Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad. Will he be arrested? That's the first question that we're asking on NDTV. And that's important because, look, what has followed is something that's a part of procedure. It could be a part of procedure. If there's a complaint about some food, it could be a part of procedure. And that, of course, brings us to the second question, that will the Shiv Sena, the party to which Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad belongs to, will the Shiv Sena allow action against him, or will it protect him while condemning his behavior? Because really there has to be action against Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad. The third question now is, of course, the action that's followed this whole sort of behavior by Mr. Gaikwad and the FDA's action. Now, the FDA is supposed to keep track of whether hygienic food is being served or not. But in this case, it begs the question, is this an attempt to intimidate the canteen? Because in the first place, the FDA should have conducted checks earlier. This is a VIP canteen. This is an MLA canteen. What was the reason that, the FDA team woke up to this issue only after this incident of this MLA slapping, brutally, punching someone, throwing him to the ground? So, was the FDA really waiting for something like this? And is this an attempt to intimidate, is the third big question we are asking. The fourth question is, of course, there is also, why did the FDA only wake up after this, VIP thugs violence? Overall, how is the FDA functioning, or does it only act when, somebody indulges in behavior like this? And of course, the last one is, of course, will Maharashtra's VIP thugs be reined in? When will this kind of behavior stop? This is, of course, an ongoing campaign on NDTV India against VIP thugs, and we'll be tracking every detail, every case where there is behavior that is like this, especially by people in power.
Right, thank you so much, Saurabh. Let me take this to Radhika Ramaswamy joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, action has been taken against the caterer, but good questions being asked as far as Saurabh's concerned, that according to Sanjay Gaikwad, 200 to 400 complaints were made against the caterer. Why was no action taken? I mean, this is a guest house of MLAs, and when action should be taken where required, instead of taking matters into your own hands and coming out like this action hero that Sanjay Gaikwad is now claiming to be. He's gone on to say कि मेरा तरीका गलत था but मेरा निशाना ठीक था.
That's right. Sanjay Gaikwad is certainly defiant at this point. He doesn't want to apologize. He continues to maintain that what he did was the right thing. There were multiple complaints as far as the quality of food in that canteen is concerned. He had raised complaints. Other people, other MLAs, other leaders, and even local citizens had raised complaints. But despite that, the quality of food did not improve. But that obviously doesn't give him the right to beat up people, beat up poor canteen workers or employees there. So even as FDA action is something that has happened. Yesterday, FDA was at that canteen where we were reporting from for close to 5 to 6 hours. They were examining food items there, and then later, of course, the license of the contractor was suspended pending probe. So we'll have to wait for a couple of weeks to understand what the analysis, the probe report is as the quality of food there is concerned. But prima facie, it looks like, there were questions being raised on the quality of food, and there were violations also found, which is why now, the license has been suspended. But although that action has taken place, absolutely no action against this MLA. So that's the big question here. While food quality may have been poor, and that should have been taken care of, the fact that this man literally assaulted this poor worker, bashed him, thrashed him, slapped him, abused him, but absolutely no action other than all the top leaders, including CM and Deputy CM, condemning it, saying that, this doesn't augur well with citizens of the state, and, it sends out a wrong perception of legislators and so on, and that they will talk to him and they will take action. But besides assurances being given, the fact is, no concrete action, no disciplinary action, no FIR, no complaint against this individual. So we'll really have to see how this will pan out. FDA action has taken place, but the priority should have been to take action against this individual, Sanjay Gaikwad, who continues to be defiant and continues to be unapologetic.
Right, Radhika, stay with us for our next story, again coming out of Maharashtra, and we're talking about this very shocking incident. A man assaulted and attempted to bite a 12-year-old boy, and that too inside a lift inside a residential building in Maharashtra. The man also went ahead and threatened the child. We have CCTV camera footage which has now completely gone viral. The man can be seen entering the lift and repeatedly slapping the boy as soon as he stepped in. What really happened here? We have Radhika back with us. Radhika, there was a woman in the lift as well who tried to, kind of stop the man from doing what he was, but questions are being raised as to what really went on. Let's listen in to, what is really happening here. Let's listen in.
मैं लिफ्ट से आ रहा था तो 9th फ्लोर पे लिफ्ट रुकी तो कोई सामने था नहीं तो मैंने लिफ्ट को बंद किया तो वो अंकल आए फिर मेरे को कुछ बोला नहीं मेरे को मारना स्टार्ट कर दिया अंकल ने मैं बोला अंकल क्यों मार रहे हो तो अंकल ने मेरे को दांती काटा और बोल रहे तू बाहर मिल मैं तेरे को चाकू से मार दूंगा।
लेकिन क्यों ऐसा बोल रहे थे?
पता नहीं।
उनका बेटा और आप दोस्त हो?
हाँ।
क्या उनका कुछ झगड़ा है?
नहीं।
कुछ गुस्सा था अंकल का आपके ऊपर?
नहीं।
कहाँ पर काटा आपको अंकल ने?
हाथ पे।
Radhika, questions being raised as to what is really happening in Maharashtra with people taking matters into hands. I mean, this is a small little boy, a 12-year-old. I mean, being thrashed, being slapped, and now being, bitten as well. I mean, what is going on here?
Absolutely inhuman and unacceptable, no doubt about it. A 12-year-old boy was brutally assaulted by a man, and this happened in a residential building in Ambernath East. In fact, this boy was inside the lift. He was going for his tuition classes, and he had boarded the lift on the 14th floor, and he was on his way out when on the 9th floor the lift was supposed to open, or when the lift opened he tried to close it as he did not see anybody outside, and immediately when the lift was closing the man rushed inside and started thrashing this boy. He slapped him, he bit him, and it did not stop. It went all the way down, and then he took the boy out and started threatening him, saying he will stab this boy and so on. So clearly this man was enraged for no reason. This is obviously unacceptable. There were eyewitnesses who tried to stop this man, but it was difficult to really stop his act, after which of course all of these people, including the boy's family, approached the police, and it took 4 days for the cops to register an FIR as far as this incident is concerned. What we have been given to understand is that the man was taken into custody but was immediately released, but we will get confirmation on that in a bit. But absolutely shocking incident there, where a poor boy was thrashed by this man inside a residential complex lift.
Right, Radhika, thank you for getting us details. Very, very shocking incident. Another shocking incident that now is being reported is not just in Maharashtra but also in the state of Karnataka. We're talking about the city of Bengaluru, where women were filmed. They were in fact photographed without their consent, and such an incident was in fact flagged by a woman. She in fact made a video appealing to people because she was facing a lot of backlash because of the kind of pictures that were taken of the woman and posted on this particular Instagram handle. Her attempts to have the video removed, including filing reports through Instagram built-in mechanisms, were completely unsuccessful. Now, the suspect has been identified as Gurdeep Singh, a hotel management graduate, currently unemployed, and he was detained at his residence in the KR Puram area of Bengaluru. He lives with his brother, is now in police custody after officers took up the case. So he's a 26-year-old man who was responsible for operating that Instagram handle in which he was posting pictures and videos of women without their consent, and that had in fact that was a video that a woman pasted because she had faced a lot of backlash, a lot of harassment online because of, visuals of her that had surfaced on his Instagram handle. And this really comes to the heels of a similar incident that came to light just a few months back in Bengaluru, where women in metros were being filmed. And again, those videos were completely going viral. They were being put on social media sites. And now this is a second such incident that is coming to light. Deepak joining us. Deepak, get us details of this 26-year-old man and such a, I don't know in which world are we living in where, technology is supposed to be aiding us. But, it seems to be coming in the way and causing a lot of harm and damage as well.
Well, and such a story also reminds us that policing right now, more than just on the streets, needs to be done online as well. And with two instances coming to the fore, like you mentioned earlier from Bengaluru, pictures, videos of women who are traveling on the metro, inappropriate pictures, obscene in nature, being clicked without their consent and were uploaded. At that point as well, NDTV had picked up that issue. We saw police acting swiftly there, arresting the man that was involved. They were keeping a vigil on similar accounts. They had come across this account that we are talking about as well, and eventually they were investigating the case, and one of the women who was filmed flagged off this issue, and that video as well going viral, where she had spoken about the trauma that she was going through, multiple people harassing her online because of this content that was put up, and despite requests they were not even removing this content. The police have now managed to arrest this individual. They're questioning him. More importantly, they're looking at all his devices, mobiles and laptops if any, to find out if there were more such videos that he was waiting to upload as well. And the police are saying the constant vigil on social media will continue to track and trace any such accounts to put an end to it as soon as possible.
Right, Deepak, if you have any idea of the number of posts that this man had made on that particular handle, and there's been a very swift action that the police has finally taken in this case, and this really comes on the heels of the other case that was taking place inside metros.
Well, there were over a dozen posts of women walking on various streets, especially the Church Street in Bengaluru. It's a very popular street. Anybody who has visited or is a part of Bengaluru, of course, will know the street. A lot of youngsters throng that area, especially through the weekends. And this individual seems to have been, recording videos of women secretly. In some of the videos, you can see the women surprised that their videos are being taken, but assuming that they're probably capturing the road, probably they didn't flag of concerns. Only later, some of the women would have realized that these videos were actually posted on social media. One such woman, of course, flagging off that concern, and eventually the police arresting this man. What I'm told is that based on the NDTV's report, the Central Division of the police, the Cubbon Park police, where the Church Street, of course, falls under their jurisdiction, they have also now started to look into these videos. They're trying to reach out to the woman as well, and probably another fresh FIR could be registered, and there could be more trouble coming the way of this individual or anybody else trying to indulge in similar acts.
Deepak, stay with us for our next story as well, coming out of Karnataka. That is, the Enforcement Directorate has conducted searches at the premises of Karnataka Congress MLA Subba Reddy and some others as well. And the probe is linked to alleged possession of undisclosed foreign assets. Deepak, what details do you have for us? Because from what we're hearing is raids have been conducted at 5 different locations.
Yes, these are very pertinent, raids that are right now going on. Now, the Enforcement Directorate sources are right now telling us that this is pertaining to FEMA violations. This particular MLA from Bagipalli, he is believed to have foreign accounts, multiple of them. Apart from that, vehicles and even immovable property in multiple countries like Malaysia, Hong Kong and even Germany. There could be other places as well. And these raids that are being conducted at his official residence and various other places that are linked to him and his associates could probably divulge more details and build a watertight case, even as there is a possibility that very soon the Congress could allege political vendetta by the BJP, because whenever there have been central agencies conducting these searches, this has been a charge. But as far as the ED is concerned, sources say that they have some strong concrete evidence, and that's the reason these searches are going on.
Right, Deepak, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Let's just get you the latest when it comes to the Chief Minister of Karnataka as well as the Deputy Chief Minister here in the national capital after having met with Rajnath Singh yesterday. Today, a very crucial meeting coming up with Rahul Gandhi. Do remember that DK Shivkumar also met with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. This is a meeting that took place yesterday, but today a very crucial meeting coming up as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned. Do remember that yesterday he was in Patna, and today in the afternoon is when that meeting is expected to take place between the two leaders of Karnataka and the leader here in Delhi. Well, my colleague Sunil has all the details.
Well, it's definitely something that the Congress party is very exercised about. They have already ruled out the possibility of a change of chief minister. But be that as it may, I think the focus clearly for the Congress party is to ensure that they work unitedly, work as a united house. There is definitely aspirations of D.K. Shivkumar to take over as chief minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, who's been the chief minister. All of them have to work together. And I think somewhere down the line, Rahul Gandhi will have to use his diplomatic skills as well as his persuasive power to ensure that the Congress remains united in the run-up to the Lok Sabha elections as well as the state elections, which will be due in another 2 years' time. There have been a lot of issues in terms of governance, in terms of how the Congress party has gone about this entire process. And hopefully, Mr. Karge, as well as Rahul Gandhi, as well as Mr. K.C. Venugopal, will find a way forward to ensure that the aspirations of all these leaders are met and they're able to actually deliver on the promises that they've made to the people of Karnataka.
Well, we have breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to RJD leader that has misbehaved during a traffic jam. The RJD leader misbehaved with patient's kin. The ambulance that was stuck in that jam. This was a jam during the Bharat Bandh that was taking place yesterday. The video of the incident has gone completely viral. Visuals that we will be playing out just minutes from now. And this is in regard to the RJD leader misbehaving with a patient's kin as an ambulance that got stuck in a jam during that Bihar Bandh. The Bharat Bandh, well, this is VVIP thugs as far as NDTV's campaign is concerned. And here we have an incident taking place in Bihar where an RJD leader went ahead and misbehaved with the kin of a patient who was inside an ambulance, the ambulance that was stuck inside a traffic jam. The jam was taking place, and it was due to the fact that there was a Bharat Bandh, there was a Bihar Bandh, which was something that was called for yesterday. And this incident, during that incident, when there was a patient's kin who was trying to, get the ambulance to move during that jam, particularly because he had his family member or his near or dear one inside the ambulance, and he was trying to get the ambulance to the hospital, perhaps in time, when this RJD, leader went ahead and misbehaved with the kin of the patient who was inside that ambulance that got stuck in the jam. Visuals on your screen now of the ambulance there getting stuck, and there the leader of RJD arguing it out with the, attendant of the patient inside that ambulance, trying to misbehave with the person when he was trying to get through that jam. As you can see, there was a very long and a very big jam there because of the Bharat Bandh call, and here there was an ambulance, and of course, as one would know, that a person inside an ambulance, a patient, does need to be rushed to the hospital, and every minute, every second counts. And there you have the kin of the patient trying to make his way, trying to find a way to get the patient in the ambulance to the hospital. But here we have a leader of the RJD party there absolutely misbehaving with the attendant, with the kin of the patient who was inside the ambulance. All they were trying to do was trying to perhaps save a life there, trying to get a patient inside the ambulance to a hospital in the area. But the ambulance was stuck inside that jam, and that jam was caused because of the Bharat Bandh. And there you can see, that video that was taken at the time where the leader there, instead of, being of any kind of assistance, being of any help, everyone can see or hear an ambulance and will get perturbed, will say, yes, we need to make way for this ambulance. And instead of assisting and trying to help out a poor man, a person in distress, a person who needs help in that hour of need, trying to add to one's problems instead, and not even just adding to the problems, misbehaving with that common man on the road. This was a jam that, there was a complete traffic jam. The road was blocked. The ambulance was, in fact, inching its way, moving at snail speed. at the time. And of course, there must have been some attendants, some kin of that patient who came out, tried to make sense of the situation to absolute no avail. Prabhakar joining us to get us the very latest. Prabhakar, take us through what was said at the time. What is it that the family or the kin or the attendant of the patient had to say in regard to this video that's gone completely viral? He was obviously trying to make sense, trying to get that ambulance as soon as possible to a hospital. But this RJD leader, instead of helping, was misbehaving.
Yeah, exactly. And this entire episode was caught on camera. It's an unfortunate incident. It happened at the national highway connecting Darbhanga, and there was a patient who was being ferried to a nearby hospital on an ambulance. This ambulance was stopped by the RJD workers because they had laid a road blockade. They were trying to enforce the Bihar Bandh, which was enforced across the state of Bihar yesterday, and almost all the districts were affected. So this might not be the isolated incident or one of its kind incident. There might be other incidents of a similar nature, but this in particular was caught on camera. That's why we are reporting on it. And this guy who was supposed to be the secretary of Darbhanga unit of RJD, so he's not a big leader in the hierarchy of the RJD, even if the district unit is concerned. So he was a secretary of the Darbhanga unit of RJD, and he was there on the street trying to enforce the ban. When the relatives of the patient actually pleaded before him to let the ambulance pass by, go to the hospital, he not only abused them but completely refused actually to let the ambulance pass. So this entire episode was captured by a passerby on the camera, and later it went viral.
Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for getting us details. And another such a VVIP, misuse of power that we are seeing. VIP thugs in, our campaign here at NDTV, raising voices for the voiceless, for the poor people, for the citizens of the country. Moving on now, several opposition leaders have lashed out at the BJP after a portion of the bridge in Gujarat that collapsed, killing 13 people. The Congress now is accusing the BJP in Gujarat of taking pay cut commissions from any contractor before they can get any sort of work done. Now, this is after the bridge that collapsed in Gujarat, leaving 13 people dead. The opposition questioning the government on why measures were not taken earlier despite warnings. I mean, what we are hearing is 3 years ago, flags were raised and concerns were being voiced in regard to the bridge, and that the bridge was said to be in a bad condition and that it did require some repair work, but to no avail to. And of course, here we are seeing visuals of that portion of bridge that collapsed. This was a 43-year-old bridge. 6 vehicles went into the water. 13 lives were lost because of that tragic incident that took place. Now, the Shiv Sena UBT has called the incident a collapse of the Gujarat model in its mouthpiece, Sam. Switching tracks from Gujarat now to Himachal Pradesh, where 85 people have died due to heavy rainfall and a cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh. 35 people are still missing and around 130 are believed to be injured. On the other hand, we believe that the Himachal Pradesh state has gone ahead and received 34% excess rainfall in the month of June. That's when the monsoon season started. In fact, just as late as the 20th of June. So in a matter of 10 days, there was a surplus of 34% that was reported. And this is just the very beginning of the monsoon season in the northern part of the country. And NDTV gets you a ground report of the extent of damage.
हम इस वक्त बक्सियाट कस्बे के थनेर गांव में मौजूद हैं और ये वो इलाका है जो कुल्लू के सेबों के लिए मशहूर है। ये आप देख सकते हैं कि इस तरीके से सैकड़ों पेड़ जो है वो यहाँ पर सेब के लगे हुए हैं और आप देखिए कि बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान इस बादल फटने के वजह से कुल्लू के सेबों को हुआ है। अब ये आप जो सेब है ये रॉयल सेब है जो सबसे महंगे बिकता है, यानी 60 रुपए से लेकर गंगाराम जी 100 रुपए तक बिकता होगा। और ये आप देखिए ये कौन सा है? ये तो रेड गोल्ड। हाँ जी, रेड गोल्ड सेब है। इसकी भी कीमत जो है ऐसे ही रहती है 50 से 70 रुपए किलो। और ये सारे सेब उत्पादक किसान हैं। गंगाराम जी, कितना नुकसान हुआ होगा आपका?
नुकसान सारा ये हो गया, बगीचा जो है खत्म ही है, बगीचा।
अच्छा,
टोटल बगीचा ही जो
टोटल बगीचा?
हाँ जी,
ये खत्म है?
खत्म ही है सारा बगीचा।
तो इस सेब उत्पादक किसानों के लिए कोई मदद की अभी घोषणा की है?
नहीं, अभी तक कोई मदद नहीं।
अभी तक कोई मदद
नहीं।
तो ये आप देखिए, ये सेब उत्पादक किसान हैं और इस तरीके के पेड़ जो है वो ज़मींदोज़ हो चुके हैं। आप भी सेब की खेती करते हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो सेब का उत्पादन है वो साल भर में एक ही बार होता है।
And let's just switch tracks from Himachal Pradesh to Gurugram. Well, the Millennium City has seen, it's completely come to a halt because of the kind of rainfall that has been reported in the matter of the last 12 hours. We're talking about 133 millimeters of rain that was reported, out of which 103 millimeters of rain was reported in a matter of 90 days. Now we see a truck that has been stuck in a ditch at Gurugram's southern peripheral road since late last night, and the ditch was formed when a part of the road caved in while the truck was travelling on it. So here we see the kind of damage, we're seeing the impact of the monsoon fury, particularly in the Delhi-NCR region, and there you can see this road that caved in. It really caved in and gave way because of the impact of when this truck was travelling on that peripheral road. This is the southern peripheral road in Gurugram, and the truck that's been stuck there since late last night. So a lot of inconvenience is being caused as far as traffic jams are concerned. Take a look at the extent of damage, and that stuck the truck that overturned and has got stuck in that ditch that has been created, this ditch that has been formed because of the road that gave in. It literally caved in, as you can see, and that huge ditch there in Gurugram while the truck was travelling on the road. As you can see, I mean, the visuals on your screen are very extremely telling of the state of affairs as far as the road and infrastructure in the Delhi-NCR region is concerned. And a little bit of rain and the kind of impact that it has, we see year on year. But this time around, of course, we are expecting some sort of change, and that is at least what the government, not in Haryana, but at least the government in Delhi, the new government in Delhi, the BJP is promising to make amends and to ensure that this monsoon will not be as troublesome as we've seen in the past. But this is just on the outskirts of Delhi in Gurugram. This is a southern peripheral road, and this is a very important road where this portion of the road, as you can see, completely caved in. It gave way while this truck that was travelling on that particular stretch in Gurugram, this truck that overturned and has been stuck since late last night. We're talking about 133 millimeters of rainfall, which is extremely heavy in nature, and of course there is an orange category warning that's been sounded off as far as the IMD is concerned, and we're talking about 133 millimeters. What is normal as far as monsoon season is concerned? Less than 10 millimeters of rainfall is usually recorded when it comes to the NCR region, and here we have over 10 times that amount that was recorded, and in a span of about an hour and a half, over 100 millimeters of rainfall was recorded in Gurugram alone. So more and more rainfall is expected, is what the IMD is saying. In fact, the IMD has gone ahead and issued an orange category warning for more rainfall to follow. So in the course of the day, we are going to see more showers coming in, heavy in nature yet again. We have my colleague Jaya joining us from the location in Gurugram, reporting, taking us through the extent of damage. Jaya, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. It's been raining on and off since morning, but it rained extremely heavily so late last night, and that is when this tragedy occurred. This truck that overturned. Take us through, the situation and the condition of the roads as far as Gurugram is concerned, the inconvenience that's being caused. In fact, people are being asked to work from home instead.
I just want to show the visuals. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सी दिस इज़ द ट्रक, ये आप ट्रक देख सकते हैं। यहाँ पर दरअसल कल रात में जब ज़बरदस्त बारिश हुई है गुड़गांव में, तो यहाँ ज़बरदस्त वाटर लॉगिंग हो गई थी, और ये सर्विस लेन से जब ये ट्रक यहाँ से निकल रहा था तब ये यहाँ की जो ज़मीन है वो धंस गई, और आप विजुअल्स में देख सकते हैं कितना गहरा गड्ढा ये हुआ है। आपको हम कैमरा के थ्रू नीचे तक दिखाते हैं कि ये देखिए पूरी एक कच्ची मिट्टी यहाँ पर दिख रही है और ये पूरा ट्रक इसके अंदर समा गया है। जो ट्रक का ड्राइवर है, हालांकि वो गनीमत ये रही कि वो सुरक्षित है। और ये जो इलाका है इसकी अगर हम बात करें तो ये सदर्न पेरिफेरल रोड कहलाती है और द्वारका एक्सप्रेस वे का इलाका आसपास ये पड़ता है। और ये भी बताया जा रहा है, जो स्थानीय लोग हैं वो बता रहे हैं कि कुछ वक्त पहले यहाँ पर जो सीवर का काम, नाले का काम है वो हुआ था, वो काम कंप्लीट हो गया था। और उसके बाद जब यहाँ पर कल बरसात बहुत ज़्यादा हुई, हमने देखा कि कल शाम से लेकर सुबह तक 133 मिलीमीटर रेनफॉल हुआ है। उसके बाद इस इलाके में रात करीब 10:30 बजे ये घटना घटी। जब ये ट्रक यहाँ से गुजर रहा था तो ये गड्ढे में समा गया। दरअसल ये गड्ढा नहीं था, ये सड़क थी जो गड्ढे में तब्दील हो गई। और आमतौर पर जब भी बरसात होती है, गुड़गांव की अलग अलग इलाकों से तस्वीरें सामने आती है जिसमें वाटर लॉगिंग, जो जल जमाव है, इसके अलावा ट्रैफिक जाम की तस्वीरें हम देखते हैं। लेकिन ये जो हादसा, ये जो घटना घटी है, बेहद खतरनाक है, कहीं ना कहीं चिंता पैदा करती है। और यहाँ पर अभी जो ट्रक ड्राइवर हैं वो अभी उनको चौकी में बुलाया गया है, वो वहाँ पर चौकी गए हुए हैं, लेकिन वो सुरक्षित बताया जा रहा है। अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती ये है कि इस ट्रक को कैसे तैसे बाहर निकाला जाए। हालांकि यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक की व्यवस्था है उसको सुचारू रूप से करने की पूरी कोशिश यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है और ट्रैफिक जो है बरसात होने के बावजूद स्लो गति से चल रहा है।
राइट जया, आपने जैसे बताया कि द ट्रक ड्राइवर, ही इज सेड टू बी सेफ एंड दैट्स अ मिरेकल इन इटसेल्फ बिकॉज टेकिंग अ लुक एज टू हाउ डीप and how wide that ditch really was formed, and this was while he was traveling on that particular road is when the road caved in. Were there any warning signs given out in regard to this particular stretch? And as far as people in Gurugram are concerned, you've raised a very important point that we see traffic jams year on year when it rains. So when it doesn't take more than 10 millimeters of rain to cause traffic jams in Gurugram, and here we're talking about 133 millimeters. We're talking about people are being instructed to work from home, and that is the kind of advisory that's been putting out by the administration in Gurugram. But what kind of action does the administration really take? Because why is it that these problems can't be sorted? In fact, matters are only getting worse, as you have just shown us. I mean, if the camera person can pan again and show us the depth of the damage that we can see on the streets of Gurugram.
कैमरा पर्सन एक बार दिखाएंगे कि कितना गहरा ये गड्ढा है। और जैसा कि आपने भी कहा, दरअसल हर बार की यही तस्वीर है कि गुरुग्राम में जब बरसात का, मॉनसून का मौसम होता है तो इस तरह की तस्वीरें जो हैं वो सामने आती है। और यही कारण है कि गुड़गांव के जो ज़िला मजिस्ट्रेट हैं उन्होंने एक बाकायदा एक एडवाइजरी जारी कर दी है जिसमें उन्होंने बताया है कि शाम 7 बजे से आज सुबह तक 133 मिलीमीटर जो बरसात हुई है, उसके चलते जो तमाम कॉरपोरेट है, क्योंकि बहुत से ऑफिसेज, दफ्तर जो है यहाँ पर हैं, इसके अलावा प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट्स जो हैं उनको भी ये कहा गया है कि वर्क फ्रॉम होम की हिदायत दी गई है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल बार बार यही उठता है कि क्या वजह है कि गुरुग्राम, जो कि यहाँ पर कई मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी के दफ्तर है, कई रिहायशी रेजिडेंशियल इलाके हैं और यहाँ पर 100 करोड़ के अपार्टमेंट्स, जो फ्लैट्स हैं वो बिकते हैं, बावजूद उसके यहाँ का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो इतना पुअर क्यों है? सीवेज की जो प्रॉब्लम है, ड्रेनेज का जो सिस्टम है वो जो है ठीक क्यों नहीं है? कल ऐसी तस्वीरें हमने देखी थी, ट्विटर पूरा छाया हुआ था, सोशल मीडिया छाया हुआ था, जिसमें जो शीतला माता रोड है, चाहे फिर अन्य इलाके हैं, वहाँ पर लबालब जो है सड़कें तालाब में, एक पौंड में तब्दील हुई थी और वहाँ पर कई गाड़ियाँ जो हैं वो फंसी हुई थी। तो सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि आखिर ये हालात, ये स्थिति कब सुधरेगी? और ये बरसात अगर मानसून में चलती रहेगी तो किस तरह की स्थिति का लोगों को, गुड़गांव के लोगों को सामना आए दिन करना पड़ता है, इस स्थिति से बयां होता है।
Right, massive traffic jams, waterlogging, electricity issues, and now the state of the roads just caving in and collapsing while people are using those roads in Gurugram. Thank you so much, Jaya, for getting us the extent of damage of a little rain that we saw in Gurugram. In fact, a lot of rain in a matter of 12 hours, and more to follow is what the Met Office is warning of. With that, slipping a short break, back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, then India is in trouble.
So
Why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure that the funding is done on very loose and terms favorable to Pakistan, as has been in the case in the past. If Pakistan starts acquiring low platforms which are low observable, in other words, stealth platforms, then that's an additional headache for the Indian Air Force, because tracking stealth aircraft requires a certain specialization. It's much more difficult. The time that you have to actually engage a potential stealth target is reduced greatly, and therefore, it's a problem.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवाद।
Welcome back. Now a report in the well-regarded aviation journal, The Air Current, says the ongoing investigation into the cause of the 12th of June crash of Air India Flight 171 has narrowed its focus to the movement of engine fuel control switches. The article, which attributes its information to multiple people with the knowledge of the investigation, is really coming at a time when India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Board is expected to make public its preliminary investigation, its report of the investigation of the AI-171 crash, what really caused the crash, and that preliminary report is supposed to be out this week. To remember that deadline of Friday before that report was to be submitted to the Aviation Ministry, that was submitted earlier this week, and it's perhaps this very week that we can know at least what the initial reports are suggesting. With that, it's a wrap of this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side. Thank you for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
And finally, here is a look of Shubhanshu Shukla in space. They're carrying out experiments, and that is Shubhanshu Shukla on that 40-day mission, getting you the very latest of Shubhanshu Shukla there, the group captain in space.
कहना इस दीवार पे इतने इश्तहार चिपके हैं कि कोई दरार नज़र नहीं आती। मैं उन लोगों में से जो कहता हूँ सारे इश्तहार फाड़ के फेंको, पहले दरार को एड्रेस करो।
ये दरार इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ लेफ्ट कुछ राइट, पर हम उन मुद्दों में आपके साथ जिनसे आपकी फाइट है। डिजिटल से देश समझा, अब टीवी पर समाधान लाना है। आइए मेरे साथ खबरों की कचहरी में सिर्फ NDTV पर।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है, जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है, बीच में मुद्दा।
Shashi Tharoor hitting out at the Congress party, the rift wide open after Shashi Tharoor has gone ahead and criticized emergency, talking about Sanjay Gandhi's role during emergency, saying that it's not just a dark chapter but also lessons that need to be learned. And goon netas exposed across the nation. RJD neta heckles a patient who was inside an ambulance stuck inside a traffic jam. Now this is, the violence that's taking place. This is the, what is really happening here. The VIP thugs in the country and NDTV's campaign against these thugs. As far as the violent Sena MLA is concerned, we confronted Sanjay Gaikwad, who remains unapologetic. After a woman's viral Instagram post flagging women being filmed without their consent in Bengaluru, a 26-year-old man has been arrested. The accused has been nabbed, post NDTV's report. And the ED heat, as far as top the southern stars are concerned, we're talking about 29 celebrities, including actors such as Vijay Devegowda as well as Rana Daggubati. Now, 29 precisely have been booked for endorsing betting apps. The celebrities there claiming that they haven't done anything wrong. And chaos unfolding as far as the Millennium City is concerned. We're talking about the suburb of Delhi, Gurugram, that has literally a road that caved in while a truck was travelling on that road. We're getting you the extent of damage of the monsoon fury. 133 millimeters has left roads caved in, electricity issues. People are being asked to work from home. Well, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get to your top story, and this is in regard to the split wide open when it comes to Shashi Tharoor and his party, the Congress party that we're talking about, because senior Congress leader has gone ahead and criticized the Congress party and, spoken about Sanjay Gandhi's role during emergency, saying that it shouldn't be remembered merely as a dark chapter in India's history, but that it's lessons that must be fully understood. He's gone on to recall the role of Sanjay Gandhi, but also, talking about how democracy shouldn't be taken lightly. He said, as far as Shashi Tharoor is concerned, in order to know more on what was really said here, we have Sunil Prabhu, my colleague, as well as Aishwarya Jain joining us. Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu first. Sunil, is it the end of the road for Shashi Tharoor? I mean, the comments that he's been making against his own party time and again, and this time around, criticizing emergency and the role of Sanjay Gandhi.
Well, Divya, definitely he's, trying to prick where it hurts. There's no doubt about it. But the fact is that we must look at the entire statement in its entirety. Is it the first time that a Congress leader is making comments about the emergency? No, there have been others who have talked about it. In fact, in an interview to NDTV many years ago, in one of our flagship programs, Sonia Gandhi herself said that Indira Gandhi was a Democrat, and that is why she reversed the decision of emergency. Be that as it may, the fact is that we have seen many senior leaders from the Janata Party regime, from Jaipal Reddy to Shrikant Jena, and that that list can continue. There are innumerable people who were against emergency and subsequently joined the Congress Party, given the fact that they were fighting against the BJP-led NDA at that time. So it's in that context that Mr. Shashi Tharoor is talking about a period in which definitely many have their issues about, many have their concerns about, and it's in that context that the Congress will definitely look at Mr. Tharoor's remarks, as we saw, because the gloves have been off after Mr. Kharge's remarks. Those will definitely have issues and concerns, but definitely at this present juncture, his remarks ahead of the Kerala elections will be, picking, as they say, hurting the Congress party, the Congress leadership, when it could look at a united face together.
That's right. Sunil, we also have Aishwarya Jain joining us. Aishwarya, Shashi Tharoor has emphasized that today's India is very different from 1975, calling it more confident, prosperous, robust as far as the democracy in the country is concerned. Of course, criticizing the Congress party, and on the other hand, indirectly lauding Prime Minister Modi instead.
Well, that's right. In fact, in the past, we have seen Dr. Shashi Tharoor lauding Prime Minister's leadership when he was sent to a 5-nation tour after Operation Sindoor. He clearly stated that it is India's stance which have been made very clear, and it is also, that leadership of Prime Minister that is taking India forward. But speaking to NDTV just few weeks back, he stated that he's been a loyalist of the Congress party for 16 years, and the ideology to the core that he follows of the Congress party, many of the leaders within the Congress hasn't followed it, and therefore the reason he has been a true congressman. But time and again in the past, we have seen him being criticizing his own party, or questioning the policies of the central leadership of or the High Command. And while writing this article, the opinion piece that he had written, he had criticized the role of Sanjay Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, and also stating that it was just a dark chapter of India's history, but merely it should not be remembered for that. It should be also remembered that how there were people who were homeless after, there were policies that were brought after 1975's emergency that was imposed. There were violence that happened as well, and therefore the reason perhaps now questioning their own leadership at that point of time, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, who had taken that decision, how it will ignite the controversy or the reactions from within the Congress party or the BJP is something that remains to be seen. Because remember, in the past as well, several Congress leaders and the Congress workers had called Shashi Tharoor a super spokesperson of the BJP whenever he had praised Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, Aishwarya, we also do have a reaction. Apparently, the BJP has responded saying that Shashi Tharoor has seen through the Congress party's U-turn on defending emergency. And of course, take us through the examples that he has cited, including Sanjay Gandhi's actions, saying that they were an example of cruelty in the name of discipline.
Well, in this opinion piece, quote unquote, he stated that Sanjay Gandhi, the son of Indira Gandhi, led forced sterilization campaigns, which becomes a notorious example for this. In poor rural areas, violence and coercions were used to meet arbitrary targets, and in cities like New Delhi, slums were mercilessly demolished and cleared. Thousands of people were rendered homeless. Their workers were not taken into consideration. That's what Shashi Tharoor wrote. One of the examples that he had made, the role role of Sanjay Gandhi, and also, in his entire piece, he has also stated about how, leaders were jailed, media was muzzled, and also, they were, at that point in time, there was no such policy that that then government should have brought. Remember, it's a 50th, anniversary of the emergency. The central government just few weeks back issued a notification, an official notification to observe, emergency, and how it clearly took away the constitutional rights of individuals, and that's what he again wrote in his article, seriously raising doubts and questioning their own party. How would the High Command react to it, or the Congress party react to it, is something that would be very interesting to see.
Well, that Richter that keeps getting wider, and this really comes after he had praised Prime Minister Modi as well, and now again hinting at the BJP, calling India very different and robust as far as democracy in the country is concerned, and really talking about how confident and prosperous the country has become and how different it is from what it was like back in 1975. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us those details. Switching tracks now to Bengaluru, where a man was filming, posting videos and pictures of women in Bengaluru walking down the streets, the famous Church Street. This is where women were being photographed and being, filmed in order to put those posts out on an Instagram handle. This Instagram handle had women in without their consent. These posts were being put out, and there was a woman who had in fact flagged concerns. The case came to light when this woman took to Instagram to raise an alarm over the content, alleging that she had been recorded without her knowledge or without her permission, and that she was facing harassment online. Let's listen in to what the police had to say.
The Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Lokesh, joining us, sir. Two cases that had come to the fore, similar cases of voyeurism. Earlier it was pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro. Now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru, you've managed to arrest both of them. Tell us, have you been particularly monitoring such crimes? Tell us, how have you been looking into such cases?
So Bangalore City Police has a very active social media presence, and we monitor any such criminal activities being done online. Now, with respect to the first case, which was in Metro, it had alerted us to the presence of certain such perverse elements in the society, who create a really unsafe environment for women and commuters. Following this, a page also came to our notice in June, where a person was found clicking objectionable pics and videos of women using the roads on their way to or back from homes for dinner. Now, these videos were then posted online on his page, and which was generating a lot of traction. Now, following this, the investigation has revealed one accused, who's a resident of KR Puram, a 26-year-old man, and he has been arrested. He has confessed to posting such videos and photos of women taken without their consent, with voyeuristic intentions, and all legal action has been initiated against him. However, we still encourage any woman who wishes to come forward and report a case of her own, since this is a case registered suo motu by Banchankari police station.
A woman has also pointed out concerns over her images being put on this particular account. Will you be making attempts to reach out to her as well, so that if an official complaint is given, you could proceed with that too?
I'm led to believe that she is approaching the local police station today.
Okay. So, also, if you could tell us, while this investigation has been going on, are there possibilities that this individual had more such videos that he was going to post on other accounts through other mobile, or was it saved on his laptop, or anything that you could share with us?
Investigation is underway. Whether he had any more such content remains to be seen. We are examining the devices used by him.
Lastly, what's the message to anybody else, posting such content on, social media? What should they be aware of, and are the police keenly looking at such things?
Police is definitely watching social media. Any photos or videos that you take as content makers, there should be consent of the person that you're capturing. And because not everybody is okay with being presented to the world without their consent. It falls under various sections of law where it is a crime to post somebody's videos, especially a woman's video, without her consent. Consent is the key word. Explicit consent should be taken from the people that you are photographing or videographing.
Thank you for speaking to NDTV.
Thuggery in the name of power, a disturbing trend sweeping across India. From food poisoning to violent outbursts, politicians and their cadres are losing their cool. From violent cadres to RJD's misbehaving leaders, the ugly side of politics is on complete display. Let's take a closer look at the ugly side of politics where leaders turn thugs and citizens suffer. Let's look into the cases of, we are talking about MDMK's Vaiko, RJD's leader and others. The question really is, how far will this thuggery go? Will all leaders learn to govern with dignity or continue down the path of thuggery? That is really the big question. This really comes at a time when NDTV confronted the Shiv Sena MLA, and far from feeling apologetic about publicly assaulting a canteen staffer over food quality, Sanjay Gaikwad has gone on to say that he has no regrets. In fact, he's gone on to justify his action. The man continues to defend himself. My colleague Sujata asked him some hard-hitting questions. Let's listen in to what Sanjay Gaikwad had to say.
आकाशवाणी कैंटीन का लाइसेंस सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है और ये सब हुआ जब एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिसमें बुलाना से विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जी एक स्टाफर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मैनेजर, स्टाफर हो या मैनेजर, किसी को आपको लगता है कि सही है?
देखो, ये जो शिकायत मैं 2-3 साल से कर रहा था, शिकायत करने के बाद भी नतीजा कुछ निकला नहीं। मेरी अकेले की शिकायत नहीं थी, महाराष्ट्र के कई सारे एमएलएज, उनके पीए, न जाने कितने लोग, हर कोई शिकायत करता था, लेकिन नतीजा कभी बाहर आया नहीं। इसलिए मैं जानता था कि मेरा रास्ता गलत है, लेकिन गलत रास्ते से मैं सही इस पर जगह पे पहुंचा हूं। वो गलत रास्ता अपनाने से आज इस पर कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। और ये जो शेट्टी लोग हैं, ये महाराष्ट्र में आज से इनका ये धंधा नहीं है हमारे लोगों की ज़िंदगी से खेलने का। आज मेरी ज़िंदगी से खेलने का उन्होंने प्रयास किया। पहली बात तो है कि मेरा पेट की दर्द से मैं 20 साल से परेशान हूँ। अगर ज़रा सा भी कुछ कम ज़्यादा होता है तो मुझे बहुत दर्द होता है, इसलिए मेरी जान पहले से जल चुकी थी।
सर, समस्याएं सारी विधायकों की है, लेकिन उन सबका जिम्मा जो है आपने अपने सर ले लिया। अब आप जो है कटघरे में खड़े हैं कि आप ऐसे मारपीट कैसे कर सकते हैं?
देखो, सबके दिल की बात है, सबके दिल को तो लग रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है,
सबको लग रहा है।
बहुत से लोग कल मुझे मिले कि नहीं, ये तो बहुत आपने अच्छा किया, लेकिन सामने कोई आ नहीं रहा था। कई कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी कोई आ नहीं रहा था। मैंने लाखों लोगों का जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको आरोग्य है वो संभालने के लिए मैंने एक कदम उठाया कि कम से कम आने वाले कल में इनकी शरीर आरोग्य को तकलीफ ना हो, इसलिए मैंने एक कदम उठाया।
मारपीट कर
जो किया वो आपने देखा है,
हमने देखा। लेकिन सर, देखा जाए तो आप एक विधायक हैं, आपके पास एक दर्जा है, आप चाहते तो इसको लीगली ले जाकर आप चाहे तो एफडीए के पास आप डायरेक्टली जाते, आप कंप्लेंट करते, आप कुछ इनिशिएट करते। इस प्रकार मारपीट करके आपको नहीं लगता आपने कहीं एक गलती कर दी है?
200-400 कंप्लेंट हो चुकी है अभी तक, 200-400। एफडी की तरफ भी हो गए। मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी खुद कल मुझे बताया कि हमने भी उनको बताया। अब इतना कंप्लेंट होने के बाद में ये लोग नहीं अगर करते तो हम लोगों ने क्या करना चाहिए? मानता हूँ मैंने गलत तरीका अपनाया, पर मेरा निशाना सही जगह पे लगा है।
Saurabh joining us to get us the questions that are being raised in this matter. When will action be taken? And just speaking up on the issue, is that really enough, or action needs to be taken against those who take things into their own hands? Saurabh, my colleague, joining us with the latest.
This remains NDTV's campaign against this kind of bullying, boorish behavior by people in positions of power. And of course, this is what we call India against VIP thugs. And of course, there are several big questions on this. And one of the big questions, of course, is the fact that will this MLA be arrested? He's a Shiv Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad. Will he be arrested? That's the first question that we're asking on NDTV. And that's important because, look, what has followed is something that's a part of procedure, could be a part of procedure. If there's a complaint about some food, it could be a part of procedure. And that, of course, brings us to the second question, that will the Shiv Sena, the party to which Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad belongs to, will the Shiv Sena allow action against him, or will it protect him while condemning his behavior? Because really there has to be action against Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad. The third question now is, of course, the action that's followed this whole, sort of behavior by Mr. Gaikwad and the FDA's action. Now, the FDA is supposed to keep track of whether hygienic food is being served or not. But in this case, it begs the question, is this an attempt to intimidate the canteen? Because in the first place, the FDA should have conducted checks earlier. This is a VIP canteen. This is an MLA canteen. What was the reason that, the FDA team woke up to this issue only after this incident of this MLA slapping, brutally, punching someone, throwing him to the ground? So was the FDA really waiting for something like this? And is this an attempt to intimidate, is the third big question we are asking. The fourth question is, of course, there is also, why did the FDA only wake up after this, VIP thugs violence? Overall, how is the FDA functioning, or does it only act when, indulges in behavior like this? And of course, the last one is, of course, will Maharashtra's VIP thugs be reined in? When will this kind of behavior stop? This is, of course, an ongoing campaign on NDTV India against VIP thugs, and we'll be tracking every detail, every case where there is behavior that is like this, especially by people in power.
Right. Saurabh, thank you so much. And as we continue NDTV's campaign here, we have Radhika joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, Saurabh there, raising questions in regard to if action could be taken against the caterer, against the canteen, then why is no action taken against the man who was assaulting a poor staffer at that Akashwani guest house of the MLAs in Mumbai?
Absolutely. That's the big question we are asking. While action has been taken by the FDA against the contractors there, against people who supply food to that particular canteen, in fact, the license has been suspended. There will be examination and analysis of the food samples that will be conducted. But till that time, that contractor cannot supply food. So therefore, big action there by FDA. Prima facie, it looks like there have been violations as far as food safety is concerned. Be that as it may, the fact remains that no action has been taken against Sanjay Gaikwad, who went ahead and slapped and thrashed that poor worker there. In fact, Sanjay Gaikwad continues to be defiant. He continues to justify his stand. He's unapologetic. He doesn't regret what he did. He says that, his acts are justified and also was done keeping in mind the food quality and other services there, and that he's raised multiple complaints, therefore he was forced to take law into his hands. So these are the words of Sanjay Gaikwad. Absolutely no remorse there, but the fact remains that he did take law into his hands and went ahead and assaulted a poor worker, something that has been taken note of by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. They say, action will be taken, this is unacceptable and cannot be tolerated and so on. But despite all of these assurances and promises, the fact remains that there is no complaint against Gaikwad in any police station, absolutely no disciplinary action against him. While FDA has taken action, the priority should have been to take action against this man, Gaikwad, which unfortunately has not been done by the administration, or for that matter, Shinde Sena. So we'll really have to see how this plays out in the days to come, and if at all a concrete action will be taken, that remains to be seen.
Right, Radhika, we will keep, of course, tracking this story, and this is a story here very, very important to NDTV to raise issues and to raise voices for the common citizen, the common man here in the country, and therefore you can see the impact. So far, at least, the man has gone on to say that his ways were wrong. He's gone on to say, "Mera tarika galat tha, but mera nishana sahi tha." That is what he has gone on to say. We also have another incident coming right, and this is from Bihar. And Prabhakar joining us. Prabhakar, take us through what really happened here, where there was was someone who was inside an ambulance, and the attendant of that patient came out onto the road to perhaps clear out that traffic jam in order to make way for that ambulance to reach the hospital. But here we had an RJD leader misbehaving with the cane of the patient.
Exactly, and he was a low-rank RJD leader of Darbhanga district of Bihar. Yesterday, there was a Bihar Bandh call given by the opposition to protest against the SIR, which is going on, the special intensive revision of the voter list. And this guy had laid a road blockade, which was actually done at most of the districts in Bihar. At this particular spot where this leader was actually sitting on the street and trying to enforce the Bandh, ambulance actually was caught in the traffic jam which followed the road blockade, and the ambulance driver went to plead before him that there was a patient and he needed to go to the hospital urgently, so they should urgently make a way for the ambulance to pass through, which not only he refused to do so, but he also abused the ambulance driver, and this entire episode was caught on the camera. Now NDTV actually caught hold of him later during the day and just to get his viewpoint as to why he did so and why it was such an inhuman act was done by him, why he did not let an ambulance pass by, and it was clearly a life support ambulance. There was a patient inside the ambulance. He had no defense actually of the act he committed. He said that the Bandh was there and he was just trying to enforce the Bandh. Why he stopped the ambulance is something which he failed to respond on.
Right. Prabhakar, of course, many such incidents are coming to light, and we're talking about VIP thugs there taking matters into their own hands, whether it's verbal abuse or it's assault, that we are seeing physical assault as well, and that's something that happened in the state of Maharashtra. But take us through, instead of kind of providing some sort of assistance, in this hour of need, they were trying to create more complications for the poor man who was inside the ambulance, and instead of helping the cane and the ambulance to make their way out of that traffic jam, which was caused, like you mentioned, because of the Bihar Bandh in the state yesterday. Take us through what kind of action is now going to be taken against the man.
See, we don't know as of now whether the administration has taken a note of it, taken a cognizance of it, and we are actually trying to get in touch with the relatives of the patient who was actually inside the ambulance. So far, we have not been able to contact them. We are told that he's admitted in one of the hospitals over there. Which hospital we are trying to find, and our reporters are on the job. But as of now, the administration has not taken a cognizance of it. The political parties are reacting to it. We have seen the BJP, JDU attacking RJD, and they are calling it a return of Gundaraj. They are saying that this is the reflection of what kind of government RJD will give if it is voted to power. So the political big battle has already started. But as far as the administration is concerned, it hasn't responded so far.
Right, Prabhakar Kumar, getting us all the very latest. Thank you so much for highlighting for us another such incident that is being reported in the country, where the common man, is being assaulted, whether it's physically or verbally so, in different parts of the country. Here we have the M&S workers attacking that shopkeeper. On the other side, we also had, the M&S worker's son who rammed his car into a woman and was, not even wearing a shirt. He was abusing that woman. And another incident now coming to light of the RJD leader misbehaving with a poor man who was trying to rush someone to the hospital. Let's just get you another incident now that is coming to light. And again, another VIP thug. Here we're talking about a journalist who has been assaulted, a journalist who was assaulted in Tamil Nadu. Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through this journalist who was roughed up by party workers after the veteran leader and party chief lashed out at media people for filming empty chairs during the event, and that is what caused that altercation.
That's right, Divya. This happened in Sattur in the Virudhunagar district of Tamil Nadu in southern part of the state last night, where MDMK chief Vaiko was addressing party cadre at an indoor location, and at some point in time the sections of the attendees left to have food, leaving the chairs vacant at one part of the hall. And when camera persons attempted to film that, Vaiko lost cool and he asked them if they have any intelligence to take visuals of empty chairs instead of taking pictures of what he calls the 1,000 people waiting outside the hall. And he also asked the cadre to snatch away the cameras and to remove the film. It was at that point a section of the party cadre roughed up journalists, and at the moment police call it as an altercation between the party cadre and journalists, and that no formal complaint has been received. But this has certainly come as a huge embarrassment for this veteran leader, whose MP term in the upper house would end later this month, Divya.
Sam, thank you so much for getting us details of another very shocking incident that has come to life, this time now from Tamil Nadu. Moving on now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the Enforcement Directorate that has registered cases now against 29 celebrities. We're talking about Enforcement Case Information Report against actors including Vijay Deverakonda as well as Rana Daggubati and Prakash Raj, amongst several social media influencers for allegedly promoting illegal online betting platforms. This after a businessman filed a complaint accusing the celebrities of promoting betting apps via social media pop-up ads and other channels as well. And this also does include, we're talking about YouTubers and social media celebrities there on that list. And to know who all are on that list, we have Uma Sudhir joining us. Uma, take us through the names. There are 29 people in all.
So the Enforcement Directorate cracked down on celebrities endorsing these illegal kind of betting apps online. That is something that has taken into stride several people from not just the film industry but also from the television industry and social media influencers as well. Big names like Vijay Deverakonda, who very recently in fact shared stage with Chief Minister Revanth Reddy in order to to say no to drugs campaign. And there was also Rana Daggubati. You have people like Manchu Lakshmi and others who have been named in this, and this follows FIRs that were booked against them by the Telangana Police, Hyderabad Police, Miapur Police, and there is also FIRs that were booked against them in Andhra Pradesh, in Visakhapatnam specifically, where there were presumably victims who lost money after having invested money in these kind of online betting apps. So what the Enforcement Directorate is now looking to investigate is the money laundering angle to this, because they believe that through the payments that were made through these online betting apps, the companies and the organizers, there was an attempt at money laundering, and that is what the ED will be specifically probing as the angle of their investigation. What I must also point out is that Vijay Deverakonda, Rana Daggubati as well as Prakash Raj had issued statements denying their any kind of a wrongdoing. One was Vijay Deverakonda saying that he had associated with A23, which is actually skill-based gaming platform, and he said that Rummy is something that's been recognized as a skill-based game by the Supreme Court, and he had only endorsed the product in regions where this kind of activity is considered legal. Rana Daggubati also spoke about Rummy as a game that is a skill-based game that he had promoted only in regions where this is allowed. And you had Prakash Raj putting out a video, in fact, where he said that Jungle Rummy is something that he had promoted, yes, in 2016, and that he had ended the contract in 2017, and he had refused to, in fact, continue with the contract. And in 2021, when another company had taken over and they had used his video, he had warned them, saying that he does not want any association, and he asked them to withdraw it, and they had withdrawn the video that they had recorded much earlier of his endorsement itself. So while the celebrities and social influencers are distancing themselves from any kind of an illegal activity, the Enforcement Directorate certainly wanting to probe into any money laundering activity in this entire issue.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us details. We have breaking news coming in at the moment. Well, let's get you the latest, and this is in regard to the Bihar voter survey row with the top court. They're hearing petitions. Do remember there were multiple petitions that were filed, and the Supreme Court taking up that batch of petitions challenging the legality of the special intensive revision of electoral rolls being conducted by the Election Commission in the poll-bound state of Bihar. The Supreme Court has said that while there's nothing wrong in conducting a survey, but really questioning the timing of it. And to know more on this, we have my colleague Nupur joining us to get us the very latest. We also have Prabhakar joining us. Nupur, over to you first. Take us through what was really said in court today. Well, we have Aishwarya at the moment and Prabhakar. Aishwarya, take us through the proceedings in court.
Well, the hearing is underway as far as Supreme Court is concerned, who is hearing the bunch of petitions filed by 5 individuals and also the group of, India bloc political parties, which includes Congress and other left parties. Main points that have come out as far as what the Supreme Court's observation till now has been, they have raised questions of timing as far as why it has been, introduced now, what has been done in the last 3 years. It is also about the documents that are being ensured as to, what documents are required for the SIR being there. The major arguments that are being placed by the petitioners over here is that, the 11 documents that are required, the Aadhaar is something that is excluded from the entire exercise. The petitioners also had stated earlier that because it is just few months left to the Bihar polls, why, just now and not, before, many years this exercise had not been done. It has been stated by the Election Commission that till now 57% of the forms had been filled and only approximately 2 crore people of Bihar had been left for the registration. But it is a mega exercise that is undergoing. The arguments currently is taking place on the behalf of the petitioners. They have also stated that all those who had Aadhaar cards, that they can enroll in several of the government schemes. But why not the Aadhaar is one of the reason for giving, these and submitting these forms as far as the SIR is concerned. The hearing is still underway as to where it pans out, but certainly the opposition parties have raised voices as far as the entire exercise is concerned just ahead of the Bihar polls.
Right, we also have Prabhakar, our colleague, joining us as well. Prabhakar, what the Election Commission is doing has really been mandated under the Constitution. That is what Supreme Court has said. But at the same time, wrapping the Election Commission over the exclusion of the Aadhaar card.
Yeah, exactly, and more than that, the opposition parties who had petitioned in the Supreme Court, they are questioning the timing of this entire exercise which is happening, and the time period, the time frame given for completion of this entire exercise. Remember, it's a mammoth exercise. You have to re-register all the voters of Bihar, and the numbers are huge. So what they are saying that it's humanly not possible for the Election Commission, or for that matter any government organization, to complete this kind of survey where even the document collection is required within a span of 25 days. They are saying that this could have been done immediately after the Lok Sabha polls, and the Election Commission would have got a time frame of 1 year actually to complete this exercise. They had absolutely nothing. They say that there was nothing wrong in completing this exercise if the proper time frame was given. Now, in 25 days time frame, it's humanly not possible for any organization to complete this kind of exercise. So this is what they are questioning, and they're also alleging that Election Commission is acting on the behest of BJP, acting as BJP's B team, and what they're fearing is that the voters, the booths where the opposition parties have a strong hold, where they have a large number of supporters, they might actually be weeded off the electoral roll. So that would affect the overall results, the election results which the Bihar will throw. Now, you just have 2 to 3 months to go before the Bihar actually goes into the poll mode. So this timing is very crucial, and that is the reason why it has become a very big political flashpoint in Bihar. We saw yesterday how the Bihar Bandh was enforced by all the opposition parties, and this battle is being, as we speak, it is being played in the Supreme Court as well.
Right, of course, the Supreme Court, they're saying that all this should have been done a little earlier and that it's a little late now to be able to check citizenship onto the special intensive revision, and that this is an exercise that should have been considered way before in advance. Thank you so much, Prabhakar and Ishwarya, for getting us all those details. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Shashi Tharoor and the Congress party's rift is widening by the day. Well, it is the Congress leader who's gone ahead and criticized his own party over emergency and the role that Sanjay Gandhi had to play in it. Gu Netas exposed across the nation. We're talking about RJD Neta heckles a patient's skin while on the way to a hospital. Well, this is also MK cadre assaults a journalist for filming empty during an event. And then, of course, we have the defiant Sanjay Gaikwad, who was confronted by NDTV, says that he has nothing to regret. After a woman's viral Instagram post has flagged concerns over women being filmed without their consent in Bengaluru, a 26-year-old man has now been arrested for posting those pictures and those videos on an Instagram handle. ED heat on top. Southern Stars, 29 celebrities booked for endorsing betting apps. Celebrities saying they've done nothing wrong.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, then India is in trouble.
So
Why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure that the funding is done on very loose and terms favorable to Pakistan, as has been in the case in the past. If Pakistan starts acquiring low platforms which are low observable, in other words, stealth platforms, then that's an additional headache for the Indian Air Force, because tracking stealth aircraft requires a certain specialization. It's much more difficult. The time that you have to actually engage a potential stealth target is reduced greatly, and therefore, it's a problem.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest when it comes to the Congress party. And we have infighting literally, as far as that split between Shashi Tharoor and the Congress party is concerned. Because now Shashi Tharoor has gone on to criticize his own party, the Congress party, as far as, the rule, this is the role that Sanjay Gandhi played during emergency, and said it's not just a dark chapter. So he shared, a survey indicating that he is the most preferred choice for Chief Minister among leaders of the party led in Kerala. And however, his pitch was immediately junked by his party Congress leader. They're rejecting the survey, showing that Shashi Tharoor was the most suitable Chief Minister's candidate from UDF for the upcoming polls in 2026, saying that it was all but cooked up. So here we have Sunil joining us in order to get us the very latest. Well, Sunil, after making comments as far as the emergency in 1975 is concerned, comparing India from then to now, literally indirectly lauding Prime Minister Modi at this particular time, calling it robust, calling it prosperous. On the other side, he's also gone on to say that he is the most suitable candidate as far as the Chief Minister's position is concerned for the upcoming election, and that, according to him, is through a survey that was conducted.
That's right. I think Shashi Tharoor is making all the right noises, trying to say, and with a namaskar, that he's possibly a candidate for the Chief Minister's post by being the most suitable candidate by that survey. So it's in that backdrop that the Congress, no less than Mr. Ramesh Chennitala, who was in fact one of the strongest supporters of Shashi Tharoor, who has said it is all cooked up. So this is definitely not a good sign for the Kerala Congress. The last thing that they want at this present juncture, when the UDF is taking on the LDF, which has been in power for now close to 9 years and is going into its 10th year and will be trying to, come back to power this time round after good performance in the bipole elections. The UDF, seeing Mr. Shashi Tharoor's points, will definitely be a cause of concern. So this is definitely an interesting time, and it's in that backdrop we'll have to wait and see how things play up. But the Congress saying this is cooked up. Mr. Shashi Tharoor, as you are well aware, is a wildcard entry who joined the politics in 2014 when he contested from Thiruvananthapuram. He's been there from 2009 onwards, and it's in that backdrop we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But definitely all the wrong noises for the Congress party when it comes to Shashi Tharoor. Mr. Shashi Tharoor continues to pinprick the Congress leadership.
Right. All kind of noises being made and statements that are coming out of Shashi Tharoor, whether he was comparing India and how it was back in 1975 and talking about that dark chapter as far as emergency is concerned, and particularly the role of Sanjay Gandhi and how democracy should not be taken lightly. Let's just cut across now to Siddaramaiah, who's here in the national capital and also speaking about, at a time when there's a lot of speculation doing the rounds.
Lined up with High Command, sir?
Pardon?
Is there any meeting lined up with High Command, Rahul Gandhi or Kharge ji today?
No, there is no scheduled program. Neither Rahul Gandhi ji nor Kharge ji invited us for party to discuss the issues regarding the party.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ 4 ಪರಿಷತ್ತು ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಗಮ ಮಂಡಳಿದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಕೂಡ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನೋಡೋಣ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. Surjewala
Chief Minister, they're responding about the decisions to be taken about chairmen to several boards and corporations and MLC nominations, and he also says that we will discuss these things today and get back.
The state government ordered the remove the Jan Aushadhi Kendra from the all government hospital of Karnataka.
Pardon?
Jan Aushadhi Kendra. Jan Aushadhi Kendra.
Then I have to check up.
Yes, sir.
I have to collect the information. Without knowing fully well, I should not answer.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಕನ್ನಡದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತೀರ ಅವಾಗ. ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ 125 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ಟಿವಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಳು. ಅದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
The Chief Minister, they're saying that the speculation is only happening in the media circles. There is no discussion about any changes as far as the party is concerned.
2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತದೆ. ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಒಪ್ಪಂದ ಆಗಿತ್ತಾ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಉತ್ತರ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಏನು ನಾವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಅದನ್ನು ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ಏನೇ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅವಾಯ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮೊನ್ನೆನೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಮಯ ಹತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪುನಃ ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
That has been held is to follow instructions of the High Command, and whatever they say, the Chief Minister says he and the Deputy Chief Minister will abide by.
Doesn't mean ಆ ಥರ ಒಪ್ಪಂದ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಾನು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಪೂರ ನಾನೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ?
If there was agreement of power sharing, why would I say that I will complete 5 years or continue for 5 years is what the Chief Minister is saying.
ಈ ಗಾಳಿ ಸುದ್ದಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು.
Don't say into rumors.
ಅವರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಅಭಿಮಾನದಿಂದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕೆಲವರು.
ಬೆಂಬಲಿಸುವಂತ ಶಾಸಕರು
ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 1 or 2 MLAs ಅವರು ಅವರು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು. ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
At the end of the day, the statements coming in from the MLAs are their own personal statements because they are in support of either me or Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, but that is not a reflection of the stand of the party.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇಂಥ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋ ಕಾರಣ ಕೆಲವು ಸಚಿವರು ಅವರು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ, ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಏನು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು?
ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಅಂತ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ.
ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಏನಂತ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು? ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ. ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ
when they spoke about a political revolution, what are they trying to suggest? You need to answer.
ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಏನು? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಅವರು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪಕ್ಷದ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್, ಅದು ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಎ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್? ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು.
These statements should be made by the High Command. Only then will it be of any relevance and not by any of the legislators.
Leadership ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
There is no question of leadership before the High Command or the party right now.
ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು?
What more can I say than making it so clear?
ಶಾಸಕರ ಕರೆದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಪಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ,
ಅದೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್. ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದಂಗೆ.
Most of it is the speculation being made in the media and the understanding that you have.
ಸರ್, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ?
ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಈ ಸಾರಿ.
Meeting Rahul Gandhi is not even on the agenda at the moment.
ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗಾಗಲಿ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ.
He hasn't called either me or Mr. D.K. Shivakumar for any meeting.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದೀವಿ, ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದೀವಿ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ.
ಯಾರು
ತಾವೇ
ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ.
ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಪಾಟ್ನಾಕ್ಕೇನೋ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Mr. Kharge is not in Delhi, he is in Bengaluru. Rahul Gandhi, I was told, is in Patna. There is no plan of meeting him or he hasn't invited us.
ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರಲ್ವಾ? ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ?
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸುರ್ಜೇವಾಲಾ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ಈ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟ ಪುನರ್ರಚನೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ?
ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟದ ಪುನರ್ರಚನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾಯಕರ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
There is no discussion on cabinet expansion or leadership change.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ.
ಯಾರು
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು?
ಯಾರ ಮುಂದೆ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು?
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಯಾರ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ?
ಕೆಲವು ಶಾಸಕರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದವರು, ಸಚಿವರು ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸಿಲ್ಲ.
Some MLAs spoke about regime change in Karnataka. Are you saying that this topic is over forever? This topic is over, that there is going to be CM change in Karnataka?
No discussion taken place. That is my reply.
And so will you be completing complete 5-year term as the Chief Minister of Karnataka? Will you be completing complete 5-year terms as Karnataka CM?
Mr. D.K. Shivkumar himself said it, that there is no vacancy of the CM post.
Sir,
every time sir reports are coming.
I was there in assembly election. I was there in assembly election in Karnataka. Election was fought on your name. You are CM. Was there any 50-50 formula after this?
Again, you are asking the same question in a different words.
Sir, the rotational Chief Minister formula, sir, if there was any. Rotational Chief Minister formula, if there was any.
See, my answer is, whatever decision taken by the High Command, both of us will follow, will obey.
ಸರ್ 2028ಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. 2028ಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೇ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. 2028ಕ್ಕೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ.
2023ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನಡೆಯಿತೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀರಿ ಸರ್ 2028ಕ್ಕೂ?
Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Vaiko, who has gone ahead and apologized in Tamil Nadu. We're talking about a video that has gone viral, and this is of journalists who were roughed up. These journalists were roughed up because they were filming empty seats at an event in Tamil Nadu. So the veteran politician has now gone ahead and apologized for reacting in that manner. Sam joining us to get us the very latest. Sam, Vaiko there apologizing over the assault incident in which he roughed up journalists, and these are journalists that were roughed up because they were filming empty seats at that event. They'd all gone out to perhaps eat, so he yelled at them and said that why aren't you taking, why aren't you shooting the footage of people, thousands of people who are waiting outside instead of, filming these empty chairs. But now Vaiko they're coming out and apologizing for that incident.
Divya, Vaiko's son, Durai Vaiko, who is also an MP and the principal secretary of MDMK, has in a statement apologized for what happened last night. He has called it unpleasant and unprecedented in the 31-year history of MDMK. He says Vaiko had merely asked journalists to not film the vacant seats but to go outside and film the thousands of people waiting outside. And Kader had lost their cool, and what happened is completely unacceptable. Vaiko's son, Durai Vaiko says, and he also shares how over the years Vaiko has always maintained a very cordial relationship with journalists, and even when uncomfortable situations is ensured that the dignity of journalists would be protected and they would be well taken care. And in that statement he has of course tried to downplay the statements or speech made by Vaiko, who actually had told journalists whether do they have any intelligence, and he had also asked the cadre to snatch the cameras and take away the film rolls. But now the party has apologized and tried to strike a chord with journalists, trying to present this as a off-the-cuff event, something which has never happened in the history of the party. Politically, this comes closer to the elections, and at a time when the party is trying to garner more seats under the DMK alliance. Vaiko's term as Rajya Sabha MP is also coming to an end later this month, Divya.
Right, calling it unpleasant and unprecedented in the party's 31-year history. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us those details. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Do stay with us. But at 1:30, please do call in because we will be covering this Instagram horror that unfolded of this man who was posting pictures and videos of women walking down the streets of Bengaluru. The man has been caught. You can now voice your concerns about a social media harassment that is coming up at 1:30 p.m. with my colleague Osama.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU, this is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture. Yeah.
2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years 100%. Away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of
The Karnataka Game of Thrones continue in the national capital. Siddaramaiah digs in his heels. He says there was never any power-sharing formula. The Siddaramaiah DKS both are set to meet the Congress brass today. The rift widens between Congress and Shashi Tharoor after Shashi Tharoor criticizes the Congress over emergency. He said that emergency was a dark chapter in India's history. After a woman's viral Instagram post flagging women being filmed without consent in Bengaluru, a 26-year-old has now been arrested. And it is not just Maharashtra, but goon netas have been exposed across the nation. An RJD neta heckled a patient's skin. Meanwhile, an MDMK cadre assaulted a journalist. Violent Sena MLA stays remorseless. Supreme Court hears opposition's pleas over the Bihar voter survey. The Supreme Court questions the timing of the Election Commission's survey. The opposition says, were the 10 elections previously based on wrong data? Rain mess hits the Millennium City, Gurugram. Gurugram sinks after few hours of rain. In fact, multiple roads caved in due to heavy rain. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The big story that we are tracking is the Karnataka Game of Thrones, and that battle has now shifted to Delhi. Well, and Karnataka Chief Minister, his deputy, that is DK Shivkumar, both are in the national capital. Siddaramaiah, he was speaking to the media just a short while back. He has digged in his heels. He says there was no power sharing formula. There is no question of cabinet reshuffle. There has been no discussion on the leadership change. He in fact vows to complete his full term. NDTV gets you all the latest, and in fact NDTV's news break has set the news agenda. Karnataka Chief Minister, he was speaking to the media and he stays defiant. In fact, my colleague Deepak Bupanna and Sunil Prabhu, they join us to get us more on this. Deepak, the Chief Minister, the Karnataka Chief Minister, he stays defiant. He says there was no power sharing formula, something that he has been adamant about right from the very beginning.
Well, there are very important takeaways from what the Chief Minister has said in Delhi. You know, usually whenever he speaks in Bengaluru, you know, he does not want to speak at length about this issue. But in Delhi, when he is very close there to the leaders of the High Command, he's making his voice heard. And it seems like he's putting his foot down and saying, well, there is no vacancy at this point in time. And I want to tell our viewers here two aspects. One is when asked about the power sharing formula, first he says he does not want to comment on this. He says that whatever the High Command decides, he and Mr. DK Shivkumar will always abide by it. This was when he was asked about the power sharing formula twice. Then for a follow-up question again, he says that if there was indeed a power sharing formula, then he wouldn't actually, you know, say that he will continue for 5 years. He also reiterates that including DK Shivkumar has also said that, you know, right now there is already a Chief Minister, there is no vacancy for that post, so there is no question of any change at the moment. So he is making it very clear. He's also ruling out any sort of meeting about leadership, about cabinet expansion. He says the visit to Delhi remains meeting union ministers, taking interests of the people of Karnataka to Delhi, to you know, the ministers and the MPs there to ensure that the state gets its share in whatever sector that is. But right now, as far as the leadership question is concerned, one, he's asserting himself. Two, he's also making that very clear that whatever the High Command says, he will abide by it.
All right. I also have Sunil Prabhu with me joining us. Sunil, you know, is there concrete evidence of factionalism within the Karnataka Congress? And who are the key camps according to you?
Well, there has always been factionalism prior to the elections, after the elections, and will continue to be. That's the Congress party, that's the Karnataka Congress. In particular, there are two major factions. There are multiple others, of course, who will have their own support base. One, of course, is Mr. Siddaramaiah. The other is DK Shivkumar. Then there is MB Patil. And the list continues. Mr. Parmeshwar, who belongs to, you know, from the scheduled caste. So it's definitely a big power struggle. And please don't forget the party president, Mr. Karge. He has his own following and his son is in the helm of affairs. So there is definitely a faction-ridden party, but it is on the basis of, even though Mr. Siddaramaiah says that he will remain the CM for 5 years, the fact that Mr. Surjewala went down to Bangalore, did the exercise based on what Mr. No less than Mr. Karge said, that the High Command will take a call. It's after that exercise that they understood that the majority of the MLAs stood by Mr. Siddaramaiah, and it's in that possibility that they're working together. What are they going to take up? They will definitely take up, even if he says there's no cabinet reshuffle, how to ensure that the party works unitedly and that, you know, the party workers and others benefit from it. One of the biggest learnings for the Congress party is like the BJP, which ensures that its RSS cadres and others benefit and they, you know, have a stake in it. The Congress workers, who are unknown people, haven't really been able to benefit in the last few months and years in Karnataka. And more importantly, There have been so much of infighting, the lack of funds that is coming from the center, which is telling on the governance in the state. And I think that's the critical aspect that the leadership will be wanting to take into account in the next few days.
Sunil, just to reiterate on the meeting that is going to take place, both the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister, they will be meeting the top brass of the Congress. Just break it down for us. What is the objective of this meeting, of this particular visit by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister? And were they summoned by the High Command, or did they request a meeting with the top brass?
Whether they're summoned or they've sought an appointment, they've been officially saying they've sought an appointment, but definitely this is something of an unfinished agenda which the Congress party would like to resolve. This is one of the few states in southern India which they're in power. And it's in that backdrop that the leadership would want them to work together and see that the party, as well as both Mr. Siddaramaiah as well as Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, bury the hatchet and stop fighting publicly and trying to resolve this issue and put up a united front. I think that's uppermost in the mind of the leadership, that you should not let what is a historic mandate. The Congress has got nearly 138 seats after such a massive mandate. It should not allow it to be withered away, and they should work unitedly to ensure that not only do they retain ground, but also deliver on the promises that they made to the people of Karnataka.
That's a great point that you have made, Sunil Prabhu, because Karnataka is one of those rare states where Congress is in power, and it is in power with a majority, and that in that particular context, it becomes very important for the Congress and the High Command to make sure that there is no infighting in the state. Having said that, let me go back to Deepak Bopanna. Deepak, are there MLAs who are aligned with D.K. Shivkumar? Are they openly expressing their dissent, or is it all still behind closed doors?
Well, it's pretty much out there, isn't it? For the last couple of weeks, there have been a lot of MLAs who've been very vocal that they want a change. They want D.K. Shivkumar at the helm of affairs. In fact, Mr. Iqbal Hussain, that we spoke to just a week ago, he had very clearly said if the Congress has to come back in 2028, it has to be D.K. Shivkumar who should be made the Chief Minister. Only then they can. He even went on to say that there are over 100 MLAs in the support of Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. That's a whopping number considering the strength of the Congress right now is at about 138. Probably an exaggerated number, but he thought it was right to make that statement. He was given a show cause notice, but he comes back after the notice and says, well, he'll respond to the notice, but his stand does not change. We had C.P. Yogeshwar. Now, these are all legislators who are in the South Karnataka belt. D.K. Shivkumar is very popular in that region around his constituency and in different parts of Karnataka as well. So right now there are two aspects here. Whether the High Command actually has an interest to make this change, do they want to risk it? When I say risk it, it's because both of these leaders are very big leaders in the state of Karnataka. Irking either of them isn't going to fare well for the Congress party, not just right now, but also in the future. And for them, Karnataka retaining power here is going to be a very important aspect. So how the High Command deals with it is going to be important. Now, yesterday, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar claimed that he is going to see if he can meet Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Sources suggest he's also met Priyanka Gandhi. Mr. Siddaramaiah right now, while he was speaking to the media a little while ago, says there is no question of meeting Rahul Gandhi or Mallikarjun Kharge about a leadership topic. In fact, there has been no invite for any sort of discussion, and they're not meeting him. He even says that Mr. Kharge is not even in Delhi, has gone to Bengaluru, and also says as far as Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the last time he heard was in Patna. So there is officially from them, they haven't been invited for any sort of meeting. So he's categorically denying meeting the top brass and discussing this issue, and more importantly says D.K. Shivkumar himself has made it clear that Siddaramaiah will continue at the helm of affairs. So this topic is only a rumor, is what Mr. Siddaramaiah says, and dismisses the entire thing. But one important takeaway, what we could really look into, is Mr. Siddaramaiah saying that whatever the High Command says, we will abide by it. And this particular answer comes when he was asked about the power sharing formula. But also, he adds to that statement, saying that, well, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar himself had said that there is no vacancy, and Mr. Siddaramaiah also reiterates his statement that he will continue for 5 years. So there is a lot of mixed signaling that's going on, but it looks like Mr. Siddaramaiah his foot down and trying to put an end to this issue, saying it's only rumors within the leadership, within the party. There is no topic of change.
All right, I'm also currently joined by Vasudha Venugopal to take us through the latest and this escalating drama that we have been witnessing. Vasudha, firstly, what exactly triggered this latest escalation within the Karnataka Congress? If you can give us that information.
Well, Osama, first of all, let me tell you that I am in Karnataka Bhavan, and there are two different buildings here. Siddaramaiah stays in this building right behind me, and his convoy has just left. We know that DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah have a working relationship, but political ambitions actually have gotten ahead of that. What I understand right now is we were with Siddaramaiah just a few minutes ago, and he was telling us that the leadership issue has been completely resolved in Karnataka. And every time a reporter asked him a question about leadership or the 2.5-year formula, power sharing formula, he said it is DK Shivakumar who himself has clarified that there is no vacancy when it comes to the CM's post. And he kept quoting DK Shivakumar. He said that there's no question of meeting Rahul Gandhi. The meeting was never sought. He is, of course, meeting Randeep Surjewala, the General Secretary of the Congress Party in charge of Karnataka, at around 6 o'clock today evening. Rahul Gandhi was in Patna yesterday. He's going to be in Delhi today, but there is no meeting of Siddaramaiah with Siddaramaiah, at least. Siddaramaiah is going to meet Randeep Surjewala, and he made it very clear that he is going to be the Chief Minister for the next 5 years, and the leadership question has been completely resolved in Karnataka, and he's quoted Mr. Shivakumar's words himself. But there is a lot of muscle flexing and shadow boxing that's been going on because, answering the question that you asked, because supporters of both these camps have been talking about 2.5 years are coming close, and both the camps want their person to either continue or to become this Chief Minister, which is why there has been a lot of noise in Karnataka Congress ecosystem. Randeep Surjewala has made a visit to Karnataka as well, and he has conveyed the message that governance should be the only priority. And today, after the meeting of Siddaramaiah with Randeep Surjewala, we'll get to know what is coming up with regard to other decisions such as cabinet reshuffle, and also what kind of organizational changes could be expected. But like I said, a lot of muscle flexing happening between these two leaders who at this point of time are the tallest leaders of Congress Karnataka.
Vasudha, we'll speak about the cabinet reshuffle and the governance in Karnataka. But what I want to understand is the fact that is there any... All right, Siddaramaiah is speaking right now. Let's listen in before we come.
Said it, that there is no vacancy of Chief Minister post.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the Karnataka Chief Minister stating yet again that there is no vacancy on the Chief Minister's post, and there is going to be no discussion over the future of Siddaramaiah as a Chief Minister. This is what he was speaking outside with the media. Well, we'll get you that bite in full in just a short while from now. But the Game of Thrones, the Karnataka Game of Thrones, it is continuing, and this time it is happening in the national capital. Let's in fact listen in to what Siddaramaiah had to say.
In assembly election also. So today you are going to meet Mr. Rahul Gandhi with DK Shivakumar sir.
No, he has not given any appointment to me. I sought an appointment to meet Rahul Gandhi ji today.
All right, let me go back to my colleagues Vasudha and Deepak. Vasudha, we heard the Chief Minister. He stays defiant. He says that, look, there is going to be no discussion over the future of this post, over the future of Siddaramaiah as a Chief Minister. But what I want to understand from you is that, is there any indication from the Congress top brass over whether the central leadership is backing one leader over the other? Is there any sort of indication to that?
Well, that's a very good question. What we understand is that the Congress leadership is very clear that it doesn't want to ruffle any feathers. Mr. Siddaramaiah comes from the Ahinda community. He's a mass leader and he commands a lot of votes when it comes to the OBC sections. And this is the only state where you don't have, any general caste as the chief minister, at least with regard to Congress party. Mr. Siddaramaiah is not a Vakaliga, he's not a Lingayat, but he commands a huge OBC population vote and also deprived sections which are anyway coming to the Congress party because of guarantees. Now we'll have to wait and see how that pans out in 2028. Mr. Shivakumar, on the other hand, is a Vakaliga leader and he's also responsible for, he also contributed significantly for the party's victory in 2023 with 135 seats because he continues to be the PCC president. It's been 5 years, so there are organizational changes also expected. So both these leaders are trying to flex their muscles. Mr. Siddaramaiah wants a cabinet reshuffle so that firmly positions him as the chief minister for the remaining part of the term. Mr. Shivakumar wants to be the chief minister. At the same time, he does not want a reshuffle. He also wants no organizational changes as well. So clearly, apart from the CM's post, there's a lot of muscle flexing happening on the other issues which are also connected to these leaders, display of power with regard to Karnataka politics.
All right, before I go to Deepak Bopanna, let's listen in to that bite. Let's listen to what the Karnataka Chief Minister had to say.
No, he has not given any appointment to me. I sought an appointment to meet Rahul Gandhi ji today. So far, no information.
You are sitting CM in Karnataka. Any vacancy for CM post in Karnataka, you will continue for 5 years?
No. DK Shivakumar himself said it, that there is no vacancy of Chief Minister post.
Thank you.
All right, let me go back to Deepak Bopanna. Deepak, there have been conversations around the cabinet reshuffle, about the governance in Karnataka. Is there any internal pressure within the Congress to reshuffle the cabinet, or is it because they want to accommodate the other factions here?
Well, there's consistently pressure, to reshuffle the cabinet. That has been on for over a year. There is pressure for change in the KPCC president's post as well. That is held by Mr. DK Shivakumar himself. Now, we should understand that when the government was formed here in Karnataka in 2023, there were two front runners for the chief minister's position. That was Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. DK Shivakumar. Both in their own way had massive contributions for that thumping victory that the Congress enjoyed in Karnataka after several decades. Now, there was a dilemma. What should the Congress do? They went with Mr. Siddaramaiah. They thought that he was probably more deserving, considering the fact that he's much more senior, than Mr. DK Shivakumar in terms of age. And also, they did, of course, consider various other factors as well. At that point in time, Mr. DK Shivakumar was also placated, saying, well, we're giving you the Deputy Chief Minister's position. He wanted a couple of other ministries, like, the Bangalore development, like the water resources. Along with that, he retained the KPCC president's post as well. So right now, if the Congress High Command is going to say, well, that we are not going to make any sort of changes as far as the Chief Minister's position is concerned, will there be any sort of, a change as far as cabinet berths are concerned? Is there going to be a reshuffle? Whether there is a possibility of taking away any berths from Mr. DK Shivakumar or even the position of the KPCC president? These are pertinent questions that the High Command has in front of them, even as there's pressure from the other legislators who want to be inducted into the cabinet. Some of them not happy with the current portfolios, want a change, but even that is being ruled out. Now, why is it being ruled out right now? Because we are looking at, a term of 2.5 years that is coming to an end, at least as far as ministries. Are they going to look at a revamp? There are certain, ministries that are also lying vacant, which the Chief Minister himself is holding, because we've seen resignations as well come by. For example, the sports ministry and others. So, what are they going to do about this? Why is there a wait? These are, important questions. Again, trying to symbolize that there is a lot of thinking that's going into all of this by the High Command. They do not want to make any sort of hasty decisions which would affect the state politics for the Congress party.
Deepak, when a infighting, when something like this happens, it is ultimately the people that suffer. And in this particular case, the people of Karnataka who are going to suffer because of this infighting. What I want to understand is, are governance issues in Karnataka, are they being overshadowed by this power struggle at this moment?
Well, for sure, when you have, the entire focus on such things, there is going to be, somewhere governance that will take a hit. As of now, whether we realistically feel it on the ground, well, probably not something that you can sense from the ground in itself, but the MLAs themselves have been speaking about it. They've been talking about administrative concerns. They've been talking about funding issues. They've been talking about corruption. So if the legislators themselves are pointing out, that means there is, of course, a reason to really worry about for the High Command, for the state leadership. Where is this issue stemming from? Is it stemming from the leadership that is right now there? Is it stemming from personal ambitions of these legislators? These are pertinent questions. Mr. Surjewala has been speaking to a host of legislators over the last couple of weeks. What is the information that he has gathered? What is the information that he'll take to Mr. Kharge, Mr. Rahul Gandhi? What is the decision based on these inputs that they have that will be taken? These are all important questions, even as the Karnataka Chief Minister completely rules out any sort of change that is a possibility at the moment.
There are many questions that will be asked, and one of those many questions is also going to be on the political strategy and the upcoming political strategy of the Congress party in general. Deepak, having said that, what is at stake for the Congress party if something like this keeps happening in the state of Karnataka? Because there are multiple elections that are coming in, that are going to happen, and Congress would want to make sure that they at least do well in some of those elections.
Well, Karnataka is a very important state. So, firstly, they need to get their house in order in Karnataka, because here BJP as well has been given so much fodder over the last few, months to attack the Congress party by their own legislators, by this infighting. On the other hand, to put up a very solid united front in a state like Karnataka, where they came in with a big margin, is going to be important for the Congress if they have to do well in other elections. And, till 2028, 29, there are going to be multiple elections in other states before Karnataka and even the Lok Sabha elections. So if they're going to have these sort of issues, it is going to reflect poorly and firstly on the leadership of the Congress party nationally and even in the state. So that's not something that the Congress would want. They would want to fix it as soon as possible.
Right, Vasudha's there with us. Vasudha, we have been speaking about the governance, we have been speaking about the cabinet reshuffle, the potential cabinet reshuffle that might happen in Karnataka. Are there, when we speak about this entire leadership change and the cabinet reshuffle, etc., has there been any sort of indication from the top brass, the Congress brass, that there is going to be some changes within the cabinet in Karnataka? Because from what we understand and what the Chief Minister is saying, that look, there has been no discussion over whether it is the Chief Minister's position, whether it is the cabinet, and in fact he went on to say that look, I did not seek a meeting with the top brass. It is only if and when it happens, will it happen. So there are a lot of things that are still unconfirmed at this moment.
Absolutely. Siddaramaiah did say that while going out, he did say that he, sought a meeting. But of course, inside he was telling us that, there's no question of meeting Rahul Gandhi. And to the question that you asked, it's very important to understand the Telangana model of governance by the Congress party, because that is also very similar to Karnataka model. And in Telangana, we did see a cabinet expansion happening. There is no scope of cabinet expansion in Karnataka happening because there are adequate number of ministers. There is a ceiling on that, and that ceiling has already been filled by the Karnataka Congress. So there's going to be only a possibility of cabinet reshuffle. Now, if a cabinet reshuffle happens, it firmly positions Mr. Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister for the next few terms, because the Chief Minister cannot be changed all the time. So that is why he is keen for getting this done. And there are other ministers like Zahir Ahmed and all who have been, whose names have cropped up with respect to speculations around a change. And Mr. D.K. Shivakumar does not want this to happen because he wants the CM to change. Of course, the public positioning of D.K. Shivakumar has also been that there is no vacancy. I will go with whatever the leadership says. I have no option. But this is a story about political ambitions. Every person, every leader here, specifically both these leaders, feeling that the 2023 victory was largely because of them. Mr. Shivakumar also feels that it was largely because the organization worked together, and he was the PCCC president, and he continues to be the same. And Siddaramaiah believing that, it is his mass leadership that got what the OBC and the poor vote for the Congress party. The leadership, of course, will put its stamp by ensuring that it has a say when it comes to cabinet reshuffle. That's what happened in Telangana as well, because all the new inductees were choices that were made by the Congress leadership, and that is going to reflect in some time. But the fault lines are all open now. This is where Siddaramaiah stays, and that building is where D.K. Shivakumar stays. So, even if we have to find out what is happening, we have to go to different receptions to find out. They, of course, have a working relationship. They do speak to each other, but they have not really shied away from showing what their political ambitions are. And this is also something that has given strength to respective camps, with both supporters, asking and urging the leadership to make changes or not make changes depending on who their leader in Karnataka is.
All right, interesting times ahead for the Karnataka Congress. Vasudha Venugopal, Sunil Prabhu and Deepak Bopana, thank you very much for getting us all those latest details. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ तत्पर।
कि जैसे जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
ये लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
कहना इस दीवार पे इतने इश्तहार चिपके हैं कि कोई दरार नजर नहीं आती। मैं उन लोगों में से जो कहता हूँ सारे इश्तहार फाड़ के फेंको, पहले दरार को एड्रेस करो।
ये दरार इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ
Welcome back. Shashi Tharoor, the Congress leader, has once again slammed the Congress party, this time over the emergency. This rift between the Congress and Shashi Tharoor, it is widening. Shashi Tharoor, he in fact wrote an opinion piece where he said that emergency was a dark chapter and India today is not the India of 1975. He also goes on to say that dissent was brutally suppressed in those times. Has Shashi Tharoor crossed the Congress's Lakshman Rekha, and is it the end of the road in Congress for Shashi Tharoor? Remember Shashi Tharoor, the senior Congress leader, he has said that emergency should not be remembered merely as a dark chapter in India's history, but that its lessons must be fully understood. He in fact recalled Sanjay Gandhi's role in emergency, and he took on the Congress. He described the emergency as an erosion of freedom and spoke about the draconian measures and unspeakable cruelty that occurred during that time. He highlighted the forced sterilization campaign and its impact on poor and rural areas. Shashi Tharoor, in fact, emphasized that today's India is different from the 1975, calling it more confident, prosperous, and robust democracy. However, he stressed that the lessons of the emergency should be kept in mind. The BJP, in the meanwhile, it has responded with their spokesperson, Tom Vadakan, stating that Shashi Tharoor has seen through the Congress party's U-turn on defending the emergency. In fact, the senior Congress leader, after he shared, he shared a survey indicating that he is the most preferred choice for Chief Minister among leaders of the party-led UDF in Karnataka. And that is quite an interesting angle, this. However, his pitch was immediately junked by his party Congress leader, Ramesh Chennithala, rejected the survey showing Shashi Tharoor as the most suitable Chief Minister candidate from UDF for 2026 polls. It says that it's cooked up. The survey reportedly conducted by private agency called Kerala Vote Vibe. It found that 28.3% of respondents believe that Shashi Tharoor is best suited to lead the state. He shared a news post about the survey on the social media platform X, adding a folded hands emoji in response. The Thiruvananthapuram MP's move comes at a time when his recent positions regarding the emergency and the Pahalgam terror attack have invited sharp criticism within the Congress, with some of his comments seen as putting the party on the defensive. Kerala, remember, is scheduled to go to the assembly polls in April next year as the 5-year term of the second LDF government led by CPIM veteran Pinarayi Vijayan, it comes to an end. In fact, listen into what Ramesh Chennithala had to say.
അധികാരത്തിൽ സർവേ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ശശി തരൂർ പങ്കുവച്ചു ആ സർവേക്കകത്ത് ഒരു വിശ്വാസ്യതയില്ലാത്ത സർവേയാണ് അതാരോ കുക്ക് ചെയ്തുണ്ടാക്കിയ സർവേയാണ് അതിന് എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസമില്ല അദ്ദേഹമാണ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥിക്ക് ഏറെ പിന്തുണയുള്ള ആളെന്നും ആ സർവേയിൽ പറയുന്നത് സർ
All right, my colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, is this going to widen the rift within the Congress? And, this is once again going to raise questions about Shashi Tharoor, whether he is going to stay with the Congress party, whether he is going to, take part, put forward his name for the Kerala elections that are going to take place. The question is Shashi Tharoor himself trying to get out?
Well, it seems so, as different comments made by Dr. Shashi Tharoor in the past had widened the rift between the High Command and him. Of course, there are no such meetings that have taken place. We have not seen any such conversation between him and the Congress High Command. Soon after Dr. Shashi Tharoor returned from the 5-nation tour where he was sent as a part of a delegation after Operation Tour, he spoke much about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and how India is going on a developmental path under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. It is the Congress leaders who called him as a super spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Today he wrote an opinion piece which drew a lot of comments from within his party and from the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. In his opinion piece, one thing he wrote is about the role of Sanjay Gandhi and Indira Gandhi, and had also stated that India in 1975 was not of India that is today, and India has much changed. He also had written about the dark chapter of India's history and how Sanjay Gandhi's role in different policies which led to many people getting homeless. But that drew a lot of attention. In fact, a war of words had broken out between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress. The BJP reacting sharply to Shashi Tharoor's opinion piece, stating that it's a late realization of Dr. Shashi Tharoor on emergency, and if Congress now clearly refutes or the Congress thinks that this is something that they oppose to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, then certainly they are against that very decision of then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi as well. The Congress party has also reacted a jibe on Dr. Shashi Tharoor by Manikam Tagore, an MP from Tamil Nadu. He stated that now it seems that one of the colleague of him who starts repeating BJP lines word for word, you begin to wonder, is the bird it becoming a parrot now? Mimicry is cute in birds, not in politics. Repeating what has been stated by Dr. Shashi Tharoor time and again, praising the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, whether this will widen the rift between their own party and Dr. Shashi Tharoor, because many are saying that he is the one perfect choice for the chief ministerial position in Kerala for the UDF.
Thank you very much for getting us all those details. And whether Shashi Tharoor stays with the Congress or, take a different route altogether, that is something that we'll have to wait and watch. Thuggery in the name of power. It is a disturbing trend that is sweeping across India. From food poisoning to violent outbursts, politicians and their cadres, they are losing their cool. From MDMK's violent cadres to RJD's misbehaving leaders, the ugly side of politics is on full display. In fact, let's also take a closer look at the ugly side of politics, where leaders, they turn thugs and citizens, they are suffering. Let's take a look at the cases of MDMK's Vaiko, RJD's leader, and the others, including Sanjay Gaikwad, who punched a canteen staffer over the quality of the food. The MNS workers who went on to thrash a shopkeeper. India is against VIP thugs. And, there have been a lot of cases, including that of MDMK's Vaiko, RJD leaders and others. But the question is, how far will this thuggery go? Will our leaders learn to govern with dignity or continue down the path of thuggery? NDTV, in the meanwhile, has confronted the violent Shiv Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad, yet again. And once again, he says that he has absolutely no regrets and that he will not apologize. In fact, far from feeling apologetic about publicly assaulting a canteen staffer over food quality, this Shiv Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad, when he was confronted by NDTV, he says that he has no regrets. In fact, he is justifying his actions. The man continues to defend himself. In fact, my colleague Sujata, she asked him if he regretted his actions and what he did. And why would he retort to taking action in his own hands?
आकाशवाणी कैंटीन का लाइसेंस सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है और ये सब हुआ जब एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिसमें बुल्ढाना से विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जी एक स्टाफर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मैनेजर, स्टाफर हो या मैनेजर, किसी को भी मारना आपको लगता है कि सही है?
देखो, ये जो शिकायत मैं 2-3 साल से कर रहा था, शिकायत करने के बाद भी नतीजा कुछ निकला नहीं। मेरी अकेले की शिकायत नहीं थी, महाराष्ट्र के कई सारे एमएलए, उनके पीए, न जाने कितने लोग, हर कोई शिकायत करता था, लेकिन नतीजा कभी बाहर आया नहीं। इसलिए मैं जानता था कि मेरा रास्ता गलत है, लेकिन गलत रास्ते से मैं सही इस पर जगह पे पहुंचा हूं। वो गलत रास्ता अपनाने से आज इस पर कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। और ये जो शेट्टी लोग हैं, ये महाराष्ट्र में आज से इनका ये धंधा नहीं है हमारे लोगों की ज़िंदगी से खेलने का। आज मेरी ज़िंदगी से खेलने का उन्होंने प्रयास किया। पहली बात तो है कि मेरा पेट के दर्द से मैं 20 साल से परेशान हूँ। अगर जरा सा भी कुछ कम ज़्यादा होता है तो मुझे बहुत दर्द होता है, इसलिए मेरी जान पहले से जल चुकी थी।
सर, समस्याएं सारी विधायकों की है, लेकिन उन सबका जिम्मा जो है आपने अपने सर ले लिया। अब आप जो है कटघरे में खड़े हैं कि आप ऐसे मारपीट कैसे कर सकते हैं?
देखो, सबके दिल की बात है, सबके दिल को तो लग रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है,
सबको लग रहा है।
बहुत से लोग कल मुझे मिले कि नहीं, ये तो बहुत आपने अच्छा किया, लेकिन सामने कोई आ नहीं रहा था। कई कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी कोई आ नहीं रहा था। मैंने लाखों लोगों का जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको आरोग्य है वो संभालने के लिए मैंने कदम उठाया कि कम से कम आने वाले कल में इनकी शरीर आरोग्य को तकलीफ ना हो, इसलिए मैंने कदम उठाया।
मारपीट कर
जो किया वो आपने देखा है,
हमने देखा है। लेकिन सर, देखा जाए तो आप एक विधायक हैं, आपके पास एक दर्जा है, आप चाहते तो इसको लीगली ले जाकर आप चाहे तो एफडीए के पास आप डायरेक्टली जाते, आप कंप्लेंट करते, आप कुछ इनिशिएट करते। इस प्रकार मारपीट करके आपको नहीं लगता आपने कहीं एक गलती कर दी है?
200-400 कंप्लेंट हो चुकी है अभी तक, 200-400। एफडी की तरफ भी हो गए। मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी खुद कल मुझे बताया कि हमने भी उनको बताया। अब इतना कंप्लेंट होने के बाद में ये लोग नहीं अगर करते तो हम लोगों ने क्या करना चाहिए? मानता हूँ मैंने गलत तरीका अपनाया, पर मेरा निशाना सही जगह पे लगा है।
In fact, these actions from these Thug Netas, they raise a lot of questions, including why have, these are big questions on the Sena MLA's thuggery, including the one big question, why has the VIP thug Sanjay Gaikwad not been arrested yet? My colleague Saurabh Gupta, he gets us these details.
This remains NDTV's campaign against this kind of bullying, boorish behavior by people in positions of power. And of course, this is what we call India against VIP thugs. And of course, there are several big questions on this. And one of the big questions, of course, is the fact that will this MLA be arrested? He's a Shiv Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad. Will he be arrested? That's the first question that we're asking on NDTV. And that's important because, look, what has followed is something that's a part of procedure. It could be a part of procedure. If there's a complaint about some food, it could be a part of procedure. And that, of course, brings us to the second question, that will the Shiv Sena, the party to which Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad belongs to, will the Shiv Sena allow action against him? Or will it protect him while condemning his behavior? Because really there has to be action against Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad. The third question now is, of course, the action that's followed this whole, behavior by Mr. Gaikwad and the FDA's action. Now, the FDA is supposed to keep track of whether hygienic food is being served or not. But in this case, it begs the question, is this an attempt to intimidate the canteen? Because in the first place, the FDA should have conducted checks earlier. This is a VIP canteen. This is an MLA canteen. What was the reason that, the FDA team woke up to this issue only after this incident of this MLA slapping, brutally, punching someone, throwing him to the ground? So was the FDA really waiting for something like this? And is this an attempt to intimidate is the third big question we are asking. The fourth question is, of course, there is also, why did the FDA only wake up after this, VIP thugs violence? Overall, how is the FDA functioning, or does it only act when, somebody indulges in behavior like this? And of course, the last one is, of course, will Maharashtra's VIP thugs be reined in? When will this kind of behavior stop? This is, of course, an ongoing campaign on NDTV India against VIP thugs, and we'll be tracking every detail, every case where there is behavior that is like this, especially by people in power.
Well, a lot of big questions there, but this is not an isolated incident, because as part of NDTV's campaign against these VIP thugs, we get you another big story. And this is this time from Bihar. RJD leader there, he misbehaved with ambulance occupants during a traffic jam amid the Bharat Bandh. And a video of that has now gone viral. This incident occurred when an ambulance was stuck in traffic that was caused by the Bandh, and the RJD leader, he reportedly behaved aggressively with the patient's skin. The video of this incident has now sparked widespread outrage. My colleague Prabhakar Kumar gets us the details.
Exactly, and he was a low-rank RJD leader of Darbhanga district of Bihar. Yesterday, there was a Bihar Bandh call given by the opposition to protest against the SIR, which is going on, the special intensive revision of the voter list. And this guy had laid a road blockade, which was actually done at most of the districts in Bihar. At this particular spot where this leader was actually sitting on the street and trying to enforce the Bandh, ambulance actually was caught in the traffic jam which followed the road blockade, and the ambulance driver went to plead before him that there was a patient and he needed to go to the hospital urgently, so they should urgently make a way for the ambulance to pass through, which not only he refused to do so, but he also abused the ambulance driver, and this entire episode was caught on the camera. Now NDTV actually caught hold of him later during the day, when and just to get his viewpoint as to why he did so and why it was such an inhuman act was done by him, why he did not let an ambulance pass by, and it was clearly a life support ambulance. There was a patient inside the ambulance. He had no defense actually of the act he committed. He said that the Bandh was there and he was just trying to enforce the Bandh. Why he did stop the ambulance is something which he failed to respond on.
All right, from Darbhanga in Bihar to Virudhunagar in Tamil Nadu, where Vaiko has apologized for MDMK cadre's assault on journalists, calling the incident unpleasant and claiming it's not their usual behavior. The MDMK cadre, they had allegedly rough-handled journalists and snatched cameras when they were filming empty chairs during a meeting where Vaiko was also present. In fact, the journalists covering an MDMK meeting in Virudhunagar district of Tamil Nadu, they were roughed up by the party workers on Wednesday. After the veteran leader and the party chief Vaiko, he lashed out at media persons for filming empty chairs during this entire event. In fact, this incident occurred at Sattur, reportedly after a section of the audience, they walked out mid-meeting for food, and it prompted the media personnel to capture the visuals of the half-empty hall. In fact, a video which NDTV has not independently verified, it shows an irate Vaiko shouting at these journalists, saying, "You are clicking empty chairs. Do you have any intelligence? Why don't you take pictures of the 1,000 people who are waiting outside? Snatch their camera and throw the film," is what he had said. And now he has apologized over his statement, as well as his party workers who assaulted the journalists in that gathering. Meanwhile, another big story that we have been tracking is the Hyderabad betting app case, and the Enforcement Directorate has now booked 29 celebrities. They have been booked for endorsing these betting apps, and the ED heat is now on the top South stars, including Vijay Devarkonda, Rana Daggubati, Prakash Raj, all of them. They are under the lens of the Enforcement Directorates. While the celebrities, they say that they have not done anything wrong. They have denied any wrongdoing. In fact, many of them, they say that they had ended the contract over ethical concerns. We here at NDTV, we break down the biggest ED crackdown, and this probe, it has sent shockwaves. This betting app scandal has exploded there. The Enforcement Directorate has, remember, registered an enforcement case information report, that is an ECIR against these 29 celebrities. This also includes actor Vijay Devarkonda, Rana Daggubati, Prakash Raj, and several other social media influencers as well, for allegedly promoting illegal online betting platforms. Shifting our focus to the Millennium City, Gurugram, where the administration issues continue, and this after heavy rain, in fact, rain that only happened for a day, and the entire city, it came to a standstill. Many of the roads, they had caved in, there was traffic jam, there was waterlogging, and this is something that we have seen repeatedly, year after year. While the Gurugram administration has issued an advisory now, they have asked people to work from home. This order comes after heavy rain, and the employees, they have been advised to work from home. Remember, many of those visuals, then these are quite dramatic visuals that have been coming in. In one of those visuals, one can see that a truck that fell into one of the ditch, this after a road caved in due to heavy rain. In fact, there was traffic jam due to the heavy rain, and it's not just Gurugram, but many parts of Delhi as well. In fact, specifically when you talk about Gurugram, rain had played havoc in the South Delhi suburb in Gurugram. In fact, my colleague Jaya got us the details.
तो इस वक्त आप मेरे पीछे देख रहे हैं, हम गुड़गांव के इलाके में हैं और आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से ये पूरा का पूरा ट्रक जो है यहाँ पर जो ज़मीन है वो धंस गई और उसमें ये समा गया है। और ये जो इलाका है वो SPR जो कि सदर्न पेरिफेरल रोड है वहाँ पर है और द्वारका एक्सप्रेस वे ये पूरा लगता है। और यहाँ पर ये जो ज़मीन धंसी है, आपको बता दें इस पूरे इलाके में कल ज़बरदस्त वाटर लॉगिंग हो गई थी और जो स्थानीय लोग हैं वो बता रहे हैं कि ये सर्विस लेन जो है यहाँ पर अभी कुछ वक्त पहले यहाँ पर नाले का काम हुआ था और उसके बाद जब कल बारिश जो है बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ हुई, वाटर लॉगिंग हो गई, तो ये ट्रक जब यहाँ से गुजर रहा था वो ज़मीन जो है वहाँ पर धंस गई और वो यहाँ पर फंस गया। कल रात करीब 10:30 बजे के करीब ये घटना घटी है और आसपास जो है ट्रैफिक जो है फ़िलहाल स्लो तरीके से चल रहा है और इस ट्रक को अब निकालने की कोशिश चल रही है। इसका जो ड्राइवर है वो सुरक्षित बताया जा रहा है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं आसपास का जो इलाका है यहाँ पर द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे और ये सदर्न पेरिफेरल रोड कहलाती है और फिलहाल यहाँ पर इस ट्रक को निकालने की कोशिशें चल रही है। प्रशासन की टीम यहाँ पर आके एक दौरा करके जा चुकी है और फिलहाल जो ड्राइवर है वो भी सुरक्षित यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है। तो यहाँ जो स्थानीय लोग हैं वो बता रहे हैं कि इस तरह की जो वाटर लॉगिंग की जो घटनाएं हैं गुड़गांव में बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, क्योंकि कई जगह जो है सीवर जो है वो वक्त पे साफ़ नहीं होते हैं, जिसके चलते वाटर लॉगिंग होती है। लेकिन ये खास तौर से अगर पर्टिकुलर घटना की अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ कल 10:30 बजे के करीब ये घटना घटी है और जब ये ट्रक यहाँ से गुजर रहा था तो अचानक भर कर ये पूरी की पूरी जो रोड है, आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से कच्ची रोड भी यहाँ पर दिख रही है और ये ट्रक इसमें समा गया है। और इस ट्रक में जो सामान है उसको अभी बाहर निकालना एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पर बरसात भी हो रही है और यहाँ पर जो है कोशिशें अब ये की जाएंगी कि किस तरह से इस ट्रक को बाहर निकाला जाए।
Well, a 26-year-old man accused of operating an Instagram account that posted videos and photographs of women in Bengaluru without their consent. He was arrested following a woman's viral Instagram post. The case came to light when a woman took to Instagram to raise an alarm over the content, alleging she had been recorded without her knowledge or permission while walking in the city. More action likely in the Bengaluru voyeurism case. In fact, the Central Division of Bengaluru Police also has taken cognizance of this NDTV report that we had done and in this particular incident, and it has sought further details. In fact, let's listen in to what the DCP had to say on this entire matter.
The Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Lokesh, joining us, sir. Two cases that had come to the fore, similar cases of voyeurism. Earlier it was pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro. Now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru, you've managed to arrest both of them. Tell us, have you been particularly monitoring such crimes? Tell us, how have you been looking into such cases?
So Bangalore City Police has a very active social media presence, and we monitor any such criminal activities being done online. Now, with respect to the first case, which was in Metro, it had alerted us to the presence of certain such perverse elements in the society, who create a really unsafe environment for women and commuters. Following this, a page also came to our notice in June, where a person was found clicking objectionable pics and videos of women using the roads on their way to or back from homes for dinner. Now, these videos were then posted online on his page, and which was generating a lot of traction. Now, following this, the investigation has revealed one accused who's a resident of KR Puram, a 26-year-old man, and he has been arrested, and he has confessed to posting such videos and photos of women taken without their consent with voyeuristic intentions. And all legal action has been initiated against him. However, we still encourage any woman who wishes to come forward and report a case of her own, since this is a case registered suo motu by Banshankari police station.
A woman has also pointed out concerns over her images being put on this particular account. Will you be making attempts to reach out to her as well, so that if an official complaint is given, you could proceed with that too?
I'm led to believe that she is approaching the local police station today.
Okay. So, also, if you could tell us, while this investigation has been going on, are there possibilities that this individual had more such videos that he was going to post on other accounts through other mobile, or was it saved on his laptop, and anything that you could share with us?
Investigation is underway. Whether he had any more such content remains to be seen. We are examining the devices used by him.
Lastly, what's the message to anybody else, posting such content on, social media? What should they be aware of, and are the police keenly looking at such things?
police is definitely watching social media. Any photos or videos that you take as content makers, there should be consent of the person that you're capturing. And because not everybody is okay with being presented to the world without their consent. It falls under various sections of law where it is a crime to post somebody's videos, especially a woman's video, without her consent. Consent is the key word. Explicit consent should be taken from the people that you are photographing or videographing.
Thank you for speaking to NDTV.
Capturing someone's personal images is a punishable offence under Section 66E of IT Act. Though it is applicable only for private images, but non-consensual any image, if it is shared on public platform, this section is applicable. It restricts any user to share, transmit or post any of your personal images on any platform. So even if it is a CCTV recording, even if it is recorded with your monitoring purpose and all, you can't post these contents on social media like openly or without any consensus. So this section is applicable, and this person can be identified easily because Instagram must share their IP details and user details, and based on that I think action should be taken against this person. A legal action should be taken. Though this person has gone further ahead, he's extorting people, he's threatening them and warning them. I think this is much severe offense, and further section should be applied against him for this offense also.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a strong challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
To me.
Siddaramaiah digs his heels, saying there was never any power-sharing formula. He's gone on to say that DK Shivkumar himself said there is no vacancy as far as the post of the Chief Minister is concerned. And this really was what DK Shivkumar said just the day before. And that now is Siddaramaiah reiterating that and saying that there was never ever a change in plan as far as the Chief Minister is concerned. And they're here to discuss development issues of the state of Karnataka. And the rift wide open when it comes to Shashi Tharoor versus his own Congress party, and he has been criticizing the Congress party as far as emergency is concerned, talking about it being a dark chapter and how lessons have been learned since, talking about how the country is progressing now, and it's a lot different from what it was back in 1975. Bihar voter survey, the Supreme Court hears opposition pleas and the Supreme Court questioning the Election Commission over the timing of the Bihar role revision. The Supreme Court has gone on to say why enter citizenship issue when it is a matter of the Home Affairs, the Ministry of Home Affairs domain, and really, asking questions as to, isn't it a bit late to carry out this survey? And after a woman's viral Instagram post flags concerns about women being filmed without their consent in Bengaluru and being posted on a social media platform. While now this Instagrammer, he has been arrested. He's a 26-year-old who has been arrested from Bengaluru. Gu Netas exposed across the nation. We're talking about, there are, whether it is the violent Sera MLA who is, stays absolutely has no regret in the issue, gone on to say that he might have used a wrong way, but that his aim was right and that he was in targeting the canteen. On the other side, of course, we also have MDMK cadre assaulting journalists for taking videos and, capturing empty seats at an event. Millennium City has, in fact, caved in because of 100 milliliters of rainfall that was recorded in a matter of 1.5 hours. We're seeing this road that caved in and a truck that was swallowed into that crater that formed due to the infrastructure in Gurugram. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Karnataka Game of Thrones that has, continued as far as from Karnataka to Delhi. But Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister, digging in his heels, saying there was never any power-sharing formula. In fact, he's gone on to say there's no question of cabinet reshuffle, no discussion as far as a leadership change is concerned. In fact, he's gone on to say that he will be the Chief Minister for the complete term of 5 years. And this really comes at a time when he's gone on to say that all those speculations doing the rounds are nothing but created by media. And he's also gone on to say that it's DK Shivkumar who himself said that there's no vacancy when it comes to the post of the Chief Minister. Do remember Siddaramaiah just yesterday had gone on to say that there is no place that is vacant. And, Siddaramaiah there adding that whatever decision is taken by the High Command, and that is a decision that will be followed, and that is a decision that will be obeyed by both Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivkumar. Listen in.
No discussion taken place. That is my reply. Mr. DK Shivkumar himself said it, that there is no vacancy of the CM post. My answer is, whatever decision taken by the High Command, both of us will follow, will obey. No, there is no scheduled program. Neither Rahul Gandhi ji nor Kharge ji invited us for party to discuss the issues regarding the party.
And while, the top command when it comes to the government in Karnataka, whether Siddaramaiah or DK Shivkumar saying that there's no plan as far as a change in leadership is concerned. But we have DK Shivkumar loyalist Iqbal Hussain speaking to my colleague Deepak, really saying that the chorus is, continues in regard for that change in leadership and wanting DK Shivkumar to take over. Listen in.
There is no question of leadership change.
Now
Would you want to say anything?
We are depending only on High Command, sir. Whatever the High Command decides, that we will follow it, sir. Please.
Because you had also mentioned that, the notice you will respond to, but your stand that you want a change remains the same.
Yeah. That is there, sir. That is there. Now, in the future, whatever the government, this High Command says, that we will follow it, sir.
Okay, but your demand remains the same?
Yeah. I stand with my word, sir.
Okay, because the Chief Minister is now saying that, for 5 years he'll continue.
Whatever it may be, sir, whatever it may be, I stand with my words.
Okay.
I demand, we must see that DK Shivkumar to be a Chief Minister, that's all.
Well, we have my colleague Deepak as well as Sunil joining us in order to get us more on this. Sunil, over to you first. Siddaramaiah has spoken. He's meant to meet with Rahul Gandhi, and that meeting is supposed to come up this afternoon. And both the leaders will be meeting with Rahul Gandhi. And of course, that meeting with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra yesterday of DK Shivkumar was being seen as something that he was perhaps putting forward his case. But here, both the leaders have cleared the air and said that there's going to be no change in guard. And this is basically something that this is a visit basically for the development of Karnataka and the issues with Karnataka, and which is why they're here.
That's right. So definitely, a lot of points that you've, talked about, Divya, but to put it in a nutshell, apart from the fact that there's no change in leadership, there are definitely internal issues which need to be sorted out within the Congress party in the state of Karnataka. And I think that's uppermost in the mind, given the fact that both Mr. DK Shivkumar as well as Mr. Siddaramaiah, and for that matter, Mr. Parmeshwar or MB Patel and the other people within the Congress party all have to work together and ensure that they continue to deliver to the people the promises that they have made and that massive mandate that they got and not wither it away. I think that's something that the leadership is clear about. They want to revive the party at the grassroots level to ensure that the Congress workers feel wanted and have been rewarded for the hard work that they have done in the last few years. And I think that's something that is really uppermost in the minds of the Congress leadership. Having said that, there are, of course, other issues which will have to be resolved. Be it in terms of how you, accommodate to various factions and other issues, which the Congress will definitely attempt to do so in the coming days.
Absolutely. Let's just also, get in our colleague Deepak joining us. Deepak, you spoke with Iqbal Hussain, who's gone on to say that the chorus is growing in order to get that, change of guard, that is being speculated, basically have DK Shivkumar charge, but also at a time when Siddaramaiah is completely denying it, so is DK Shivkumar.
Well, it seems like the High Command has made it very clear to the leaders not to make these sort of statements in public, escalate the already, troubled issue. But when you look at the statements, when you look at the posturing that's happening in Delhi, the signaling is very clear. As far as Mr. Siddaramaiah, he's asserting his position. As far as Mr. DK Shivkumar is concerned, now he too is longing for some sort of a clear signaling from the High Command. Whether that signaling has already come, and is he now trying to build pressure? Is it that sort of a posturing right now? These are something that we should look at with a very, very fine lens, because this is a high stakes battle. The position of the Karnataka Chief Minister isn't a small one. As far as the relevance politically it's massive. If you be the Chief Minister of a state like Karnataka, financially the second highest revenue generating state in the country after Maharashtra. So a lot of things, of course, are very important. Here, as far as Mr. DK Shivkumar is concerned, he is going to as well look at this opportunity to take over, because he will feel he has done a lot for the party in the recent past. He has been in the party even before Mr. Siddaramaiah. Mr. Siddaramaiah, of course, moved from the JDS to the Congress party. The Congress High Command will have to look at both of these aspects. On one hand, Mr. Siddaramaiah is a mass leader, brings in so much to the party, looked at as a champion of the Ahindas. As far as Mr. DK Shivkumar is concerned, he is a proven leader, a proven troubleshooter as well for the Congress party. So a lot of things are there as far as for the leadership to consider. But whether they will do that right now, whether a change is on the cards, if there is a change on the cards, how are they going to do it so that it does not get ugly? Because we've seen how the High Command has dealt with such issues in the past, be it in the case of Rajasthan politics, be it in the case of Madhya Pradesh politics. It has not panned too well. We've seen some top leaders of the Congress party really drift away from the Congress, go towards the BJP over leadership concerns. They do not want a situation like that in Karnataka, so they want to handle this fairly well. And as of now, it is posturing that's going on. Whether there will be actual discussion about it at the moment, that is for the High Command to decide.
Right. Sunil, when we talk about, the unity that the two leaders have been showing, whether it's, holding hands when Randeep Surjewala was in Bengaluru, or DK Shivkumar feeding cake to Siddaramaiah. And even now, DK Shivkumar doesn't look like he's sulking, or he seems to be having some sort of issues here. In fact, he's gone on to say that position is not even vacant, Deepak. So, when we talk about the popularity, when it comes to both the leaders in this race, who seems to be winning in terms of popularity? Deepak, back to you.
Well, both are mass leaders. Mr. Siddaramaiah, of course, is somebody pan Karnataka who's had a massive following. No questions about his popularity. No questions about Mr. DK Shivkumar's popularity. Right now, if you say in the Congress party in Karnataka, probably two of the most popular leaders. If you put them on the weighing scale, well, probably Mr. Siddaramaiah would still have an edge. But the question is that edge feigning at the moment, considering there are legislators pointing out concerns, there are scams that are coming to the fore, giving the opposition a real opening. There are multiple statements that are putting the Congress, in a spot of bother. Is this happening because is the leadership of Mr. Siddaramaiah slowly or having a small fade is the question that one would ask, or is this fade of sorts being created by those who are disgruntled or who have political aspirations of themselves? This is something that we need to look at with a fine lens. For the High Command to really decide between the two leaders is very, very difficult and problematic. And that's the reason while they made Mr. Siddaramaiah the Chief Minister, they've also placated Mr. DK Shivkumar by giving him, two ministries, making him the Deputy Chief Minister, also ensuring that he retains the KPCC President's post. Now there are leaders who are even, going after that KPCC President's post. If there is no change of Chief Minister, will Mr. DK Shivkumar allow for a change there? Is there going to be a cabinet reshuffle? That also is being outrightly denied. So it's a very tricky situation. The High Command needs to handle this in a very, very, well-planned manner, well-thought-out manner, or it could become dangerous and precarious for the, Congress High Command.
Right, Deepak, we have Sunil back with us. Sunil, really shooting down the idea of that 50-50 formula that was being speculated. And this is something that has been doing the rounds ever since Siddaramaiah took charge of the state, that it will be DKS who will at some point will also get to be the Chief Minister, something that has been speculated not now, but right after the elections that took place in 2023.
That's right. In fact, made it very clear when he gave us an interview immediately after the election results that he's the one who built the party when it was completely down and out. Please remember that Mr. Siddaramaiah's supporters had all joined the BJP and they had defected, and the rest is history. And that is how the BJP was able to, grow from strength to strength. But having said that, a lot of water has flown ever since then. Right now, I think the focus is that the numbers clearly are not in Mr. DK Shivkumar's favor. The MLAs are still strongly supporting Mr. Siddaramaiah, and that's the reason why, come what may, despite the loyalty, and please remember, Mr. DK Shivkumar is an old Gandhi loyalist. He's somebody, if you've ever visited the Shakti Sthal and the Veer Bhumi and others, he's brought those stones, and he's from that granite lobby who actually remembers, he worked very closely with Sonia Gandhi in the late 80s as well as early 90s, and has been an extremely close associate of the Gandhis. So it's in that backdrop that they will always, and you saw that meeting with Priyanka Gandhi, they will definitely have that soft corner for him. But ultimately, they also have to go by the fact that who has the political power, who has the numbers. The numbers at present are definitely with Mr. Siddaramaiah. But that being said, he has been placated, as was being pointed out, with an important ministerial portfolio with the party. And now his supporters will hopefully get, certain positions in terms of, various corporations and various boards to ensure that all of them are not neglected and they're looked after in its entirety.
Right, Sunil, also, but on the other side, let's talk about the growing popularity of DKS. And, we just heard Iqbal Hussain speaking with Deepak, saying that chorus only seems to be growing in order to have DK Shivkumar in the seat of the Chief Minister.
Well, Iqbal is one of the many who have come out publicly, and he's also been warned. So you have to take that with a little bit of pinch of salt. There are many others. There are 138 MLAs. So there are many who still support Mr. Siddaramaiah, who've been keeping quiet and working behind the scenes for his continuance as chief minister. And that is why the fact that he makes that statement so publicly after DK Shivkumar said there is no vacancy for the chief minister's post makes it difficult for a change of guard at this present juncture. But definitely they will try to ensure that all those people, loyalists of DK Shivkumar as well as Siddaramaiah, work together and deliver on the promises that have been made to the people rather than continue to fight and not be able to deliver and get the most required. The most important thing is to get the finances from the center. Please remember, there have been also a number of attempts, has been pointed out by the Congress leadership of the BJP, to try to poach the MLAs within the state. But because of the massive mandate, it becomes extremely difficult to do something that they did similar in various other states like Madhya Pradesh, and that list continues.
Right. While it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen in the state of Karnataka and what's going to be the outcome of this meeting that's taking place here in the national capital. I mean, of course, they met Rajnath Singh, having met Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and now going to be meeting Rahul Gandhi, a meeting that's going to be taking place this afternoon. Will there be any sort of cabinet reshuffle, which is something, again, both the leaders have said is not going to happen. But here we have a seer who is predicting that DK Shivkumar will become the chief minister. And this is a prediction in regard to, that is going to unfold and is going to take place very, very soon. That DK Shivkumar will become the chief minister of the state of Maharashtra. And that is going to happen really soon. Let's listen in to what is being said.
ಅವರ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ಆಶೋತ್ತರದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ರೈತ ಬಾಂಧವರು ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ತಕರು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮುತ್ಸದ್ದಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥವನಾಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಆಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಇದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೇ ಬಾರಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದವನ್ನು ದಯಪಾಲಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
Well, switching tracks now to, in fact, Shashi Tharoor, and that rift that's widening by the day when it comes to his own political party, and that's the Congress party, because he's criticized them in regard to emergency, comparing India back in 1975 to India, what it's become today, calling it more prosperous, and also talking about democracy and how, there has been a change, and it's not remained the same as it was back in 1975. In other words, indirectly, of course, lauding Prime Minister Modi there, and of course, this is not something that he's done for the first time. He's done this previously as well. So this really seems to be the rift that is widening when it comes to Shashi Tharoor, who's also spoken about the role of Sanjay Gandhi during emergency. Let's listen in to how he's described emergency as an erosion of freedom and spoken about the draconian measures and unspeakable cruelty that occurred during the time.
इससे ये स्पष्ट होता है, यदि कांग्रेस सांसद ऐसा बोलते हैं कि यदि उनके किसी वरिष्ठ नेता को 50 वर्ष के बाद भी इस बात का एहसास होता है, एक तो बहुत देर से हुआ, अब इसके बाद भी यदि कांग्रेस पार्टी इसका विरोध करती है, इससे बहुत स्पष्ट है कि वो इमरजेंसी की मानसिकता को सही मानते हैं और आज भी पूरी निर्लज्जता के साथ उसका समर्थन करते हैं. और अभी आपने देखा जो बिहार में प्रदर्शन किया है, 50 साल में मानसिकता नहीं बदली है. वही मानसिकता राहुल गांधी जी के वक्तव्य पर लक्षित होती है कि मेरी चुनावी हार जीत के आधार पर संवैधानिक संस्थाओं की मान्यता तय होगी.
And also staying with news of Shashi Tharoor, and this is Shashi Tharoor who's gone on to say that there's been a survey that's been conducted, and according to that survey, he is the most preferred choice to become the chief minister among leaders of the party led by the United Democratic Front in Kerala. His pitch was immediately junked by his own party, who went on to say that rejecting that particular survey, showing Shashi Tharoor as the most suitable chief minister candidate for the elections coming up in 2026, saying it's all nothing but cooked up. Now, the survey reportedly conducted by a private agency called, in fact, the leader, they went on to find that it was his popularity was to the tune of 28.3%, the highest for the state, and Tharoor being the best suited to lead the state. He went on to share that news on his social media platform, but that is something that the Congress party has completely junked.
അധികാരത്തിൽ വരുന്നുള്ളൊരു സർവേ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ശശി തരൂർ പങ്കുവച്ചു.
ആ സർവേക്കകത്ത് ഒരു വിശ്വാസ്യതയില്ലാത്ത സർവേയാണ്. അതാരോ കുക്ക് ചെയ്തുണ്ടാക്കിയ സർവേയാണ്. അതിന് എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസമില്ല.
അദ്ദേഹമാണ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥിക്ക് ഏറെ പിന്തുണയുള്ള ആളെന്നും ആ സർവേയിൽ പറയുന്നത് സാർ.
Well, it seems so, as different comments made by Dr. Shashi Tharoor in the past had widened the rift between the High Command and him. Of course, there are no such meetings that have taken place. We have not seen any such conversation between him and the Congress High Command. Soon after Dr. Shashi Tharoor returned from the five-nation tour where he was sent as a part of a delegation after Operation Sindoor, he spoke much about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and how India is going on a developmental path under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. It is the Congress leaders who called him as a super spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Today he wrote an opinion piece which drew a lot of comments from within his party and from the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. In his opinion piece, one thing he wrote is about the role of Sanjay Gandhi and Indira Gandhi, and had also stated that India in 1975 was not of India that is today, and India has much changed. He also had written about the dark chapter of India's history and how Sanjay Gandhi's role in different policies which led to many people getting homeless. But that drew a lot of attention. In fact, a war of words had broken out between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress. The BJP reacting sharply to Shashi Tharoor's opinion piece, stating that it's a late realization of Dr. Shashi Tharoor on emergency, and if Congress now clearly refutes or the Congress thinks that this is something that they oppose to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, then certainly they are against that very decision of then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi.
Breaking news coming in. No factor Shilpa Shetty has now reacted to the in the state of Maharashtra. This is a reaction on M&S Thugri in the state of Maharashtra. Shilpa Shetty, while promoting her film, has gone on to say that her film is already multilingual, indirectly hitting out at the language imposition in the state. Let's listen in to what the actor really had to say.
खासा विवाद महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है. मैं जानना चाहूंगी कि मेरा सवाल ये है आपसे कि जन्मभूमि और कर्मभूमि दोनों भाषाओं का आना या सीखना कितना जरूरी इस वक्त आपको लगता है, क्योंकि एक नई भाषा का ज्ञान होना अच्छी बात है, लेकिन क्या उसको लेकर जबरदस्ती करना, इसको लेकर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
इसके बारे में संजू बोलेंगे.
पहले तो मैं समझा नहीं आप क्या बोलना चाहते हैं. ओके, जरा स्पष्ट भाषा में और विस्तार से आप मुझे अगर एक्सप्लेन कर सकें आप क्या चाहते हैं.
Well, सब कुछ पैन इंडिया हो गया. आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट इट इज, एंड राइट नाउ वी टॉकिंग अबाउट जो सिनेमा की लैंग्वेज है वो सबको जोड़ती है और हम सबके लिए एक ही है. आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट वी ऑल बिलीव इन. सो
किया है आपका माइक बंद. मला मराठी माहित आहे.
आता सांगा.
मी महाराष्ट्राची मुलगी आहे, बट आज हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं केडी के बारे में. तो केडी से हटके अभी आप किसी कंट्रोवर्सी में जाना चाहते तो हम उसका बढ़ावा नहीं करेंगे.
कंट्रोवर्सी नहीं है शिल्पा, क्योंकि हम एक दूसरी भाषा
इस पिक्चर को ऑलरेडी ये मल्टीलिंगुअल है, इसको हम मराठी में भी डब कर सकते हैं.
जोरदार तालियां for KD, the devil, the entire team, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much.
Shilpa Shetty, the actor, talking about her upcoming film and really, reacting to the language imposition in the state of Maharashtra. And when questioned about whether people living in Maharashtra need to adhere to that rule and, basically be speaking in that new language if they don't know that language, if they've come from other states, well, she's gone on to say that her film is multilingual and can be dubbed in Marathi as well. So, of course, they're speaking in Marathi there at that event while promoting her film. We have Saurabh Gupta, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest. Saurabh, of course, actors kind of refrain from making any kind of political comment, but here we have Shilpa Shetty, talking about the language imposition in the state of Maharashtra.
Well, actresses, of course, always, actors and actresses, especially before the release of a film, will shy away from any controversy or any sort of comment that can lead to, the films being targeted. But in this case, Shilpa Shetty, while shying away from actually directly commenting, did say that, the film is multilingual and that, she would prefer it to be dubbed in Marathi as well. The larger point, I think, that one is usually associated with the language wars in Mumbai and also, the film industry, is that, the film industry is kind of also a vehicle, for promoting multiple languages and, multiple languages in the terms of Hindi or any other language, because the film industry is really, really an inclusive place in Mumbai. And that's something that obviously I think Shilpa Shetty is trying to communicate, even though there are, always sort of targets. Film industry also often becomes targets. But in this case, what you see is basically trying to steer clear of, the current sort of absolutely unacceptable visuals we've seen, but also trying to make a point on being multilingual and, batting for, speaking more languages as and when possible. And that's perhaps what the film industry is about, that, you accept everyone, you speak more languages, you work with people from all backgrounds. And that's something that perhaps is the message which is very clearly camouflaged in Shilpa Shetty trying to make a comment without, commenting on the controversy itself.
Right, absolutely. And it is the Hindi film industry after all, and that is situated in fact, the state of Maharashtra in Mumbai, and she is a Hindi film actress. Of course, talking about the language now, of course, this really stems from the fact that we've seen that assault that took place, on that shopkeeper in Thane because he was speaking in Hindi and not in Marathi by the M&S workers. And they are here also, continuing with that, as far as NDTV's campaign is concerned, as far as this VIP thuggery is concerned, NDTV also confronted, violent Shiv Sena MLA. We're talking about Sanjay Gaikwad, who was confronted with how he felt, if he was apologetic about, publicly assaulting a canteen staffer over the quality of food, over that smelly dal. But he remained unapologetic. In fact, he went on to justify his action, saying that, there were many people who had continued to complain about this, and he managed to, finally take action, and that he really retorted to taking action because he wanted to do something about it. In fact, let's just listen in to how he remains unapologetic and continues to defend his stand.
आकाशवाणी कैंटीन का लाइसेंस सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है और ये सब हुआ जब एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिसमें बुल्ढाना से विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जी एक स्टाफर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए मैनेजर, स्टाफर हो या मैनेजर, किसी को भी मारना आपको लगता है कि सही है?
देखो, ये जो शिकायत मैं 2-3 साल से कर रहा था, शिकायत करने के बाद भी नतीजा कुछ निकला नहीं। मेरी अकेले की शिकायत नहीं थी, महाराष्ट्र के कई सारे एमएलएज, उनके पीए, न जाने कितने लोग, हर कोई शिकायत करता था, लेकिन नतीजा कभी बाहर आया नहीं। इसलिए मैं जानता था कि मेरा रास्ता गलत है, लेकिन गलत रास्ते से मैं सही इस पर जगह पे पहुंचा हूं। वो गलत रास्ता अपनाने से आज इस पर कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। और ये जो शेट्टी लोग हैं, ये महाराष्ट्र में आज से इनका ये धंधा नहीं है हमारे लोगों की ज़िंदगी से खेलने का। आज मेरी ज़िंदगी से खेलने का उन्होंने प्रयास किया। पहली बात तो है कि मेरा पेट के दर्द से मैं 20 साल से परेशान हूँ। अगर जरा सा भी कुछ कम ज़्यादा होता है तो मुझे बहुत दर्द होता है, इसलिए मेरी जान पहले से जल चुकी थी।
सर, समस्याएं सारी विधायकों की है, लेकिन उन सबका जिम्मा जो है आपने अपने सर ले लिया। अब आप जो है कटघरे में खड़े हैं कि आप ऐसे मारपीट कैसे कर सकते हैं?
देखो, सबके दिल की बात है, सबके दिल को तो लग रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है,
सबको लग रहा है।
बहुत से लोग कल मुझे मिले कि नहीं, ये तो बहुत आपने अच्छा किया, लेकिन सामने कोई आ नहीं रहा था। कई कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी कोई आ नहीं रहा था। मैंने लाखों लोगों का जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको आरोग्य है वो संभालने के लिए मैंने ये कदम उठाया कि कम से कम आने वाले कल में इनकी शरीर आरोग्य को तकलीफ ना हो, इसलिए मैंने कदम उठाया।
मारपीट
जो किया वो आपने देखा है,
हमने देखा है। लेकिन सर, देखा जाए तो आप एक विधायक हैं, आपके पास एक दर्जा है, आप चाहते तो इसको लीगली ले जाकर आप चाहे तो एफडीए के पास आप डायरेक्टली जाते, आप कंप्लेन करते, आप कुछ इनिशिएट करते। इस प्रकार मारपीट करके आपको नहीं लगता आपने कहीं एक गलती कर दी है?
200-400 कंप्लेंट हो चुकी है अभी तक, 200-400। एफडी की तरफ भी हो गए। मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी खुद कल मुझे बताया कि हमने भी उनको बताया। अब इतना कंप्लेंट होने के बाद में ये लोग नहीं अगर करते तो हम लोगों ने क्या करना चाहिए। मानता हूँ मैंने गलत तरीका अपनाया, पर मेरा निशाना सही जगह पे लगा है।
Now, moving on, the timing of the Election Commission's special intensive revision of Bihar's electoral rolls months before the assembly election was questioned by the Supreme Court in a high-stakes hearing that included arguments as far as determining the citizenship is concerned. Nupur joining us to get us very latest. Nupur, basically 3 important questions were raised as far as the Election Commission is concerned by the Supreme Court. Take us through the details of what was really asked.
Well, first, in the first half of the hearing, the Supreme Court has now concluded hearing the petitioner's side. The petitioners has mainly raised 3 questions, which the Supreme Court has now posed to the ECI. The petitioners have questioned especially the timing of this special intensive revision. The petitioners and the Supreme Court itself is now questioning that how can the Election Commission of India, what is the practicality of this entire exercise that it can link the special intensive revision to the upcoming elections in Bihar? It said that what will happen to those who are, for instance, left out or are omitted because they were not able to fill in the form that is required by the ECI. The ECI informed the top court that they will be given an oral hearing and they will have 30 days to challenge this omission. But the Supreme Court is still questioning the decision by the Election Commission of India to link this entire exercise with an upcoming election. It said that in case someone is left out, someone is disenfranchised, where in this exercise, given the population, the massive population of Bihar, how the top court is basically now questioning the practicality of this whole idea and questioning that if there is a lapse in the execution, if someone wants to challenge their exclusion in the court, then they won't have any time before the elections of Bihar come up, so that they will be even if the person is wrongfully omitted, till the time he challenges this entire procedure in the court, the elections date would be missed. However, the Election Commission of India is still presenting its arguments in the top court and is saying that they will give a fair hearing to people after draft roll is published, and they will make sure that no one is unfairly omitted. But the Supreme Court is yet to be convinced that whether this whole exercise linked with the Bihar elections is a practical idea. The Supreme Court said that it does not want to interfere with Election Commission of India's functions, and it is in fact a good exercise. SIR is not a bad exercise; it is a cleaning exercise. But the logic of linking it to the upcoming elections of Bihar is not very convincing to the Supreme Court.
Right, of course, the Election Commission, they're facing the heat in the Supreme Court today. Thank you so much, Nupur, for joining us. With that, slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us. And coming up on the other side, we're going to get you Vaiko's son, MP, who has now apologized after Vaiko had, in fact, journalists roughed up because they were filming chairs that were empty at an event. That and a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का माया जाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Bangladesh's deposed Premier Sheikh Hasina, formally indicted in crimes against humanity. And this is a Bangladesh tribunal on Thursday indicted the ousted Prime Minister over the deaths of protesters. Hasina is facing charges of crimes against humanity, and this is a 3-member panel headed in Bangladesh, and that has in fact indicted Sheikh Hasina. Sheikh Hasina, who is in fact in India. Now, the Bangladesh's government, led by the Chief Advisor Mohammad Yunus, urged India to be guided by conscience and moral clarity over its handling of the extradition request for the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina. So she has now formally been indicted in crimes against humanity, and these are the cases against the ex-Bangladeshi leader. We have Saurabh joining us. Saurabh, take us through the case that is being made is on grounds of crimes against humanity, and this is against what happened to the protesters at the time when she fled from her country.
Yes, there's been a furor in Bangladesh over the charges that have been brought against Sheikh Hasina, and what has happened today is that the court has accepted these charges against her. Earlier, it was formally brought before court, which means she was formally charged. Now she's been indicted, which means the court has accepted these charges, and of course a trial will proceed. Now, why is this important? Well, this is something that is taking place in the International Crimes Tribunal, ICT, in Bangladesh. This is a tribunal that was originally set up to hear crimes, hear cases related to war crimes during the 1971 Liberation War. And then, of course, during the August uprising last year, you remember Sheikh Hasina fled Dhaka in a military plane. The plane flew very low. It was it was in a very dramatic fashion, that the plane flew low and then finally, sort of gained altitude only after entering Indian airspace. But this is something that is now, a case that's being closely watched in Bangladesh, but not only in Bangladesh. It has, ramifications beyond the borders of Bangladesh, and it's watched everywhere because, there's been a furor, like I said, about a report by the BBC. But again, this is about Sheikh Hasina. The crimes specifically against her, or the charges that are against her is, giving instructions to law enforcement to kill people or protesters. Although, the Sheikh Hasina's son has defended her today, saying that these are all trumped up charges.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all the details of Sheikh Hasina being indicted. Moving on now to Tamil Nadu, and it's Vaiko's MP's son who's apologized for MDMK cadre's assault on journalists, calling the incident unpleasant and unprecedented in the party's 31-year history, claiming that it's not their usual behavior. What really happened here? To know more on this, we have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, what really happened at this event? Why were the journalists assaulted? And finally, it was Vaiko's son who's come ahead and apologized.
Divya, it was an intra-party meeting at an indoor facility in Sattur in the Virudhunagar district of Tamil Nadu last night, addressed by Vaiko and few other senior functionaries of the MDMK. At one point, as Vaiko was speaking, a section of the audience left the hall, leaving the chairs empty. And when camera persons and journalists tried to film that, take pictures of that, Vaiko got upset. He yelled at the journalists, saying that, why do you take pictures of the empty chairs when there are thousands of people waiting outside and you should be filming them? He also asked his cadre to snatch the cameras and take away or throw the film rolls away. There was a scuffle. The journalists were treated badly. They were roughed up, and it's in that context now Vaiko's son, Durai Vaiko, as sitting MP, has apologized, calling this unpleasant, unprecedented in the 31 history of the party, that Vaiko is known to have cordial relations. And when Vaiko made this statement, he says the party cadre lost cool and have indulged in this, for which he has apologized now.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us the very latest. Moving on now to the Enforcement Directorate there, that's registered. This is a case that has been registered. We're talking about the Enforcement Case Information Report, and that too against 29 celebrities. We're talking about Vijay Deverakonda, Rana Daggubati, as well as Prakash Raj, amongst others. There's a list of 29 social media influencers, as well as YouTubers and actors, like I mentioned, amongst others. And this is something that's happened, and that is because of a complaint that was formally made. To know more details of as to what is this really in regard to, because the allegations are for promoting illegal online betting platforms. But Uma gets us all the very latest.
So the Enforcement Directorate cracked down on celebrities endorsing these illegal kind of betting apps online. That is something that has taken into stride several people from not just the film industry but also from the television industry and social media influencers as well. Big names like Vijay Deverakonda, who very recently in fact shared stage with Chief Minister Revant Reddy in order to to say no to drugs campaign. And there was also Rana Daggubati. You have people like Manchu Lakshmi and others who have been named in this, and this follows FIRs that were booked against them by the Telangana Police, Hyderabad Police, Miapur Police, and there is also FIRs that were booked against them in Andhra Pradesh, in Visakhapatnam specifically, where there were presumably victims who lost money after having invested money in these kind of online betting apps. So what the Enforcement Directorate is now looking to investigate is the money laundering angle to this, because they believe that through the payments that were made through these online betting apps, the companies and the organizers, there was an attempt at money laundering, and that is what the ED will be specifically probing as the angle of their investigation. What I must also point out is that Vijay Deverakonda, Rana Daggubati as well as Prakash Raj had issued statements denying their any kind of a wrongdoing. One was Vijay Deverakonda saying that he had associated with A23, which is actually a skill-based gaming platform, and he said that Rummy is something that's been recognized as a skill-based game by the Supreme Court, and he had only endorsed the product in regions where this kind of activity is considered legal. Rana Daggubati also spoke about Rummy as a game that is a skill-based game that he had promoted only in regions where this is allowed. And you had Prakash Raj putting out a video, in fact, where he said that Jungle Rummy is something that he had promoted, yes, in 2016, and that he had ended the contract in 2017, and he had refused to, in fact, continue with the contract. And in 2021, when another company had taken over and they had used his video, he had warned them, saying that he does not want any association, and he asked them to withdraw it, and they had withdrawn the video that they had recorded much earlier of his endorsement itself. So while the celebrities and social influencers are distancing themselves from any kind of an illegal activity, the Enforcement Directorate certainly wanting to probe into any money laundering activity in this entire issue.
Getting you the latest in regard to, Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, they're dismissing speculation, doing the rounds about a possible leadership change in the state. He's gone on to say that DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister himself, has said that there's no vacancy for the post of the Chief Minister. Siddaramaiah also has gone on to say that the Karnataka power tussle is something that has now been, is nothing but has been created by the media, adding whatever decision is being taken by the higher command, and both the leaders, whether it's DK Shivkumar or Siddaramaiah, both will obey the orders of the High Command. This comes after DK Shivkumar had said that there's no cabinet reshuffle on the cards and the position of the Chief Minister is not vacant. And that this Delhi visit basically is to discuss state development issues, calling the change of guard nothing but media speculations, that there was never ever any such plans. Let's listen in to Siddaramaiah.
No discussion taken place. That is my reply. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar himself said it, that there is no vacancy of the CM post. My answer is, whatever decision taken by the High Command both of us will follow, will obey. No, there is no scheduled program. Neither Rahul Gandhi ji nor Karge ji invited us for party to discuss the issues regarding the party.
And this really comes at a time when both the leaders are on the same stand. They, in fact, have shown that united front by posing for pictures together, holding hands, even feeding each other cake. Well, it is DK Shiv Kumar loyalists who's gone on to say that chorus is only growing, and the demand to get DK Shiv Kumar in the seat of the Chief Minister, that is literally the sentiment that is echoing in the state. Let's listen in to Iqbal Hussain.
There is no question of leadership change.
Now
Would
we
you
are,
want to say
now
anything?
we are depending only on High Command, sir. Whatever the High Command decide, that we will follow it, sir. Please.
Because you had also mentioned that, the notice you will respond to, but your stand that you want a change remains the same.
Yeah. That is there, sir. That is there. Now, in the future, whatever the government, this High Command says, that we will follow it, sir.
Okay, but your demand remains the same?
Yeah. I stand with my word, sir.
Okay, because the Chief Minister is now saying that, for 5 years he'll continue.
Whatever it may be, sir, whatever it may be, I stand with my words.
Okay.
I demand, we must see that DK Shiv Kumar to be a Chief Minister, that's all.
Well, let's just switch tracks now, and this is in regard to Shashi Tharoor and the rift that is widening when it comes to his own party. He has criticized his own party in regard to emergency, calling it a dark chapter and that lessons need to be learned, while he is comparing India from what it was back in 1975, and a lot has changed, and calling it very prosperous now at the moment. Of course, lauding indirectly Prime Minister Modi in that post as far as Shashi Tharoor is concerned. Now, Shashi Tharoor there has said that emergency should not be remembered merely as that dark chapter in India's history, but that it's lessons that must be fully understood, recalling Sanjay Gandhi's role in emergency and describing emergency as an erosion of freedom, and spoke about draconian measures and unspeakable cruelty that occurred during the time. Let's listen in to what the reactions are coming about, particularly from the side of the BJP.
इससे ये स्पष्ट होता है, यदि कांग्रेस सांसद ऐसा बोलते हैं कि यदि उनके किसी वरिष्ठ नेता को 50 वर्ष के बाद भी इस बात का एहसास होता है, एक तो बहुत देर से हुआ, अब इसके बाद भी यदि कांग्रेस पार्टी इसका विरोध करती है, इससे बहुत स्पष्ट है कि वो इमरजेंसी की मानसिकता को सही मानते हैं और आज भी पूरी निर्लज्जता के साथ उसका समर्थन करते हैं। और अभी आपने देखा जो बिहार में प्रदर्शन किया है, 50 साल में मानसिकता नहीं बदली है, वही मानसिकता राहुल गांधी जी के वक्तव्य में परिलक्षित होती है कि मेरी चुनावी हार जीत के आधार पर संवैधानिक संस्थाओं की मान्यता तय होगी।
Now, that was the BJP reacting to how Shashi Tharoor, comments that are being made by him. But let's get your reactions coming out from the Congress party itself. And we're talking about Manikam Tagore there, taking to social media platform X, putting out that messaging, that message on that social media platform, saying that when a colleague starts repeating lines of the BJP word for word, you begin to wonder, is the bird becoming a parrot? Mimicry is cute in birds, but not in politics, is the message that's been put out by Congress's Manikam Tagore there, hitting out at Shashi Tharoor. Now let's just hear Shashi Tharoor there, who has now gone on to post on his social media site about a survey that was conducted indicating that the most preferred choice for the Chief Minister's candidate is Shashi Tharoor. And this is a survey in which he went on to score over 28%. According to the survey, 28.3% of the respondents believe that Tharoor is the best suited to lead the state. He shared that news on his social media platform X, adding a folded hand emoji. But it is the Congress party slamming and junking that survey at the earliest.
അധികാരത്തിൽ വരുന്നുള്ളൊരു സർവേ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ശശി തരൂർ പങ്കുവച്ചു.
ആ സർവേക്കകത്ത് ഒരു വിശ്വാസ്യതയില്ലാത്ത സർവേയാണ്. അതാരോ കുക്ക് ചെയ്തുണ്ടാക്കിയ സർവേയാണ്. അതിന് എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസമില്ല.
അദ്ദേഹമാണ് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥിക്ക് ഏറെ പിന്തുണയുള്ള ആളെന്നും ആ സർവേയിൽ പറയുന്നത് സർ.
Well, it seems so, as different comments made by Dr. Shashi Tharoor in the past had widened the rift between the High Command and him. Of course, there are no such meetings that have taken place. We have not seen any such conversation between him and the Congress High Command. Soon after Dr. Shashi Tharoor returned from the five-nation tour where he was sent as a part of a delegation after Operation Sindoor, he spoke much about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership and how India is going on a developmental path under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. It is the Congress leaders who called him as a super spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Today he wrote an opinion piece which drew a lot of comments from within his party and from the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. In his opinion piece, one thing he wrote is about the role of Sanjay Gandhi and Indira Gandhi, and had also stated that India in 1975 was not of India that is today, and India has much changed. He also had written about the dark chapter of India's history and how Sanjay Gandhi's role in different policies which led to many people getting homeless. But that drew a lot of attention. In fact, a war of words had broken out between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress. The BJP reacting sharply to Shashi Tharoor's opinion piece, stating that it's a late realization of Dr. Shashi Tharoor on emergency, and if Congress now clearly refutes or the Congress thinks that this is something that they oppose to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, then certainly they are against that very decision of then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi.
It's a shocker. Well, this is a very shocking incident that's come to light of a 26-year-old man who was posting videos and pictures of women walking down the streets of Bengaluru without their consent on a social media platform on his Instagram handle. Now, the 26-year-old man has been arrested in the case, and this has been a very swift action that's been taken place, that has come about by the police in Bengaluru. But this really comes at a time when just a month or two ago we had a similar incident of women who were traveling by the metro in Bengaluru were being filmed without their consent, and they were those images were also being posted on Instagram. Now NDTV's Deepak has spoken with the police in Bengaluru that has taken cognizance of the NDTV report in the incident and has sought further details as well. Let's listen into what the police had to say and what really prompted this very swift action.
The Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Lokesh, joining us, sir. Two cases that had come to the fore, similar cases of voyeurism. Earlier it was pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro. Now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru, you've managed to arrest both of them. Tell us, have you been particularly monitoring such crimes? Tell us, how have you been looking into such cases?
So Bangalore City Police has a very active social media presence, and we monitor any such criminal activities being done online. Now, with respect to the first case, which was in Metro, it had alerted us to the presence of certain such perverse elements in the society who create a really unsafe environment for women and commuters. Following this, a page also came to our notice in June, where a person was found clicking objectionable pics and videos of women using the roads on their way to or back from homes for dinner. Now, these videos were then posted online on his page, and which was generating a lot of traction. Now, following this, the investigation has revealed one accused who's a resident of KR Puram, a 26-year-old man, and he has been arrested, and he has confessed to posting such videos and photos of women taken without their consent with voyeuristic intentions. And all legal action has been initiated against him. However, we still encourage any woman who wishes to come forward and report a case of her own, since this is a case registered suo motu by Banshankari police station.
A woman has also pointed out concerns over her images being put on this particular account. Will you be making attempts to reach out to her as well, so that if an official complaint is given, you could proceed with that too?
I'm led to believe that she is approaching the local police station today.
Okay. So, also, if you could tell us, while this investigation has been going on, are there possibilities that this individual had more such videos that he was going to post on other accounts through other mobile, or was it saved on his laptop, or anything that you could share with us?
Investigation is underway. Whether he had any more such content remains to be seen. We are examining the devices used by him.
Lastly, what's the message to anybody else, posting such content on, social media? What should they be aware of? And are the police keenly looking at such things?
Police is definitely watching social media. Any photos or videos that you take as content makers, there should be consent of the person that you're capturing. Because not everybody is okay with being presented to the world without their consent. It falls under various sections of law where it is a crime to post somebody's videos, especially a woman's video, without her consent. Consent is the key word. Explicit consent should be taken from the people that you are photographing or videographing.
Thank you for speaking to NDTV.
Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the Supreme Court. Do remember today had taken up the case when it comes to the special revision. This is a special electoral revision, and here we have the timing of the Election Commission's special intensive revision of Bihar's electoral rolls months before the assembly election that was questioned by the Supreme Court today. And this is there were very important questions that were raised. There were 3 important questions that were raised to the Election Commission by the Supreme Court. But now what has been decided is that the case will be taken up again by the Supreme Court, and that's going to take place this month itself on the 28th. And the Aadhaar card as well as voter ID card and ration card, the ration card as well, this is the Commission should use them in order to add the names in the voter list. Do remember, from the timing of the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar to the exclusion of the Aadhaar card from the list of documents is something that the Supreme Court had pointed out today, and those are the questions that were put forward for the Election Commission of India. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Osama. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
कहना इस दीवार पे इतने इश्तहार चिपके हैं कि कोई दरार नजर नहीं आती। मैं उन लोगों में से जो कहता हूँ सारे इश्तहार फाड़ के फेंको, पहले दरार को एड्रेस करो।
ये दरार इसलिए क्योंकि कुछ लेफ्ट कुछ राइट, पर हम उन मुद्दों में आपके साथ जिनसे आपकी फाइट है। डिजिटल से देश समझा, अब टीवी पर समाधान लाना है। आइए मेरे साथ खबरों की कचहरी में सिर्फ NDTV पर।
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. There is a lot lined up on the show, including the big
Karnataka Game of Thrones. The Chief Minister there, Siddaramaiah, he has come out and said that there has been no discussion on the power sharing in the state of Karnataka. We'll get you all the details. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. The Karnataka Game of Thrones heats up. Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, digs in his heels. He says there was never any power-sharing formula. D.K. Shivkumar himself said there is no vacancy for the Chief Minister's post, is what the Karnataka Chief Minister has said on the Karnataka power tussle. Rift widens between the Shashi Tharoor and the Congress after Shashi Tharoor criticizes Congress over emergency. He said that emergency was a dark chapter in India's history. The Supreme Court hears opposition pleas on the Bihar voter survey. The Supreme Court questions the Election Commission over the timing of Bihar roll revision. The Supreme Court tells the Election Commission of India and asks them why enter citizenship issue. It's MHA's domain. After a woman's viral Instagram post flagging women being filmed without consent in Bengaluru, a 26-year-old has now been taken into custody. And it is not just Maharashtra, but goon netas, they have been exposed across the nation. An RJD neta heckles patient skin. An MDMK cadre assaults journalists, while the violent Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad, he stays remorseless. Rain mess hits the Millennium City, Gurugram. Gurugram sinks after few hours of rain. Many roads cave in due to the heavy rain. Well, the Karnataka battle has now shifted to Delhi. The Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, as well as the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar, they are in Delhi. The Game of Thrones, Karnataka Game of Thrones, it is escalating. The Karnataka Chief Minister, his deputy, as I mentioned, they are in the capital. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah, he was speaking to the media and he has dug in his heels. He has reiterated that there was no power-sharing formula within the Karnataka Congress and that there is no question of a cabinet reshuffle as well. There has been no discussion on the leadership changes, what Siddaramaiah has said. In fact, he is about to complete his full term. The Chief Minister, in fact, denied the power-sharing formula. He, in fact, upped the ante against D.K. Shivkumar. He says there is no vacancy for the Chief Minister's post. All these twists and turns, we are getting you all of that on NDTV. The Karnataka power play, as I mentioned, has now shifted to Delhi. And all eyes will now be on D.K. Shivkumar's next move because he is set to meet the party top brass. Will D.K. Shivkumar return fire or will he make peace with the situation at the moment? Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah, he has ruled out any sort of meeting with Rahul Gandhi and the top brass. But will Rahul Gandhi and the top Congress brass keep their promise to D.K. Shivkumar? The Karnataka ball is now in the Gandhi's court.
No discussion taken place. That is my reply. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar himself said it, that there is no vacancy of the CM post. My answer is, whatever decision taken by the High Command, both of us will follow, will obey. No, there is no scheduled program. Neither Rahul Gandhi ji nor Kharge ji invited us, our party, to discuss the issues regarding the party.
All right, before I go to my colleagues who are standing by at the moment, in fact, Deepak Bopanna, he spoke to Iqbal Hussain, a D.K. Shivkumar loyalist. He says that his demands remain the same, that DK Shiv Kumar should be made the Chief Minister. Listen in.
There's no question of leadership change.
Now
Would you want to say anything?
we are depending only on High Command, sir. Whatever the High Command decide, that we will follow it, sir. Please.
Because you had also mentioned that, the notice you will respond to, but your stand that you want a change remains the same.
Yeah. That is there, sir. That is there. Now, in the future, whatever the government, this High Command says, that we will follow it, sir.
Okay, but your demand remains the same?
Yeah. I stand with my word, sir.
Okay, because the Chief Minister is now saying that, for 5 years he'll continue.
Whatever it may be, sir, whatever it may be, I stand with my words.
Okay.
I demand, we must see that DK Shiv Kumar to be a Chief Minister, that's all.
All right, my colleagues Sunil Prabhu and Aishwarya Jain, they are joining us at this moment. Let me go across to Sunil first. Sunil, this is a political sequence that nobody asked for, especially not the Congress party. This is Siddaramaiah versus DK Shiv Kumar. We can call it chapter 2 in this context. What exactly lit the fuse this time around?
Well, I think Mr. DK Shiv Kumar himself is keen on, getting his pound of flesh after he helped the party win. He feels that he has been responsible for the Congress victory, and he's the one who really led the party, pre-COVID and post-COVID, when it was completely marginalized and, everybody had left the party from scratch. He worked towards getting a historic mandate of, the highest ever for the Congress party in the state of Karnataka. And it's in that backdrop he was trying to see and test the waters. But that, of course, after that exercise was done, shows very clearly that Mr. Siddaramaiah is in charge. But that being said, I think the focus now is on ensuring that their supporters and their loyalists get coveted posts, be it as chairmen in autonomous bodies as well as in corporations, and to ensure that they both work together unitedly to deliver on the promises of the people of Karnataka and be able to work unitedly despite the resource crunch with the centre refusing to grant money to.
Breaking news coming in at this point of time, and we'll go back to that story. But as far as the Bihar voter list case is concerned, there is relief for the Election Commission in Bihar over the voter list case. The Supreme Court has refused to stay the Election Commission of India's survey. The Supreme Court has told the Election Commission to consider using Aadhaar, and that was something that was a point of contention going into this after the opposition raised this particular issue. The Supreme Court has also told the Election Commission of India to consider using voter ID card, the existing voter ID card and its details. The Supreme Court, in fact, is batting for expanding the list of documents. It says include Aadhaar, voter ID, as well as ration card as documents in this particular case. So there is relief for the Election Commission in Bihar. As far as the voter list case is concerned, the Supreme Court, as I mentioned, has refused to stay the Election Commission of India's survey. They have told the Election Commission to consider using Aadhaar, and they have also mentioned consider using the existing voter ID cards as a document in this particular case. Remember, the opposition had raised concerns about the timing of this survey at this point of time, and is the reason why they went to the Supreme Court. They had moved to the Supreme Court and challenged this decision by the Election Commission of India. But the Supreme Court, they have heard the plea, and they have now told the Election Commission of India to include Aadhaar, the voter ID, as well as ration card. In fact, my colleague Maria Shakil joins us to get us more on this. Maria, take us through the details.
Yes, so the petitioners had not asked for a stay of this entire process. So just for a correction, so that we are able to put this in context. Of course, this will be seen as a relief for the Election Commission because the Election Commission did not want the entire exercise to be stopped either. But because in that list of 11 documents which are seen as the identity documents which are currently required, Aadhaar, the ration card and also the voter ID cards were not included in that list. Now the Supreme Court telling the Election Commission of India that they should consider doing so. Remember, 60% of this exercise is almost completed. The remaining 40%, the Election Commission says that will be done in the next 16 days. So for the remaining process which has to be done, what we can tell our viewers is that the Supreme Court telling the Election Commission that Aadhaar card, the voter ID, and also, the biggest identification of all, which is used for the subsidies and others, benefits of the state, which is the ration card, will now be considered as a as a valid point, document of citizenship.
All right. In fact, as Maria was pointing out there, this is in some way a relief for the Election Commission in this entire case, the voter list case in Bihar. And Supreme Court has now refused to stay Election Commission of survey. The Supreme Court has told the Election Commission to consider using Aadhaar. In fact, let me go across to Shiv Arur, who's standing by. Shiv, over to you.
Joining us live now on NDTV for the first time live since that incident at the MLA canteen in Mumbai, where the Buldana MLA from the ruling Shinde Sena, Sanjay Gaikwad, assaulted a canteen staffer. He joins me live on NDTV. संजय जी, आपका स्वागत है NDTV पर. सबने देखा है कि उस कैंटीन में उस दिन क्या हुआ था. आपने एक कैंटीन स्टाफर को बेरहमी से मारा. उस दिन क्या हुआ था, किस लिए मारा आपने?
देखिए, मैं 19 से यहाँ मुंबई में आता हूँ और यही कैंटीन में खाना खाता हूँ जो गवर्नमेंट की है. और पिछले 5.5 साल से मैं एमएलए होने के बाद में यही खाना खाता हूँ. तो ये 2-4 साल में कई बार उन्होंने जो खाना दिया, नॉनवेज में 15 दिन पहले का नॉनवेज, 10 दिन पहले का नॉनवेज, अंडा भी 10-12 दिन का, सब्जियां 2-2, 4-4 दिन की. तो कई विधायकों के पीए ने यहाँ करीबन सालाना 1.5 लाख लोग खाना खाते. उनमें से लाखों लोगों ने इनकी कंप्लेंट की कि इनका खाना ठीक होता नहीं है, इनका बर्ताव लोगों से अच्छा नहीं है, यहाँ पर ट्रीटमेंट लोगों को अच्छी मिलती नहीं है. तो ये सारी चीज़ें लेके मैंने भी कम से कम कई बार कंप्लेंट इनकी की कि भाई मुझे पेट का तकलीफ है, मैं अगर गलत खाना खाऊंगा तो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ होती है, इसलिए मुझे खाना भेज दिया करो. उस दिन मैं सारे काम करने के बाद में मैं अपने रूम में रूटीन टाइम पर 10, 9:30, 10:30 बजे मैं खाने का ऑर्डर किया. मैंने दाल, चावल और 2 चपाती सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया. और पहला निवाला मैंने जब चावल का खाया तो मुझे थोड़ा गंदा लगा. दूसरा खाने के बाद में मुझे कुछ ही देर में वोमिटिंग हो गई. वोमिटिंग के बाद में मुझे अनईजी लगने लगा और मैं अस्वस्थ हो गया. तो मैं जैसे ही बैठा था, मैंने वो दाल का स्मेल लिया तो वो इतना गंदा स्मेल था. मैं वैसे ही हालत में मैं नीचे गया, क्योंकि मैं पहले फ्लोर में रहता हूँ, नीचे कैंटीन है. तो मैं वहाँ जाके काउंटर पे जो था, मैंने उसको पूछा कि भाई ये खाना किसने परसा है. तो उसने उनको आवाज़ दिया. फिर मैंने वो जो वेटर था उसको पूछा, भाई ये खाना तो कैसे किसने किया. तो उन्होंने बताया कि मैनेजर साहब ने. मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया. आप जो बता रहे थे कि कर्मचारी को मारपीट की, कर्मचारी को मारपीट नहीं किए. मैंने मैनेजर को पूछा और वो स्मेल उनको दिखाया. स्मेल दिखाने के बाद में मैनेजर ने कहा कि ये बहुत गंदा है. उसके बाद में मैंने उनके 6 कर्मचारी को दिखाया कि इसका स्मेल लीजिए. यहाँ तक वहाँ जो बैठे हुए आम लोग थे जो खाना खा रहे थे, मैंने उनको बताया भाई इसका स्मेल लेके देखिए कि ये खाना है या क्या है. वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का खाना नहीं था, वो खाना सड़ा पड़ा खाना था. अब एक बात बताइए कि अगर कई कंप्लेंट करने के बाद में आप एक आमदार एमएलए के ज़िंदगी से आप खेलना चाहते हैं, उसे मारना चाहते हैं, तो मैंने क्या करना चाहिए. और मैंने जो मारपीट की वो उसकी जान लेने के हिसाब से मारपीट नहीं की, या उसको मैंने पूरी पावर से उसके ऊपर अटैक नहीं किया है. मैंने केवल उसको समझ मिलना चाहिए, उसको ताकीद मिलना चाहिए.
गायकवाड़ जी,
और उसका परिणाम ऐसा था.
गायकवाड़ जी, आपने अपना पक्ष रखा है.
मेरी बात
एक सेकंड. आपने अपना पक्ष रखा है. आपने बताया कि आपके हिसाब से क्या हुआ था. आपने रैशनलाइज किया, आपने एक्सप्लेन किया कि आप गुस्से में क्यों थे. लेकिन आप एक विधायक हैं, आप एक एमएलए हैं महाराष्ट्र के. किसने हक दिया आपको हाथ उठाने का? आप गुस्से में हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आपको किसने दिया टू टेक द लॉ इनटू योर हैंड्स?
देखो, ये बात है कि सबसे पहले मेरा रास्ता गलत था, ये मैं मानता हूँ, लेकिन मेरी मंजिल सही थी. अगर एक एमएलए 200 कंप्लेंट करता है फिर भी अधिकारी काम उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करते नहीं है,
फिर भी
और जैसे ही मैंने मेरा अवतार वहां पर दिखाया तो दूसरे सुनो मेरी बात, सुनो मेरी बात, आप मेरा पूरा सुनिए। तो अगर कोई आमदार की जान से खेलेगा तो मुझे मेरी जान की रक्षा करने का पूरा अधिकार है।
नहीं,
और जैसे मैंने वो अटैक किया,
आप पुलिस के पास जा सकते हो गायकवाड़ जी,
कैंटीन सील हो गई।
और दूसरी बात एक सेकंड, वो सील हो गई है, वो तो
देखो
ये
पुलिस का काम नहीं है
सर,
ये पुलिस का काम नहीं है
सर। आपने जब ये वीडियो वायरल हो चुकी थी,
काम पुलिस का नहीं है
सर। आप देख सकते हो कि आपका शक्ति क्या है। जब ये वीडियो वायरल हो चुकी थी, पहले जो कदम था सरकार का वो था इस कैंटीन को सील करने का, तो वो है आपकी शक्ति। अगर आप एक कंप्लेंट कर देते तो यही सेम कदम उठाते सरकार। मेरा दूसरा सवाल गायकवाड़ जी ये है कि
आप सुन नहीं रहे, आप
नहीं, एक सेकंड। इस घटना के बाद एनडीटीवी ने आपसे पूछा कि या क्या आप फिर से ये करेंगे, क्या आप माफ़ी मांगेंगे? आपने बोला कि आप ब्लैक बेल्ट हो, आप जुजित्सु करते हो, रेसलिंग करते हो, बॉक्सिंग करते हो, और अगर ऐसे सिचुएशन फिर से आता है आप फिर से करेंगे, ये सेना स्टाइल है। क्या ये सही था ये सब बोलने के लिए? आज आप बोल रहे हो कि ये गलत काम था जो आपने किया, लेकिन उस दिन आप कह रहे थे कि मैं फिर से करूंगा।
आप दोनों सवाल के जवाब मैं आपको देता हूं। आपने जो पूछा है कि पहले आपने कार्रवाई कंप्लेंट क्यों नहीं की, कंप्लेंट के बारे में सरकार ने काम क्यों नहीं किया, मैं इसका जवाब पहले दे चुका हूं। उसकी 200 कंप्लेंट की चुके हैं हम, और 200 कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी 30 साल से वही कंत्राटदार वहाँ पर आ रहा है, और जिसकी ताकत इसका धंधा ये बढ़ गया था। ये मेरा सबसे पहला सवाल है। अगर सरकार कार्रवाई करती या वो अधिकारी कार्रवाई करते तो मुझे ये कायदा हाथ में लेने की क्या जरूरत थी? मुझे कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी। और आप जो बता रहे कि मैंने जिस तरह का मेरा प्रशिक्षण हुआ है, तो वो आज का विषय नहीं है, वो 30 साल पहले का विषय है जो आप सुन रही है। और ये बात पे भी मैं पूरी तरह से ठाम हूँ कि अगर फिर से कोई ऐसी गलती करेगा तो मैं छोड़ूंगा नहीं।
इतने सारे घटना हैं गायकवाड़ जी, आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में भी शायद होंगे, बहुत सारा नाइंसाफ़ी होती है लोगों के साथ। क्या आप लैंड माफिया के खिलाफ ऐसे कर सकते हैं? क्या आप बैंक मैनेजर को जाके ऐसे मार सकते हैं? क्या कोई ताकतवर आदमी को जाके आप मार सकते हैं? क्या आपके पास वो शक्ति है? डू यू हैव द गट्स कि कोई पावरफुल आदमी को जाके आप मार सकते हो ऐसे? आपने एक कैंटीन में एक मैनेजर को मारा है।
जो सवाल आपने किए, सुनो मेरी बात। पहला सवाल कि मैनेजर को मारा है ये आपको दिख रहा है, लेकिन वो मैनेजर 1 साल में 1 लाख लोगों के जान से खेल रहा है, वो आपको दिखता नहीं क्या?
सर जो भी है, आप
1 लाख लोगों की जिंदगी से खेल रहा है, उनके आरोग्य से खेल रहा है।
सर आप एक गुंडे जैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो।
सुनो मेरी,
आप तो एक विधायक हो,
आपका क्वेश्चन पूरा है,
विधायक हो, आप गुंडे नहीं हो सर।
सुनिए
सर, आप गुंडे नहीं हो, आप एक विधायक हो, आप एक इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हो, आप एक रोल मॉडल हो, आप एक पॉलिटिशियन है, आप पब्लिक लाइफ में हैं।
प्रयास मत कीजिए,
आप पब्लिक लाइफ में हैं, आपके वोटर्स हैं सर।
मेरी जिम्मेदारी मुझे पता है।
क्या ये ठीक है जो आपने किया? मैं सुन रहा हूं सर,
आप लाइव करें ना।
मैं सिटीजन्स के बिहाफ से आपको क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूं आज। बताइए।
नहीं, मैं बात करूंगा नहीं। आप बताइए मेरी बात।
सुन रहा हूं।
मैंने जो पहले जवाब दिया है वो आप मेरी आवाज जनता तक क्यों नहीं पहुंचाते? आप बीच में क्यों टोक रहे हैं मुझे?
सर आप लाइव हैं एनडीटीवी पर।
मैं सही बात कर रहा हूं तो
आपकी जो आवाज है,
आप मेरी आवाज ब्रेक मत कीजिए, मेरा पूरा
सबने देखा है, सबने सुना है।
वरना मैं तुम्हारी से बात नहीं करूंगा।
बोलिए सर, हम सुन रहे हैं। हम
देखो, आप
लेकिन सवाल का जवाब दीजिए।
आप बीच में मत बोलिए।
जी बोलिए।
मैं सवाल का ही जवाब दे रहा हूं कि एक आदमी को मारपीट हो रही है तो आपको दिख रहा है, लेकिन वो आदमी मेरे महाराष्ट्र के 1 लाख लोगों की जिंदगी से खेल रहा है, आमदारों की जिंदगी से खेल रहा है। 50 आमदार यहाँ रहते हैं, वो दिखता नहीं आपको?
किसी ने आपको सपोर्ट नहीं किया?
नहीं है,
किसी ने आपको सपोर्ट नहीं किया।
वो तो मेरी जान ले रहा था
सर। हम आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में गए हैं, कोई भी आपको, आपके जो वोटर्स हैं वो भी आपको क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं।
सपोर्ट की जरूरत नहीं है।
आप बिल्कुल अकेले हैं आज। एकनाथ शिंदे भी आपको क्रिटिसाइज किया है, चीफ मिनिस्टर ने भी आपको क्रिटिसाइज किया है।
आपने कोई ज्यादा बड़े बड़े इस पे हाथ लगाए क्या? ये क्या पद्धति है? ये बात करते हैं तो मैं नहीं करूंगा बात इनसे।
आप
बोलने देता नहीं है।
आप अपने पार्टी के अध्यक्ष जो हैं सर,
कोई जरूरत नहीं उसको इंटरव्यू देने की।
गायकवाड़ साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए।
लोग देख रहे हैं तो सारा कट कर रहा है।
गायकवाड़ साहब, आपके जो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं एकनाथ शिंदे, जो डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर है महाराष्ट्र के, उन्होंने भी आपको क्रिटिसाइज किया है, उन्होंने भी बोला है। ओके, संजय गायकवाड़ इज रनिंग अवे फ्रॉम एनडीटीवी's क्वेश्चंस आफ्टर बिहेविंग लाइक अ गुंडा एंड अ गून. ही इज वॉकिंग अवे from NDTV's questions. Let's keep those pictures on our screen there. You can see he's walked off, torn off NDTV's mic and just walked off because he can't take a few questions. Have I raised my voice? I've not raised my voice. Asking him normal questions the way NDTV always does. But that is the true worth of this Shinde Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad of Buldana. He wants to say his words, he wants to throw punches, he wants to throw slaps, but he can't take normal questions. That is the reality of it. Back to the studio.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है, जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है, बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Siddaramaiah digs in his heels. There was never any power sharing formula, is what he says. Between Shashi Tharoor and Congress, Biden's. After Shashi Tharoor criticizes Congress over emergency, Shashi Tharoor had written in an opinion piece saying that emergency was a dark chapter in India's history. Supreme Court hears the opposition pleas in the Bihar voter survey. Supreme Court questions the Election Commission over the timing of Bihar rule revision. The Supreme Court tells Election Commission, why enter the citizenship issue? It's MHA's domain. After a woman's viral Instagram post flagging women being filmed without consent in Bengaluru, a 26-year-old has now been arrested. Welcome back. Shifting our focus back to the Karnataka Game of Thrones. A seer has predicted DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, his elevation. He says that DK Shivkumar will become the Chief Minister very soon. In fact, this entire chorus for DK Shivkumar is growing, and this chorus is growing for DKS as Chief Minister. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister, the current Chief Minister of Karnataka, and the Deputy Chief Minister, DK Shivkumar, they're both in Delhi. They are going to be meeting the Congress top brass. Will that meeting take place or not? But in the meanwhile, Siddaramaiah, he has remained defiant. He says that there is no possibility of any change in his position from the Chief Minister, and that D.K. Shivkumar himself had said that there will be no change in the Chief Ministerial position.
ಅವರ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ಆಶೋತ್ತರದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ರೈತ ಬಾಂಧವರು ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ತಕರು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮುತ್ಸದ್ದಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವನಾಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಆಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಮಠದ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಇದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೇ ಬಾರಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದವನ್ನು ದಯಪಾಲಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
Meanwhile, the other big story that we have been tracking all day is Shashi Tharoor versus the rest of the Congress, and that rift between the Congress and Shashi Tharoor, it seems to be widening. Especially after Shashi Tharoor, he wrote an opinion piece where he said that emergency was a dark chapter in India's history and that India today is not the India of 1975. Shashi Tharoor, in fact, went on to say that dissent was brutally suppressed. Has Shashi Tharoor crossed the Congress's Lakshman Rekha, and is it the end of the road in Congress for Shashi Tharoor? That is the big question.
इससे ये स्पष्ट होता है, यदि कांग्रेस ऐसा बोलते हैं कि यदि किसी वरिष्ठ नेता को